Nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast for him. I am the nigga, young Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk.
Can't talk,
Golden era faded.
but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme.
Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat.
Back in the day, the rock had a violent freak. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young Galt. I bring you to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Crack had a pop,
Even dancing in the rain,
now they nodding off.
shit just don't hit the same.
I am the nigga, young Galt. Oh man, we live here. Oh man, I had so much shit on my mind. I don't even know where to start sometimes. I had so much shit to start. I guess I should start off. I mentioned in the chat. Make sure my volume's up. I mentioned in the chat, I'm like, man, I was, I've been trying to help the young boy, Johnny boy, and it just ain't gonna work out. And I had to let him know. And so what happened was, I sent him to the store. He's sitting around here and you fucking run out of cigarettes or whatever. So I said, look, you go still get a cigarette. He said, it was raining. I said, oh shit, you can ride my bike around there. Nigga got my bike stolen. I said, what? And I knew it. I said, as soon as I told him you can ride my bike, I said, he's gonna get my bike stolen. Or I didn't think the bike stolen, but I wasn't surprised when he called me, but man, somebody ran off with the bike. And, it's like, he doesn't have the ability to repay me for the bike. But the bigger part, he doesn't have the wherewithal to keep my fucking bike from being stolen. And if he's that reckless with a $1,000 bike, like how reckless would he be with a $100 weed eater? One of these high-ass batteries, expensive-ass batteries that I buy. And so I just like, man, I don't know if I can help you, bro. Like, not at this point in your life. As a young boy, you're probably a little bit more fungible, malleable. It can shape you, but you got to be a grown man now, and you have some real serious issues. You got my fucking bike stolen, bro. Like, you should have protected that with your life, because you can't afford one, not even for yourself, let alone buy one for me. And I was like, I'm trying to help him, but shit, it ended up costing me more to help him. And it doesn't seem to be helping him. So I'm like, we always gonna be friends, man. But I may not be able to help you at all. I was just a couple thoughts on my mind. I was listening to B Braves. I was on B Braves chat the other day, and see if I can share some of this with you, and see if I think it was B Braves panel the other day. Yeah, I think this is it. We're gonna play a little bit of this.
Yeah, and this is and that's of course 2-inch tubing.
Did you use a MIG or stick weld?
Oh, I didn't weld it. I had it welded. I designed it.
See, I want to make me one of them now.
Oh yeah, if you tear down skins, you gotta have one. I should make these on eBay and sell them. Look at that bad dude.
You should. You could probably get about $100 per tool for.
Oh, easy.
Just go get a piece of unistrut from Depot, and you could. I mean, you don't even have to weld it.
No, what I did is I just bought a length of tube steel square and a length of tube steel round, and had designed it and had it welded. I made 3 of them. I got 3 of them.
White men. When there's a bunch of metal, and then when there's a heap of metal that's in a weird shape that they want to talk about, it gets white men going every time, don't it?
It's really true. It's really true.
Yeah.
What the
It
fuck?
really is.
Oh, shit.
Like,
We
it
got a
doesn't matter what.
Yeah, damn, we got a phone call right at the gate in this motherfucker. Hold on. Hey, Philippe, what's up, man? You know I'm online. You're on with John Galt, man. I know you had some stories we've been talking about. If you want to share some of them. Dad is home, nigga. Dad is home. Hey, Dad is home. Hey, I imagine the blacks are running around like, Daddy home? Shit, I ain't seen Daddy in forever. If they ain't seen Daddy, what made him come back now?
About Daddy, and I'm going to talk about Ketanji.
Ketanji. Man, let me pull her up on the screen. Can I pull up on the screen while we're talking?
Please do.
Ketanji.
Please do.
So, do you heard what Amy Comey Barrett? Is that what it? Ketanji? Amy Comey Barrett, right?
He took her ass. Amy Comey. Barrett. Yep.
Yeah.
Took her ass apart.
Give me 1 second. I'm putting up on the screen. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm putting up on the screen. This is the niggers, ladies and gentlemen, that didn't know a man or a woman, didn't know the difference between a man or a woman. This is who we're talking about here.
She couldn't define it.
Right.
She couldn't define a woman. She didn't know what it was.
Yeah. and so the news. So what was the news coming out of the Supreme Court that interests you about Ketanji?
The Supreme Court limited. They basically said lower federal courts cannot do national injunctions on the executive branch, which is what the Democrats were using as a tool to limit what Trump could do as president. Supreme Court said lower federal courts don't have jurisdiction to do national injunctions against the executive branch. That's something the Supreme Court has to do, which is backed up by the Constitution.
Hey, have you heard these niggers out here talking? I think this nigga, this. Wait a minute, hold on.
Ruling on birthright citizenship and nationwide
Listen.
govern like a dictator. In an impassioned dissent to today's ruling on birthright citizenship and nationwide injunctions, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson warned of what lies ahead for our democracy.
Who the fuck is this nigga warning? Who the fuck is this nigga warning? That's that shit be blowing my goddamn mind. These some bitch dumbass niggas, you got the nerve to warn somebody? Bitch, who you warning?
Now that her conservative colleagues have curtailed one of the only means of reining in potentially illegal actions from this or really any administration. Quote, disaster looms. What I mean by this is that our rights-based legal system can only function properly if the executive and everyone else is always bound by law. Today's decision is a seismic shock to that foundational norm, allowing the executive to violate the law at its prerogative with respect to anyone who has not yet sued, carves out a huge exception, a gash in the basic tenets of our founding charter that could turn out to be a mortal wound. What is more, to me, requiring courts themselves to provide the dagger makes a mockery of the judiciary's solemn duty to safeguard the rule of law. Senator Chris Van Hollen is a Democrat.
Philippe, did you hear what Amy Comey Barrett said about Ketanji?
I read it a little bit, but do you have let's read that, what she said about Ketanji.
I'm sure I have it, because basically what she said was basically she alluded, it was kind of, it's more or less a dressing down in a legal way, and I'm gonna see if I can find it. But basically, she said Ketanji doesn't seem to be able to follow this, kind of the boring legal law. Did I have it? Let me see if I have it. I have it here, where the actual quote where she's saying basically, this boring law may just be a little too much for Ketanji. She may not be, may not have read through it all.
Smart enough.
Yeah, basically smart enough. And so she's getting a little bit of criticism there, because she shouldn't have criticized Sister Gal. You understand? Who are you to be criticizing Sister Gal, right?
Yeah.
Amy,
and especially if you say she's not smart enough.
Yeah. Amy Comey Barrett utterly humiliated Ketanji, according to one media source here, Jackson's dissent veered into unhinged territory, and she wildly accused the administration of asking the court for permission to engage in lawful behavior. And basically, Barrett says, you want to do what you're saying Trump is asking to do, more or less. And that's what Barrett is saying. I'm trying to see where Barrett, she said, the principal dissent focuses on conventional legal terrain. Justice Jackson, however, chooses a starting line of attack that is tethered neither to these sources nor, frankly, to any doctrine whatsoever. This nigga making up law as she go. Amy Coney Barrett said the Judiciary Act of 1789, I think she said damn near 2 centuries. And Ketanji, she says, best we can tell through her argument, though her argument is more extreme still, because its logic does not depend on the entry of a universal injunction. Justice Jackson appears to believe that the reasoning behind any court order demands universal adherence, at least where the executive is concerned. And that's Coney Barrett. And then she said, we will not dwell on Justice Jackson's argument, which is at odds with more than 2 centuries worth of precedent, not to mention the Constitution itself. We observe only this: Justice Jackson decries an imperial executive while embracing an imperial judiciary. Justice Jackson would do well to heed her own admonition. Everyone from the president on down is bound by law. Have mercy. Now, this is another justice she's talking to. She's talking to another justice. She's a lawyer or something. She's pleading before the court.
Well, she had to, and I'm glad she did. And it's because, you know, I think it was Thomas Jefferson who wrote about the, or it may have been James Madison, who wrote about the tyranny of the judiciary, right? And a lot of the early founding fathers, they talked about that. Like, we have to be careful and not let the judiciary assert too much power over the government. We don't want to be ruled by judges, right? There's a lot of writings about that, and the people who wrote the Constitution. And so what Barrett is saying is that the Supreme Court is the body by the Constitution that has been given the power of checks and balances to check Congress by determining whether or not a law that Congress passes is constitutional or not, and by checking the executive branch by determining whether or not executive branch actions are constitutional or not. Supreme Court has that power, not lower federal courts. There's no power that has been given to lower federal courts by law or the Constitution that says federal courts can pass national injunctions and monitor the executive branch. But Jackson, so that's what Barrett means when she said Jackson's basically just ignoring the Constitution and hundreds of years of precedents just because she wants to rein in the executive branch at whatever level possible, thereby making the judiciary a tyrant. You know what I mean? And that's what Barrett was saying about her. And this gets to they basically want to be tyrant. And it gets to something I want to say about Ketanji and what happens when you put niggers in this kind of position. They don't care about laws. They don't care about protocol. They don't care about the Constitution because they believe all the people who wrote the Constitution are racist white people anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
I do believe
they don't care about none of that. So they will make up their own laws and their own protocols aside from all that. And so that's the danger of putting them in positions like Supreme Court justices. It won't be long before these niggers want to rewrite the Constitution. Remember I said that.
Her and that wise Latino. You know there's a wise one up there. Sotomayor. The wise Latino.
Sotomayor. Sooner or later, they're going to want to rewrite the Constitution, right? And just rewrite it based on what they believe.
Well, if they rewrote the Constitution, I want to know what word because Jamal, you know Jamal Bowman, fire extinguisher nigga. I want you to listen to this, Philippe.
Yeah.
comes to the racism that comes from the party on a consistent basis.
Congressman, I mean, where are you on?
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart disease.
I'm white. I can't comment.
Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why heart disease and cancer and obesity and diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word.
I got you.
He's a fool. He's a fool, whoever that is.
That's Jamal Bowman. That's Jamal Bowman. He was a former Congress member out of New York City. And he said, man, this N-word that we going through, man, is just too much. It done made the bitches fat, nigga. Done made the bitches fat.
Yeah.
Done gave these bitches cancer. Just calling the N-word done made them catch cancer.
It has nothing to do with eating, fried chicken, processed foods, purple Kool-Aid every day. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with racism.
None of that. Philippe, I had a homeless white woman. I want to get into a little women talk if you don't mind. I had a homeless white woman in my house the other day, and let me pull her up for you guys that missed out. I know you love the white women. And so let me pull up this homeless white woman, Philippe. And a
homeless white woman.
She live in a homeless shelter around the Nichols in Northeast. Northeast is a homeless shelter over there. And so the white woman, she came over with Johnny Boy. And at one point the thought hit me, Philippe. I said, you know what? Philippe, I asked the white woman, I said, how often do you wash your hair? I know you're in the shelter, but how often do you wash your hair? She said, every day. I said, every day? And then I showed her some videos of black sisters pouring boiling water on their head, how bald headed they are, and they have to get braids, and that shit looks terrible when they get the braids. And she's just sitting there looking in amusement. Like she couldn't believe that this is what black women have to go through. 4 and 5 hours sitting in a chair to wash that shit. Remember, I don't know if I showed you the video where the lady had the dreadlocks and the hair was so nasty. It had toothpaste in her hair. They were using toothpaste to lock her hair up. And the hair was filthy. And when the lady got done twisting her hair up, it looked like she didn't really have any hair at all, because probably a bunch of trash and shit had gotten in the hair and it, bulked it up. But when she washed all that trash out, the hair was basically, she had very little hair. And so the white lady's looking, then so the thought hit me, Philippe. Here's a homeless white woman, homeless nigga. Yeah. And she probably looks better. She looks better than every fucking woman in the video I showed. Every fucking one of them, right? And she looks better than probably, like, I don't know if you could see the screen. She looks better than fucking most black women, nigga. She got a lot of hair. And that shit is like brunettish red. And it's a lot of hair. And right now, the screenshot I'm showing, she has like a top pony. So she pulls some of the hair up into a ponytail on top. And then there's still a lot of hair down back. So that's a lot of hair. You understand? And she ain't fat, right? She's not fat, right? A white woman like that probably looks better than 90% of most black women. Would you say with that? If you don't like weave and wig, she's gonna outcompete 90% of fucking homeless white woman. Let me see if I can get her to stand up for the audience. At one point, she stood up. You could see she was still had her shape. Still had her shape and everything. And I just sat there and I'm like, damn, like the average black woman, the majority of the black women don't look as good as this fucking white woman right here. It's fucking amazing, bro. It's fucking amazing. And here they are both in the homeless shelters. And women compete for men. They can't compete with this woman, bro. They can't compete with
Not at all.
They can't compete with her, bro. Hey, did you hear about Ketanji? Not Ketanji, I'm sorry. You remember 16 Shots?
That's the guy who was walking away from the police and then he turned around and they shot him so many times.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah. Listen to this shit, Philippe. Chicago shooting. pool. Oh, this shit might pop off, nigga. It might pop off. It might pop off, nigga. Listen, please.
Terrell, Mayor Brandon Johnson just left Douglas Park about an hour ago after meeting with park staff, children, and families here in light of yesterday's shooting. A spokesperson tells me the mayor, Park District Superintendent Carlos Ramirez Rosa, and Alderwoman Monique Scott wanted to meet with staff and counselors supporting the youth here at the field house as summer camps are continuing this morning. This after 2 teens were shot Thursday evening after summer camps were done for the day. A 15-year-old has died and a 14-year-old is still fighting for his life at Stroger Hospital. We are told by family members the 14-year-old is cousins with Laquan McDonald, who was shot and killed by Chicago police back in 2014. His uncle is Pastor Marvin Hunter of Grace Memorial Baptist Church. Now, according to a police report obtained,
Laquan came back from the dead to send another relative to get killed. From school to prison to the graveyard, the pipeline gotta keep the line moving. Goddammit, keep the line moving. Keep the line moving. But Tori's story gets better. Philippe's story gets so much better.
Yeah.
You know who shot this nigga? Who you think shot this nigga? If you had to guess, who you think shot these niggas?
Another nigga.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Painted by our ABC7 I team, the alleged gunman is a lifeguard with the Chicago Park District.
Yet? It's a man that can swim. Nigga. A man that can swim. You betting on a nigga that can swim? You want me to show you a nigga? Couldn't even help a nigga out of a pool, nigga. So you think that a nigga is a lifeguard? So boy, you think the motherfucking lifeguard is a nigga? Okay. I'm gonna let you play ignorant. Okay, keep playing ignorant. A nigga that can swim shot these 2 people. There was a nigga playing lifeguard.
Guard got into an altercation with the teens after believing they were going to steal his bicycle.
Oh, no! These niggas must steal bicycles everywhere. The niggers must steal bicycles.
Did something like that just happen to you?
Yes, it did. I might be mistaken in believing that niggers steal. Huh? I might come away thinking that niggers at least steal bicycles.
And then allegedly fired at them. The report also notes the lifeguard is a concealed carry license holder. Now, the Park District just released a statement saying in spite of this tragic event, Douglas Park remains a safe and vibrant community anchor. As we move forward, it says our focus remains on safety and ensuring our parks continue to be places of peace, connection, and community.
Philippe, it was a white man that shot these niggas. Have mercy. They're going to burn this bitch. They're going to burn this bitch. You shot 2 of our scholars. 2 niggas about to go to the moon. 2 little niggas about to go to the moon.
Now, meanwhile,
2 little niggas about to go to the moon.
While the pool is closed here today out of respect for those impacted by this shooting. We can also...
So the niggas done closed the pool down. Is that right? Some stealing ass niggas like Carmelo Anthony got their ass popped and now they got to close the pool down. Right? I mean, they fuck up everything. They fuck up everything.
Tell you that we continue to reach out to Chicago police for more information about this shooting, what happened here yesterday. But as of right now, they say no one is in custody as this is very much...
It's a white man who did it. I'm going to see if there's another video.
Developing tonight, a suspect is being held by Chicago police after 2 teens were shot in Douglas Park. One of them died.
WGN's Jenna Barnes has more from Stroger Hospital, where the other teen was taken with life-threatening injuries.
Well, one of those boys is fighting for his life here at Stroger Hospital after he was shot in the neck. The other teenager lost his life after he was shot in the back. Chicago police are questioning who they call a person of interest. We're told that person is a lifeguard at the very park where the shooting happened.
It's evil what happened yesterday.
Oh, they about to bun this white man. Have mercy. They about to burn this white man.
It doesn't make sense.
Shock and disbelief only overshadowed by sorrow.
Look at that little ass ponytail in that bitch's head. Nigga, I'll take that homeless woman over this black nasty ass.
It doesn't make sense.
Shock and disbelief only overshadowed by sorrow after the shooting of 2 teens in Douglas Park Thursday. 15-year-old Marjay Dotson, the medical examiner says, was shot in the back and killed. 14-year-old UIC college prep sophomore Jeremy
That nigga
Harris.
going to college, preparatory. Woo, that's the biggest lie I ever told us. These niggas are college worthy.
Being treated in the hospital after he was shot in the neck. The gunman, Alderwoman Monique Scott, says was the lifeguard.
Oh, shit, Monique about to come speak.
At the park's pool, a man in his 50s with no criminal record.
White man, goddamn white man, you gotta get the fuck away from these niggas. Fuck out, nigga. If I saw a nigga drown, you know what the fuck I do?
What?
Keep moving. Ain't about to help no fucking nigga. I don't give a fuck how old, how young.
You leave him to drown.
Nigga, you found your black ass in water. You better figure out how to get out.
I can't see myself waking up, taking a weapon to work, and firing it on children.
Man, I'm so fucking tired.
I wonder why he felt like.
They said he was.
I wonder why he felt like he had to. I wonder why he felt like he had to take a weapon to work.
These niggas don't understand. Like, you know, the same reason that China man said he didn't want to live around their black ass. They can't figure it out. This is why I say, believe, goddamn it, if you fucking niggas can't figure it out, you know who will live around your motherfucking ass? Them child molesters. Nigga, I got the pipeline. I got the connect now.
What do you mean by that?
I got the connect to the predators, the child molesters. I already got 2 of them right here in the hood, nigga. Prowling for children. They ain't got no gun, nigga. They going after the ball. And since you want to disarm people and shit, then I'm gonna bring them child molesters in. Let's see how that balance out. See if you niggas prefer child molesters.
We don't know what goes on in another person's mind.
2 little niggas' mind. Do you know what goes on in their mind? Look at the braids, man. I hate these fucking braids. Like roping a nigga head. I hate braids.
Me too.
And I think part of the reason why I hate it, not as much because of how it looks, because I know deep down them bitches put that shit in because they fucking lazy.
Yep.
They fucking lazy. They ain't got no hair to protect.
I just know that we need to do better as a community.
WGN Investigates spoke with a person who knows the alleged shooter, who identified him as a Marine veteran who wouldn't do something like this unprovoked. The person said,
I sound like a good character witness down. So what provoked him?
The Chicago Sun-Times reports the lifeguard told officers he felt he was being attacked.
There is absolutely no justification to shoot a child in the back.
I'm so fucking tired of these fucking children acting like adults. Engaging in adult behavior, then you got to treat them like children. You got to respond like they children, right? Why they got goddamn every fucking weapon and everything that they power that they do whatever the fuck they want to do, but you got to respond to them like they children. These are men children, right? They ain't been no motherfucking children. These ain't no motherfucking children. Children don't engage in that kind of behavior. These are nigger children, whatever the fuck you want to call them. But we gonna have to come up with it, honestly, bro. And I truly believe this ain't. We're gonna have to come up with a new classification for these niggas. We gotta come up with a new. You remember what?
Well, yeah, because you can't call them children because they're dangerous. They're dangerous. Usually, children aren't dangerous. They're dangerous.
Yeah, they're very dangerous, and they will take money straight out your motherfucking pocket. Right? These are adult behaviors. They're creating chaos, and you know what? We've talked about this so long. It's really something that the blacks can't control their children. That shit is amazing.
Yeah.
That shit is amazing, nigga. Like, fuck the adults, nigga. These some bitches can't control children. And then they hide behind them because you can't do nothing to these motherfuckers. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus, man. Bro, the fatigue is like my meter going off. Way overboard and spun all the way around.
Anywhere, let alone a public pool and park.
Jeff Nesland represents the family of Jeremy Harrod. Harrod is the cousin of Laquan.
You know what's so interesting about this? Old fat black bitch talking about, I can't understand why he had a gun at the school. But the same bitch can understand why Carmelo had a knife at his school event. It's like the logic, it never, like, it only goes their way. Carmelo brings a knife to school, them niggas will run and duck and make up all kind of motherfucking excuses to say it was he had a right. I had a nigger, man. I said, I was on the panel with a nigger, Philippe. And I said, the nigger started looking up Texas law. I said, stop, nigger, stop right there. Use your fucking brain, motherfucker. Don't you know they make these niggers go to school with goddamn transparent book bags? What the fuck you think that's for? So they can see their school lunch? Nigga, what books they carrying on? Fuck no, niggas, for weapons and drugs, nigga. Don't even look it up, nigga. You know that you can't carry no fucking weapons on school ground. But the nigga gotta go, he gotta go look it up because he think maybe he's hoping that there was some reason that Carmelo had a right to bring that knife to school. But there is none. Everybody knows you can't bring weapons to school. Fucking common sense. Yeah. The fucking nigga trying to figure out what the law said. I said, nigga, just use your fucking common sense. Just use your common sense. Nigga, stop wasting Google's algorithm time. Just use your common sense for this one. Couldn't do it. And then when he found out he found out the truth, he like, well, I guess you got me, young Galt. Got me.
Yeah.
Then he says
they don't want to use common sense. They don't want to use common sense because they know that doesn't go in their favor.
The common sense killed them niggers. You know, for I'm jumping to this Carmelo Anthony case for a minute. I'm gonna go back to this Chicago. I know you're not very familiar with this Carmelo Anthony, but you understand how niggers think. And so niggers were making up all kind of mysterious weapons that the boy could have had as opposed to the knife. Because deep down, they know that knife was fucked up. They know that knife was fucked up. Yeah. So then they tried to say the nigga was like MacGyver, and he was pitching tents. You ever seen a nigga pitch a tent?
No.
So they said, well, Carmelo might have been helping pitching the tent, and he had a tent stake and stabbed him. When I said, damn, the nigga took like a stake. Yeah, that's what they were saying. And I said, well, how did the niggas find out about tent stakes? I never seen niggas pitching a tent. And then they said, when that just seemed too damn foolish, they said, he had a cleat sharpener, like what you sharpen your spikes on your cleats with.
Yeah.
I don't know where they got that from, but that wasn't true either. It was a black knife. Black knife.
Black knife.
Black knife. That the nigger brought to school, provoked the man, and with little, pushback, he stabbed the man to death. And the niggers have donated $500,000 to this fucking niggers cause. And this is what we talk about all the time, the negative inheritance. And I think this really plays a part into it. Niggers will donate more money to a nigger facing murder. They put more energy into that than they would building up their own community. I've seen it with my own eyes, right? The energy they put behind Carmelo Anthony nigga, they not about to go clean nothing in their neighborhood. They not gonna stop no crime, nothing. They want this nigger to get off for killing a white man, right? They don't give a fuck about blacks to kill each other, but they really, really, really care when a black kills a white or when a white kills a black. And in both cases, they come down on the side of the black. Right, wrong, or fucking indifferent, man. And that's what's so fucking tiresome with these people. On one hand, don't bring weapons. Okay, on the other hand, it's okay to bring a weapon if you're Carmelo Anthony and you're using it on a fucking white person.
McDonald, who was shot to death in 2014 by Chicago police officer Jason Van Dyke. The officer was convicted of second-degree murder and sent to prison. The family once again calling for justice.
Is the family again?
We want our children.
Wait a minute, that's right. This is the same family. This is nigga's cousin this time? He didn't even get to be as old as Laquan.
At the park. We want our children at the pool. Why? because that's where they're safe.
Alderwoman Monique Scott is calling for heightened security at parks and pools. The lifeguard, we're told, remains in custody. No charges have been filed yet. At Stroger Hospital, Jenna Barnes, WGN News.
It's a fucking white man, though. It's a white man. I wish I could find that article, picture of him. It's a fucking white man that shot that little nigga. And I don't believe.
Did the kid die?
One of them.
Remind me again.
He
Did
popped two of them fucking niggas. Shit.
Okay.
He double.
Did they both?
No.
Did either one of them die?
One of them did. One of them did as a motherfucker. One of them did as a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can pull up a picture of this man. Where's the white man? I saw a picture of him. Ooh, that white man. Oh, Lord have mercy. Park district employee. Let me see if there's an image of him. It was showing up a white man. Older white man, too. And he didn't leave the scene like Carmelo. He stood there because this is his bike. This is his fucking bike. That shit look like one of my bikes. What these fucking niggas? They got what they fucking deserve. Karma, motherfucker, for stealing my bike. You motherfuckers. Karma, nigga. It's karma. Karma. For every nigga that steals a bike, there's a nigga to get popped for stealing one.
Mm-hmm.
Good for this little nigga. That's the bike right there. A large crowd forms as police and paramedics arrived at a double shooting at Douglas Park. Must be named after Frederick Afro Man Douglas. 14-year-old nigga. Near the basketball. They were playing basketball. They were playing fucking basketball and swimming. I wish I could find that fucking white man. Where is that white man that did the Lord's work? Hey, yo, Philippe, have you been hearing about, speaking of niggers in law, did you hear about that nigger on the Puffy trial? Have mercy. He was on the jury. He was on the jury for 6 weeks, I think. And lying ass nigga. He lived in New Jersey. And these niggas, it's one thing for them to commit crime, but they're so fucking stupid, they talk too at the same time. You be like, nigga, if you're gonna commit crime, why don't you just shut the fuck up? Right? And he was running his fucking mouth, and a court employee heard the nigga say he don't live in New York City. He lived in Jersey with his baby mama. And so they had to take him off the jury. So, you know, the time, money, resources wasted on this nigga. But he was one of the few niggers that were on the jury. This lying old black ass nigga weaseled his way into the jury. And more than likely he was going to find Puffy not guilty. But you know what's so interesting? Now that the niggers, what's so interesting about this shit, please? Guess who's prosecuting Puffy?
Who?
Maureen Comey. You know who Comey? You heard that name before. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
When you hear Comey, who you think?
FBI director.
FBI director. His daughter is bringing him back to ass.
That's funny.
His daughter. And now the fucking same fucking nigga that was cheering Comey on. They said, oh, his daughter corrupt. She corrupt. She shouldn't be bringing these charges on Puffy. Oh, these niggas. And, you know, I tell you, man, I think Puffy's fucking retarded, too. I truly believe that.
I heard him talking the other day. He damn sure sounded retarded.
Yeah, he's fucking retarded, man. Which brings you to the next thing. Well, how the fuck he get all that money? Remember you told me you took a phone call from Puffy one time. Remember that? Years ago? Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, years ago. Yeah. Freak off nigga. What, he was looking to buy the building or something?
He was looking to buy my building, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy as a motherfucker. Yeah, but I think he's fucking retarded, man. Honestly.
He sounds retarded. Yeah. If you listen to him talk, he sounds like a retard.
Yeah, I think he's fucking retarded. And I think that the reason why he's able to get all of that money is because of he was able to find even more retarded niggas that he could take advantage of. And that seems to be that seems to be what really was his business model. Find me some dumb niggers and take advantage of their ass It'll all work out. And that seems to be to me what his business.
I mean, that's a way to make money, right? It's find dumb niggers and exploit them.
And that's what he did. He's a one-man
That's
record.
been a successful model for a long time.
Hey, Philippe, you have an MBA, don't you?
Yeah.
What do you think about your MBA? We talked about this the other day.
Aside from the friendships I made by going to business school, is a waste of money.
The connections, basically. You made some connections, right? Well, you know,
outside of that, it was a waste of money.
I don't know if you've been hearing about all these sister gals getting this education, and they here's one. She just got her MBA. She's in the club, Philippe. I'm so ATL shouted. She's playing the video. She just got her MBA. And what they do some kind of fucking silly ass dance where they act like they're eating. So as she's showing off her degree from an HBCU, that's a historically black ass college and university. And and so she's showing off her HBCU degree, and I'm just sitting here saying, these dumb fucking niggas, we overeducating these niggas, and like the MBA for this. I just want you to listen to the music. I'm gonna give you a little sample, little snippet. Listen. ATL. Yeah. Man, it's an MBA. She'd be working. You think she'd be working next to you?
I doubt it. I doubt she would be doing it.
And then I saw another video, man. This was really fucking hilarious. It was about graduates, and I think it was from Howard. And they asked the graduate, well, what are you going to do after school? And they were like, I'm going to get more school, boss, more school. I'm going to get my PhD, my master's, my legal degree, just all this bullshit. And I'm like, man, like, if 16 fucking years of education ain't done it, nigga, like, do you really believe it? Like, a couple more years here, they're gonna really, like, that gonna be the trick, right? Like, it's just kind of unbelievable to me. Have you heard about New York City's mayor, though, by the way?
The new commie mayor?
Yeah.
Well, mayor or candidate, yeah.
Yeah. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this.
Those principles. And the pressure, no matter the attacks, I will not move on those principles. And I tell you, brothers and sisters of this masjid, that we have an opportunity starting tomorrow for early voting until election day on June 24th, an opportunity to show that New Yorkers want that consistency. They want those principles. They want a belief in humanity. And alhamdulillah, in this city, we have 1 million Muslims. 200,000 of us are registered as Democrats. But in the last election, only 7% of us voted. Now, I will not judge anyone in our community because often it feels like there's not much to vote for. But this year, we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity. And I can tell you, I began this race at 1%, and today I am just 2% away from Andrew Cuomo. 2% away from City Hall. 2% away from making history. And that is why every day a new Republican billionaire puts $1 million into this race to attack me. But I know that I have something they do not have, which is the support of people.
Philippe, he's speaking to all Muslims here. One of these motherfuckers got on like some kind of garb. I don't know what the fuck he's wearing. But this man is Indian. I think he's Indian by way of Africa. He got a middle name, boy born on Tuesday in Ghana, Kwame. That's his middle name. He can go
across this. So I ask you to tell everyone in your life that this election is here, to tell them what's on the ballot, and to tell them that we as Muslims deserve what every other community deserves.
Oh shit, he's in a mosque.
Equality and respect. But we...
Now, one of the things you find interesting, if you're looking at this video of the picture of the mosque, there are no women in there. If I'm not mistaken, men and women go to church separately in their Muslim community. Is that correct? Is that correct? Mm-hmm. They don't worship together. Is that correct? Am I right?
I think they sit on I don't think they sit together.
Right. These niggas are sitting on the floor. It's all men, right? It's all men in here, right? And so he's talking strictly to men.
We know that in this city and in this country, we are not going to be given those things. We have to win those things. And one way we win them is at the ballot box. So I ask you, when you go and vote, remember, it is our opportunity to show that Muslims don't just belong in New York City. We belong in City Hall too. Thank you so much. Salam alaikum.
Oh, they in trouble up there.
Come on, you forgot you're in the mosque? You forgot you're in the masjid? What's going on?
Boy, there's some trouble up there in New York, bro. There's some real serious trouble up there, bro. Real serious trouble up there, bro.
Yep.
Real serious.
Hey, I'm gonna have to run because I need to make a couple phone calls.
Right,
so I'm gonna catch up with you later.
It's always good having you on the show, man.
Always good to be here. Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
All right, look at this. Oh, that was good. That was good. My man Philippe, let me I gotta respond to a couple messages. Yeah, I gotta respond to. Okay, all right. Let me see. Damn, no clapping in the mosque. Is that right? Oh, I didn't know that. You know, I went to a big mosque in London. It was that real big mosque. It was a terrorist action that happened somewhere, and I guess it came out of that mosque. So when I went to London, I said, I want to see that mosque over there. And it was huge mosque, man. And you had to take off all your shoes. All these shoes were outside and shit. Yeah, very interesting. The next mayor of New York, man. You know what's so crazy about this shit, man? These people's down bad to the point where they hoping the nigga win. I saw a line full of Chinese people in line for the nigga, in line for Eric. And I said, what, boy, you know New York in some trouble when they rooting for the nigga to win. God almighty, ain't no way where other white men that could run a city. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see, where is it? Chinese women. Chinese women. MLB, you say you got something about the Carmelo Anthony supporters? Shit, come up, tell me about it. I'm interested. Yo, these niggas they're gonna have to run from this now. That Carmelo shit is really going against them there. Really not going their way here. Let me see. Man, we got a lot of shit to catch up on. We gotta catch up on that white man. That white man that shot that LaQuan McDonald's relatives. Let's see. You know who's gonna have this shit? Let's see. It would be Second City Cop that would have it. See if there's any updates in the shooting. Got to be an update here. Oh shit! They did find this nigga though.
And I'm Lauren McCoy. Neighbors in Holly Grove were shocked to learn Antoine Massey was hiding out in a home nearby.
Andres Fuentes shares their reaction to his arrest.
Right, and it was a rapid response from officers once law enforcement got a tip that Antoine Massey was staying in a duplex in Holly Grove.
Friday afternoon near the corner of Strolitz and Livingston Streets, neighbors say they saw heavy law enforcement presence.
People in vests and shields and lots of police cars and maybe as many as 50 officers out there. It was pretty intimidating.
The commotion was for Antoine Massey, who police say came out of a home on the block without any trouble.
You know, they've arrested, I think, about 24 or a dozen people that have been connected with helping these people fucking hide. That shows you the rot in the black community, that these niggas got away this long and hiding in plain sight, being fed, housed, fucked.
One of 10 inmates that broke out of the New Orleans jail more than a month ago.
6 weeks of the whole investigation, you know what I'm saying? Massey got caught. I want to see the house that Massey got caught in.
Neighbors say the house is a duplex and that Massey came out of the far back portion of the property. Our cameras were rolling when the property owner arrived at the home about an hour after Massey's arrest.
So you the property owner?
I'm the property owner.
Any
shit. That bitch probably was up with it.
And as far as the arrest,
comment. I don't know
Massey
anything.
living on your property, man.
Nope, it's an Airbnb.
The property owner eventually.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And she done traded into my line of territory here. It's the Airbnb? What? Sister gal running the Airbnb?
I see.
She knew that nigga was there. Now, let's be fair. That's why she acting this way.
Living on your property, man.
Nope, it's an Airbnb.
The property owner eventually came back out from the gate and told us that she knew little about how Massey got into her property, but she doesn't believe he's linked to anyone that's staying there.
It's only one tenant you were telling us that lives here.
Yes, only one tenant. And I'm still trying to get in contact with the cops. I'm not sure what's happening. I really don't know what's going on.
Seeing Antoine Massey walking out of this.
Nigga, please. This bitch going to jail too. She lives there. This is a gated property. There's no way he's coming in and out of here without her. I mean, it's possible, but
This property and handcuffs shocked a lot of neighbors here on Strollett Street who never thought that they'd see one of the escaped inmates in their own community.
What is it like?
A bunch of criminals in their community. It's just one more.
Knowing that Antoine Massey was staying right across from.
I'm just happy you got him. It's just shocking around here. We ain't never had nothing excitement around here like this.
Nigga, this Holly Grove. Lil Wayne territory. Nigga, stop lying.
It's pretty terrifying, really. This is a pretty quiet, calm neighborhood.
Now, Massey was originally.
In that case, all it took is one nigga to bring in a fucking felon. Criminal motherfucker. One nigga.
Originally in Orleans Parish Jail for multiple charges connected to a fight with his girlfriend last year. He will also face charges in connection to this jailbreak.
Man, wait a minute. He's just in jail for domestic violence? Is that what he in jail for? What? Well, I mean, she was helping that nigga. What was it? What night he say? Oh man, nightish man. My boy Johnny boy. Man, I can't help him, Johnny. Nightish. You know what I'm saying? He's I let him go to the store on my bike. Nigga, get my bike stolen. Then he had the presence of mind to protect something that he couldn't replace. And you know, this kind of thing, man. You know, like if you're not that intelligent, bro, doing business in the hood, a lot of these criminal niggas got a little wits about them. I give that to you. Give it to them. They got a little wits. And if you're not that intelligent in the hood, man, you're like fucking dog food, low-hanging fruit. Right? I ain't lose shit. Johnny boy got my fucking bike stolen. He went to the store and left my bike outside in front of a pack of nickels. Right? A pack of nickels. And I guess he thought he could just run in the store and come back out. And the niggas wouldn't steal anything. What nigga, you don't know about niggas? What? As long as you've been working me on, it ain't sunken yet, man. If it ain't sunken yet, it never will. And I really can't. I can't. My e-bike, man. I really can't risk. Like, you know, this. And it ain't about the money, nothing, nigga. It's about you got to be willing to take care of things like you take care of your own. And if he's not willing to take care of his own shit, bro, like yo. I can't, you know, because I got too many expensive tools, man, and you know, there's other things I could tell you, but let's just say, you know what I'm saying, like, you gotta have the wits to at least, you know, to take care of people's shit, and so I can't work with him if he can't take care of people's shit. You know, I did pay for the bike, paid something. Somebody had to help me get the bike. I had to pay them. Then I had to pay for the additional cost of the bike. So shit cost me about $1,000 when all said and done. Anyway, yeah, I mean the little blacks jumped on the bike like right in front of him. You know what I mean? Like it was just so reckless on his behalf. Like fucking like you gotta be able to take, man, nigga. I'm the nigga that was more or less helping put money in your pocket. You ain't gonna take care of my shit like it's yours. Then you can't work with me, bro. Like we can be friends and you know come over here and smoke and drink, but that's about it. What's up, MLB? You got something on the Carmelo people?
Oh my god, man! And the level of ignorance, man. I swear to God, man. I didn't believe that there was actually people That's stupid. And just the things that I've heard people saying. I've been on TikTok recently talking about this case with these people, and they have said things that I just can't even. I mean, it's just it blows my fucking mind to hear
Yeah.
these people talk. Like they're up there talking about, and they have convinced themselves. They believe this is what they believe. They believe that what's going to happen is they're going to arrest the other twin. You know, shit, Johnson there.
Um, hey, Mike from Boston.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, good thing I was back here,
Yeah, John just said disappeared. I was like, what?
It's funny because I'm in Africa right now.
No shit, really.
Yeah, it's been almost a month coming up,
What
but
are you doing there?
oh, we come every year for about 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks, sometimes a little bit longer.
Oh
It's just
wow.
something that my family does. We've been doing it
Oh
since I was a
cool.
kid.
You guys having a good
But
time?
oh yeah, it's been great. It's just it's nice, it's good, but like my internet has been acting crazy. But I mentioned that because it's like I'm all the way over here with
Yeah, I know, right?
May,
What time is it over there?
with may or may not what is it called, may or may not internet that works. And then it's funny because John, he just popped because I thought something was wrong with me, and I was like, what is going on with
You
my
know, I thought it
internet?
was me too. I was like, wait a minute, did he
Oh.
just disappear or is my shit
Oh, I'm
fucked
sorry.
up?
Did you ask something? Because it just cut out. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying,
Did you
no,
say
I just,
time?
yeah,
What
yeah.
time?
What's the time difference there?
It's 6:44 p.m. here.
Oh shit! So you guys are like, damn, like 8 hours ahead of us where I'm at.
Yeah, it's
Or yeah, I
6:44.
guess you're ahead. Yeah.
Well, I know y'all were talking about the Carmelo Anthony. Oh,
I
hi,
fucking
There
John.
he
I
is.
missed
There
it,
he
man.
is.
I
What's
missed
up, man?
everything you said then.
No, I dropped out when you disappeared. I came out and came back in because I thought it was my shit that was fucked up.
Camera, audio, light, oh, speakers.
So you were talking about the Carmelo Anthony, and you said about TikTok
Yeah,
and
so I've been because I do my DJ stuff on TikTok. So I have I don't know what the rules are. It used to be that you can't even like join panels on TikTok unless you have 1,000 subs. So I have over 1,000 subs. So I've been joining these panels. You know they have on TikTok all talking about the Carmelo Anthony case, and there's like I've been to all of them. Like I've had an amazing time. I haven't had a lot of fun over there talking about this case and getting these people mad. Man, these people, I go to these panels, man, and they get so angry. These people have things up on like you go into their into their live, and on the screen, they have this topic. The topic will say something along the lines of um they're gonna arrest the other twin, not not the one who passed away, the other twin.
Hunter.
They think that he's gonna get arrested for his
Yeah, I've heard that.
brother's death because he provoked Carmelo Anthony. Like
Yeah, I've heard that.
just
Yeah,
think
I've heard
about that for a second. Think about that. I mean, the level of stupidity and
that. Yeah.
denial I mean, I've never seen any group of people fall into such denial. Like these people, they believe this. They're not just saying this. They believe that not only is this kid who's just indicted on a first degree murder charge, they not only think he's going to walk, but they think that this other twin brother who, held his other brother as he died, he's going to be locked. They're going to go to his house and put him in handcuffs and put him in jail because, he shouldn't have asked Carmelo Anthony to move. And it's his fault because he provoked Carmelo Anthony but they leave out the part where the kid stabbed the Austin Metcalf in the chest. It's insane.
There's a clip of the Metcalf, the surviving one, and he's being interviewed somewhere, and I think Nidish was playing it, and Nidish was under the impression that they were stopping him from saying something incriminating. But there's another clip of him where no one stops him, and he says that he didn't see the actual stabbing. He had his back turned.
Right.
Which means that he clearly wasn't engaged in a provocation with Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
Right? Now, Carmelo Anthony could have been engaged in an altercation with the brother, but he wasn't being double teamed here. So this was a kind of a fair fight if they were fighting. That doesn't give you the right to go to the knife. And that's why I say that for the boy to claim something, he's going to have to get on the stand. He's going to have to get up there and talk. And I don't see him doing that. I was on 90s panel, man, and even the mother of Carmelo Anthony, and it was a black on 90s panel, said the same shit. Like, it was raining. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. You don't have the right to be under someone's tent. And then I think someone referenced Texas law specifically tells them don't be up under other people's tent. Portia, are you aware of this? Is Portia here? Anyway, Texas law. Like someone, I think the lady's name is Sarah Fields. She's on Twitter. She quoted Texas law where, like, it was very, down to the detail of whose tent. Schools must provide a tent. People on the other side, on the opposing teams, can't be under your tent. It was Texas policy or something. Whatever it was Sarah Fields. Maybe it was Frisco school policy. I don't know what it was, but it was spelled out to where Carmelo shouldn't have been there.
Dude, I've heard all this, all these arguments you're talking about. I've been hearing them for days. Like all these things, people going over the damn law about the size of the knife. These people are arguing for hours about no, you can have a knife under 5 inches, and they're reciting case law and doing all this stuff, and it's like, dude. What about the part where he stabbed a kid in the chest? Like, who gives a shit about the goddamn inches? Who cares about the knife? He stabbed someone in the chest over a goddamn argument. I'm on these panels. I'm like, are you guys missing the point? Like, he doesn't matter if he had a knife, if the knife is legal or not. He killed the person. He killed the person.
Yeah.
Fuck the knife. Like, fuck the knife. He killed somebody. Like they seem to think if they win the argument about whether or not the damn knife was long enough to be legal, or whatever, that he's going to be that he's going to be home free. It's like I don't. That's a tiny little piece. No one's going to care about that damn knife. He plunged into a kid's heart. Like that. That's a problem. Like
that's where it all comes down to. Did he have the right to do it in self-defense? I don't think he did.
No, not even close. I mean, it says right in Texas law, you cannot claim self-defense if you
you can't provoke,
instigate, and you can't escalate the situation. So what happened when the kid said, touch me and see what happens, that right there is not what all that's doing is cementing the first degree murder conviction, because by him saying that, he's not saying I'm in fear for myself, please don't hurt me. He's saying touch me and see what I'm gonna do. And that's a way to escalate a fight. That's not what you say when you're trying to get out of a situation. You want the fight to happen, and that means he already knew what he had in his bag, and he's thought about it already. If this kid touches me, I'm gonna stab him. So it's a slam dunk case for the DA. It is a slam dunk.
I've been posing this question to. Go ahead.
Right here, so to give people context, so for Frisco ISD and for the state of Texas, UIL rules as it pertains to sporting events, the school team tents must be set up in the designated area. There's a map for details. Each tent space is assigned to a specific team and may not be shared with other schools. Access to the event area where team tents are located is restricted to meet officers, staff, event volunteers, and athletes with proper credentials. So no matter what it is, whether it was raining or not, he couldn't be there.
No,
Hey,
not at
Portia,
all.
At all.
So Portia, this would also mean that his school had a tent.
Yes.
I mean, this is like the equivalent of going into the huddle of another team. is it that about the equivalent? You know, I've never
pretty much. It's like going to other teams' locker room and starting some shit.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
come on now, like that niggas. Come on now, like shit. You know that boy didn't have the right to be over there. If he walked into somebody else's locker room, that would be like an affront.
Dude, what I've been saying on these panels, these people when they start, because they have an excuse for every little piece. But it's gotten to the point now. I go on there. I've taken a page out of your book, John. I'm like, listen, you guys know it's over. You guys, we all know it's over for him. It's over.
I feel
It's
like
a
we've
wrap.
all known that. Anybody that has a lick of mind or sense, they know that this is over.
Yeah.
But a lot of the people that are talking crazy online, it's crazy because they spent all the money and now they're asking for more.
Well, look, hold on. Here's the thing.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
This gets me into the question that I have here, right? Because we don't know what they spent on. They could have put it away somewhere and said they spent it. But here's the thing. I don't know if that woman is Carmelo's son, mother. Is she? Oh,
I think she is.
But her last name is Hayes. So is the dad not the boy's father?
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah,
Maybe she probably
not his dad,
remarried. Maybe she remarried or something, or like she met him afterwards. But I mean, he's got the name Anthony, but he could have been given that name. Who knows? I think that probably is his mother, since she was the one speaking. That would actually make sense if the father wasn't the real father. Maybe that's why he fell back and wasn't talking at the press conference and everything. So I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, but I mean, the fact though, I mean, from what I heard, he's down in, I guess, Baton Rouge now.
Yeah, that's what they say.
And I'm trying to figure out, like, if that is because
someone said it's not true. But
I don't know. It may not be. It just, there's a lot of rumors going around about it. I mean, I usually would think that a judge would not allow him to leave the state, especially if he's under indictment for a first-degree murder charge.
But here's the thing. So, and this is why I want to head with this. In my opinion, at some point, particularly if this is a blended family, hell, if it's not a blended family, they're still going to face the same dynamics. At some point, they're going to have to make some decisions, honestly, because they do have a daughter, I think. They do have one more child. Is that correct? One more.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm pretty sure it's one more child. I think a daughter, for sure. And they have to look out for her livelihood. They've raised quite a bit of money, and their livelihood is going to be very different going forward in terms of making a living and stuff like that. And at what point do you say, hey, man, we're going to have to, you need to take a plea so we can save the rest of this money and not frivolously spending on legal fees when you're probably going to be convicted anyway.
Right.
We got a daughter to take care of. We're going to have security, probably at least in the near term. There's some choices going to have to be made about that money and where it's spent. Do you throw it down the legal justice system? I wouldn't do. I don't know if I would do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, at this point, they will be lucky to even get a plea. I think because they have so much evidence in this case. They don't. The DA's office doesn't need to give him a plea unless like he needs a good lawyer to even get him a plea. Like in order to even get a reasonable plea where he's not going to spend decades in prison, he's going to need a very good lawyer to negotiate
He's not
that
gonna.
plea.
We're beyond. I mean, whenever we're talking about like pleas and stuff like that, like a good attorney. I mean, because they have, the attorney that they do have his retainer, like $40,000, and then it's like $500 an hour. But,
Yeah.
even though a lot of these people are talking about these things, I think, you just see something, hear something, and take it from there. But he's being charged as an adult.
Yeah, I saw.
And
Yeah, I
he
heard
he
that
has a
too.
C1 charge as an adult in the state of Texas. And whereas before the footage was released and everything that's been going on, in the court system there in Frisco, um, they haven't said this yet, but knowing my state, I believe that him with the C1 charge and what he did, and I've seen the video. Y'all can actually see the video. All you have to do is go and request it. You
Oh,
just can't record it or share it.
you actually saw the video.
Yeah, I've actually seen the video.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? So I've heard all different stories, people making up all. So what really is on the video?
In short, I think I would say it's worse than what we thought or what even I thought. Carmelo was going to, from tent to tent to tent, just walking around, in the rain. And as he's coming up the stairs to get to their tent, you can just see like the altercation. It's like he is coming off there's no audio, right? But it's like he's very aggressive. He's pushing, shoving. Like it seems like he was trying to start something or trying to steal something.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see Hunter and Austin, but Hunter, as he said, his back was turned whenever the stabbing took place. But whenever he turned around, of course, they're trying to get Carmelo, off, and then of course tend to Austin as he's dying. And he's, saying like, call the cops, and people are scattering everywhere. And it's just a very chaotic scene. But there's also images of what is his name? Carmelo, on different parts of the actual stadium, like walking around. He just looks suspicious. You know what I'm saying? So at best, self-defense.
That's crazy.
No.
So you saw. So you've actually. This is the first time I'm hearing. So you saw it go down. You saw exactly what happened,
Yeah,
basically.
and it's really good quality video. So they said that whenever the proceedings start next year, the trial, that's whenever they'll have it released and where you can actually show it. And I don't know, depending on the outrage, I don't know, they might release it sooner than later, but you can literally go and request the video.
Because I was watching. I mean, I've been following just what people have been saying in like the news and stuff, and I've heard that I guess some news reporters have gone and requested maybe it's a different video, but they say that just according to what the news report was, they said we saw a video they let us watch, we couldn't record it, but you couldn't really see anything. Like they were like it was too hard to make out the people because it was too grainy or whatever. But is that a different video you think like that they're talking about? Was there like multiple videos or something?
Yeah, there are cell phone videos. So all of the cell phone videos that were submitted, the videos from the actual stadium, and of course, mind you, the rain and stuff. To me, in my opinion, I feel like from watching all of the different videos and the angles from the kids and parents and all of them, you can clearly make out what it is.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
grainy and whatnot. But then the reason why I put in the other tidbit, because that's in whenever you request the video files, it's like a compiled file with like all of the videos, and you could just see Carmelo going from different tent to tent to tent. He's all walking around the stadium. How it, whenever it first came out, if you take in like everything that we've heard about this case since it came out, it's like, okay, he was trying to stay dry from the rain, right? Like how it was raining, he didn't want to get wet, he was just trying to be at this tent. No, like he's literally coming from the other side of the field over to where this side of the field was, where Metcalf was, and he's going from tent to tent. He's just walking around like it's not raining. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, my God, honestly, for sure, if you went on TikTok to some of these panels, you would drive these people. If you told them what you just told me, these people you would crush their entire, like, there's these people, they are on 24/7 doing panels with 200, 300 people in the room, and they're all just speculating about this damn case, and there's people in there lying about what other people are saying, oh,
Hey,
they saw
y'all.
the video and it showed and it exonerates, it shows a pack of guys going up to Carmelo all wearing hoodies and like he got jumped. I mean, there's people just straight up lying saying that they saw this video, and it's just insanity. But to hear someone that actually like is being honest about it, man, oh my God, this situation is just crazy, man. It's
Yeah, it's
people
just
are friendly.
people. Like I said, it's just listening to these people. That's one thing, but it's just like y'all just you can get the video. So I don't know why they're making this something that it's not. I believe that he's gonna. I certainly believe he'll be getting life in prison.
Yep.
Uh,
Same.
He's not getting out from the looks of it.
You know, I hear the judge is up for re-election in 2016. I think in December or something. He's a staunch Republican and said, "Motherfucker would put extra charges on your ass." You know, he's real strict.
Oh man,
What you want to know something?
something?
Another thing I noticed is like, for instance, like when the George Floyd incidents happened, when the Michael Brown incidents happened, people protested to get these evidence out very, very, very quick, right? But what I noticed with Texas is they took their time and they did their due diligence. Now, all the people that were talking all this smack without not knowing a lick of facts, now they're all quiet.
I think that, you know, in terms of fundraising, they couldn't be pressuring for that video. Fucking Texas fucking around and released the video on their ass or leak it. And so they let them fundraise because the blacks weren't really pressing for the video.
They just ran with that narrative, but I think maybe you said you would have to repeat that for me, John. But the most recent news that's been coming out has shown the updated GoFundMe. And if you remember, whenever they did that press conference and the mom was crying, she was saying, you know, they just now released those funds, right? And so that was a while back. Now we need, you know, another 500,000. With the legal fees have, you know, increased, and so now they're asking for more money, in a way as if they've spent the money that they had, you know.
Right. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have spent at least. I think I counted up about 100,000. Just
yeah, man. Yeah, that shit is expensive, man. These damn lawyers are expensive as fuck, man.
They spent at least $50,000 on legal fees already. I would imagine. You know,
Dude, it's going to cost them if they want to. If they want to take this to trial, we're talking about close to $1 million in legal fees. Like honestly, these lawyers, if you want for a good lawyer, I mean, these guys honestly for one court appearance will cost you $10,000 just for a hearing, 10, 15 grand.
Man, I heard that they were looking for
You see,
1.5.
yeah, right now their goal is 1,396,725, and they've raised $541,000, but they've had to update it. And people are, I mean, we got 11 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago, an hour ago.
I don't think they're gonna get it though.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, I think the longer this goes on, man, and the more people start to realize that there's just, especially once this video is seen by multiple people, I think people are just going to leave this kid to rot, man, because like they're going to see that he's just a killer. He's just a killer. He's
They're
a killer.
gonna forget about him.
Let me read this to you guys really quick for what they said. And this was on June 25th. It says, the Anthony family would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has supported us through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you for all of your prayers, letters, donations, and unwavering encouragement. John, you're going to love this next part, so listen really good. Today, we received the official news that the Collin County District Attorney has indicted our son, John, your nephew, your friend, and your neighbor. This is a moment we hoped we would never face, yet one we've been preparing for throughout these long, painful months. Through it all, you, our community, have been our strength. Your support has reminded us that we are not alone. Your love has helped us stand in the face of heartbreak, threats, and misinformation. Now, as the legal process moves forward toward trial, we enter an even more intense phase, one that will demand everything from us emotionally, financially, and spiritually. We're not here to try this case on social media. Of course you're not. We're not interested in online arguments or judgment from those who do not know the full story. Carmelo will defend himself in the court of law, not in the court of public opinion. Some may wonder what this fund is truly for, and we want to clarify with transparency and honesty. These funds are being used to cover essential and urgent needs that have arisen as a result of this tragic situation, including but not limited to safe relocation of our family after repeated threats and public leaking of our address, basic living expenses as we've had to uproot our lives, transportation to and from court proceedings, trauma-informed counseling for our entire family, enhanced security measures, and critically retaining qualified legal counsel and a thorough, fair investigative team. While legal expenses are a significant part of this fund, they are only one part. Our family, a loving, God-fearing family, is simply seeking safety, justice, and peace in these trying times. So today and until his trial date, we humbly ask, please consider making another contribution to the fund for Carmelo. Please continue to share it within your network. Please stand with us for truth, for justice, for our son. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. Your prayers, your compassion, and your generosity have meant more than words can express. With love, the Anthony family.
Wow.
John, question.
That's amazing.
Since you're a landlord and all that, wouldn't it be cheaper for them to, I don't know, get themselves in a situation like Be Brave, live out in the outskirts? Wouldn't that be cheaper? Wouldn't that be more safe?
But they still have to work, though. They still have to work. And, unlike
with all
Be
that
Brave,
donation money, I mean,
man, that
wouldn't
money
it be cheaper to live out there? Like,
most of that money gonna go to legal fees if they decide to defend them.
Yeah, the legal fees. Jesus
They
Christ.
just get half of it. To be fair, let's just say $500,000 go legal fees. They've already probably spent at least $100,000, on just living. That's 4 people. There's at least 4 of them. Right?
Yeah.
And it's been
John, did you see that one of the most recent documents that was filed in the case was Carmelo's side. He filed for something that it was, I forget what it was called. It was basically like an acknowledgement that indigent. Yeah. So that means that they've spent the money, in my opinion. Like, why would they be filing that to
I
try
think
to seek any
I looked at
type
that.
of assistance?
I looked at that. What I think is, if you look at the GoFundMe right up there at the top, it says these funds are being collected by Kayla Hayes. Well, she's not on trial. She could collect the money and blow the shit, right? But Carmelo need legal defense, so that would make sense. Because technically he's indigent. He's being charged as an adult, but he ain't got no money.
Right. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Damn.
This is one of the decisions I think that they're making here. I don't even think they can stay together through this. If that's not both of their sons, if that's not their biological child, they won't be together. Maybe the husband has already moved to New Orleans.
Yeah.
They won't
John,
do this.
Hey, he's your cousin. He's your neighbor. He's your nephew.
And so the father very well may have moved to New Orleans area. They just split. How many men would stay with this woman?
Yeah, have his life threatened and all that. Like,
right, and they've already said this nigga's a fighter, right? The father, knowing these Negro family dynamics, if this is a blended family, the father probably like, hey, this bad little nigga been bad all along, right? That's probably what he's saying, right? I've done seen it before. And the father, man, fuck this shit. I ain't going through all this for this.
He made his bed.
It ain't my child. Shit.
He made his bed.
Yeah, he knew he was a bad little kid. He was like this little kid running around fighting, bringing knives to school and shit. Like, looking for trouble and shit. It all told the story when this first came out, and that girl said on the news,
"Yeah, he's a fighter."
He was known for fighting.
Hey, let me ask you this question: like, if they were collecting that money, when they collecting the family of Carmelo Anthony, Kayla, and whatever the man's name is, when they've collected
that's what you'd think. But you're probably right. He's probably out of here, probably gone. He's probably like, fuck this shit, man.
That ain't his child, man. He out, man. We don't even know if them people married.
He's like, this money's gonna go to waste. He's already guilty.
Yeah, do we know if they married? like
Don't know. That's a good. I could find out. I could find out if they're
like
actually
I can imagine if that's her child, and she probably said, "I want to defend this with all the money. I want to defend my baby. My baby. We gotta give him the best defense possible." And the daddy like, what?
But you say, okay, so whenever you say the best defense, and then you're looking at the give, saying go here in Texas, this for the United States and the Texas Constitution and statutes guarantee the right to counsel for anyone accused of a crime that could result in incarceration who cannot afford to hire an attorney. So this is what was filed on his behalf, saying that he can't afford to hire an attorney. Is $500,000 not enough?
Not enough considering what they're facing. Like, that's just legal fees. But these people got to live. They can't work right now.
You know,
they're paying some kind of security. You can disagree with security, but they're paying for it.
Yeah, they are.
So, shit, you can burn through $100,000 over 4 people.
I also think that they did this because maybe they want a some type of lawyer with a name or that wants to make a name to take this case.
I think they're making the decision not to use all these funds on the legal fees and leaning on the courts by filing that paperwork to say
that's what it seems like, because I mean, I think that they know that this is a losing battle. I mean, they know at the end of the day this kid's going away for decades. Like, there's no way that he's gonna, there's no lawyer that can talk their way around a video of this kid starting an altercation and stabbing somebody. I mean, there's no way you're gonna be able to justify it. And it's over with for him. He's done.
Yeah, I think that's a man's perspective, but the mama's love. And they said, we're gonna fight this. He a good boy.
Yeah, I mean, if she sees the video though, I mean, it's going to be hard for her to rationalize that. I mean, it's crazy.
Let's be honest. You think that she saw that video?
I don't know. I mean,
of course. I mean, they still have proceedings. They just can't talk about it.
I could see her saying, "I don't want to see it."
Yeah, same here.
I don't want to see it. Yep. I don't want to see it.
I mean, but that just means that she knows that what it is.
What I'm saying. Like, no, that means she don't want to know. Right?
She don't want to know.
If she wanted to know, she could see it right there in color.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, but the reason she doesn't want to know is because she knows what it's going to be.
Yeah, there's some type of.
She knows what's going to be on it. Like, she's like, all right, if I see that video, then I'm gonna have to admit to myself that it's over.
Mm-hmm.
I bet the father, whoever the hell he is,
he saw that shit. He was like, man, I'm fucking out of here now, man.
He's like, this idiot.
And then he said, man, it's over.
That's why he's not talking. He's not been saying anything. He's like, I'm not sticking up for this fucking kid. It's not my kid. Little killer.
That's not his dad.
Hey, hold on. Can you find out if that's his dad, MFE?
Yeah, I can find out. I can find out.
I'm trying to find something right now.
Yeah, if you go to the
I thought that was his dad.
I think they probably, because they're from Louisiana originally. If I just go to the Louisiana the vital statistics where they have marriage certificates.
Yeah.
We could see if I could find one for them, because it should be on a record there. I assume that's where they would have gotten married, unless they got married in Texas. But I think that they're all from Louisiana originally.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, but how would you be able to tell if that? Oh, you can vital statistics would have his father's name.
Yeah, it would have the marriage certificate or the license they had to get in order to get officially married. And if there's not one, then it means that they probably are not married.
But what about the birth?
Oh, great! Here you go.
What's up, Warren?
What's up, man? What's your take on this, man?
Warren's seen the video too.
That wasn't self-defense, man.
Yeah, no shit.
that was clearly not self-defense. And I'll be quite honest, this morning I was trolling. Well, I call it trolling, but I don't respond. But I was looking, I guess, quietly looking at the X posts from the Next Generation Action Network and commenting. His dad, I saw his dad's quotes as well. His dad just simply gave a listing of where the money actually went.
Really?
Yeah, his dad was basically just, the money went here, we needed this, that, and the third. He actually outlined the expenses.
Damn, I need to check that out. You got a link to that shit, Warren? I want to see that.
Did it go to sneakers, Warren?
No, none of it went to sneakers, believe it or not. But the dad was the more sensible one. The dad was the one that wasn't freaking running his mouth, acting loud, acting like a village idiot.
Hey, Juan, how much did he say he spent so far?
They didn't say how much they spent in totality. They just said where the money went so far.
How much you think?
Let me start over. The dad said where the money went so far. Dominique can't shut the F up to get out of his own. He can't get out of his own way.
Hey, so based upon what you heard, how much money you think they spent based upon what he said?
Easily 300,000 at least.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, easily.
Damn.
When that money's donated, is it taxable or?
I don't know.
Hey, Warren, how many children do they have? 2 or 3?
Portia, they have 2 that we know of, right? Or was there a third one?
Yeah, the younger daughter. She's in elementary school, and then Carmela.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, 2. Okay.
You know, I think they do have to, because if you get a gift, I think this would be considered gift money, and you do have to pay, capital gains tax.
Yeah, that's what I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah, so they would have to pay taxes on this money.
So
I think.
Shit.
I didn't study finance, so this is above my pay grade, man.
So if they get, let's say if they get 500, I'm pretty sure they got to give at least 40%.
Yeah, no, I know, I definitely know that if this, I don't know if something like this would be considered a gift, but if you get a gift, and this is, and if I'm assuming that this would be considered a gift, you do have to pay a capital gains tax on it, and it's a substantial amount. So I mean, you're giving a percentage of that to the government. Maybe 25%. It could be up to that much.
Well, that's still lower than what I had to pay out of my income these past 4 years.
Yeah, y'all see, John, like whenever these people, they leave these comments under these posts, this says my first ankle monitor, giving it to little black kids.
Hey, hold on 1 second. The tax, they are considered personal gifts and are not typically taxed as income in the United States. However, there are specific situations where taxes may apply, and it's crucial to understand the rules. So maybe tax-free there.
Well, I mean, it says that for gifts. Really, is that just for the state of Texas, or?
No, this is an AI response, but
yeah, I don't think that's right, because I mean,
same here.
We get like from my my in-laws give us like gifts every year, and we have to include that in our income. So you know
what's interesting. What's interesting is you say that. Let me put my hat on here. I'm gonna see if you catch it. You say your family gives you money, you have to claim it.
My in-laws, so my wife's parents, in order for them to pay less taxes on the money that because they have a bunch of land that they sell and stuff like that, they gift everyone in their family, they gift a sum of money to every year, and then we have to include that in our income when we file me and my wife, when we file our taxes. So we do have to pay taxes on the money.
So here's what's something interesting. I'm reading this from Gifts and Go here, and Gifts and Go says, if you're receiving funds on Gifts and Go for personal reasons like medical expenses or a personal hardship, I lost my job, and there's no exchange of goods or services for the donations, they are generally treated as personal gifts, which are not usually taxed as income. Does anyone know where I'm going with this? Yeah, Nick?
I know exactly where you're going with this.
Where am I going with this one?
Somebody's going to get audited, but that audit's going to come out clean, actually.
So in reality, you could get a whole bunch of people to donate to you, really from your family, on Gifts and Go, and you could put up a Gifts and Go as a hardship. I think Gifts and Go gets about 3%. I think that's the number.
Yeah,
it's 3%. If it's only 3%, shit, that's probably less than taxes.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that you could use this as a front for the gift, and then you could claim it a hardship, and then you wouldn't have to pay taxes on it. I'll have to think about that next year.
Medical expenses. My dog got sick. Everything. I need medical expense for my dog, and people will donate money to you, and it's tax free to you. Well, who donated it to you? Well. Could have been your parents. Could have been your parents. They have the right to donate to your Gifts and Go like anyone else does, right? That's interesting, man. I'm not giving you advice. I'm just saying that has to be a gate.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I were to do that, I'd have to do it every year and claim a hardship every year. Yeah, so I don't know.
You only need half a million. You only need a $500,000 shot every now and then.
I'll make a send a donation to the DJ Mike for Boston Screwed and Chopped Up Fund. That was a good
exactly.
If it was John that said it or MFB, but it says Carmelo once had private legal representation, but his father said the family could no longer sustain those costs. Now he's relying on the court system for a public defender as the case moves closer to trial. The shift has raised eyebrows, especially after the family raised more than $500,000 through the crowdfunding platforms. The most recent fundraising goal is $1.4 million. Now, so what that does, based on what we were saying earlier, we don't have to speculate. They just let us know that he does not have private legal representation anymore. So they're relying on a public defender.
They're not using the money for legal fees.
So where's the money? Where's the money going?
Shit, sounds like Black Lives Matter.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I'm saying. Portia, like as this case goes forward, that's going to be the biggest buy story. Like, that family going to have to make some hell of a choices, right? Hell of a choices. And this is one. If they're willing to send this boy down and say, "Hey, get your public defender and fight it out with a public defender," that's a trust being made that we rather have the money for our future as opposed to fight for your freedom.
Oh, that's what you're getting at. Oh,
Yeah. Makes sense.
What's interesting, John? Real quick, John. What's interesting is I said literally the exact same thing the other night when I saw the filing in Collin County where he actually filed for indigence, and I'm like, you dummy! You realize that the DA is going to subpoena your effing Gibson Go receipts, right? Like
the Gibson Go. Hold on, one. We covered it. The Gibson Go in the mother's name.
It doesn't matter. The question is that family indigent? They're not. That's gonna.
But hold on. He's being tried as an adult. By the time the case gets to trial in 2026, he'll be adult. He's indigent, nigga, unemployed, unemployable. He indigent.
No,
right?
John, it doesn't work that way. Here in Texas, they look at what you have on you and what you can get access to.
But shit, if I had a son and they look at me and say, "Hey, well, give him some money," I'm like, "No." Then now what you gonna do? Right now, what you gonna just let him go to court without a lawyer? You're gonna have to give him a lawyer. The family.
Well, at that particular point, if I found out that you did that and I gave you, let's say, $3,000 of Gibson Go money. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, yes, that actually happened. He earned about $3,000 in donations over the past 24 hours. But if I did that and I found out that you were doing that to your kid, I want my money back because that wasn't its intended purpose.
Well, but it is in a sense because I think they mentioned that it was for legal and living expenses, so they included that. Man, look, I'll tell you what happened to me. And this family had to face the same thing, and this was 10, 15 years ago. As soon as you go down there to the lawyer, man, and I think someone mentioned it, he gonna want a big ass chunk of money right off the break. And today, for a charge like this, he may want 100,000, right? And one may be able to correct me. I'm guessing it might be at least 40, 50 on the low end as a retainer.
For a murder case, no. Murder defenses are red rum defenses are extremely expensive. The guy that I interned for.
What do you think the retainer would be? What do you think the retainer?
That's what I was getting at. The guy that I interned for when I was a 3L wanted a retainer for one guy of $1 million, and they're like, $1 million? Like, yeah, we want $1 million. It was a murder case. It was a red rum case. Capital punishment was involved because the DA was actually seeking the capital penalty. At that particular point, yeah, he wanted $1 million. If I were the parents and I would have played this smart and not listened to Dominique, and I can't stand that guy, by the way.
Yeah, man.
$50,000 as retainer.
Say what?
I would have put up at least $150,000 as a retainer.
Right.
That doesn't mean that that's how much it's going to cost. It might actually end up costing more, but at least you have $150,000 in the pot.
Right. And so, Portia, what happens is you put the retainer down. I mean, I'm talking to the audience. So you put the retainer down. You be like, okay, we cool. And then he started filing motions and shit. Have they had any court appearances yet? I think he's had at least one court appearance, right?
Had 2 court appearances.
Yeah, was he present for the indictment? Did he have to be there for that or no?
The lawyer had to be there. I'm talking about the lawyer right now. So every appearance by the lawyer, he's gonna bill you from the time he hop in his car to the time he get to the court and the time he get back home.
You're damn right we are. We get paid to think, man.
And so there's gonna be, you know, depending on where you are, depending on traffic. Let's just say an hour in traffic. You know, an hour and a half in court. And let's say you got two employees, you know, one employee with him that's been working on the case. You burnt through maybe, I don't know, $5,000, one appearance, minimum, right? Minimum, and any paperwork preparation he had to shit. That shit.
Even the phone calls.
He's
Every
calling
phone
you,
call because
bro.
you want to talk to him in order to calm him down because he's nervous. That's also part of it.
Every fucking phone call.
Dude, I had a lawyer, man, in a situation I had years and years ago. I got charged with a DUI, and I had a lawyer in the case, and I didn't realize at the time, but I was sending him text messages during you know, going back and forth, and that was coming out of the retainer. He was billing me every text message I sent him, questions I had. I had to learn to stop asking questions after a while because the retainer would be gone in 2 weeks. And I'd be like, where did the money go?
And
He's
you know
like,
what?
oh
You
yeah,
know what?
correspondence.
You know what else is gonna come into play for him? In any case, really, are the motions. Like when you go in your lawyer gonna say, "Hey, man, do you want to file a motion to repress your statement that you made to the police, Carmelo?" And the family gonna say, "Yeah, hell yeah." They go, "Okay, that's gonna be 10,000. If you want to keep your ability to appeal a potential guilty verdict, we need to file this motion right now to repress your statement." Now the judge may let it in, but you got to have the appeal in
to preserve error. You have to preserve error.
Now
You ain't lying.
Now the lawyer has done this shit 1,000 times. The same fucking motion. It's a template problem. He just put your name on there and put the court date or court house, wherever the address, send it in. Motion filed, $10,000.
Yep.
God
Yep. And most of the time they know that they're gonna lose these motions too. Like in my thing, there was a motion to suppress, and he knew it was gonna, and that cost $10,000 for us to have the appearance and do the motion. It was denied, and I asked him after. I was like, "What are the chances of us winning that?" He's like, "Slim to none." I was like, "So what? So what the fuck do we even file that shit for?" Like,
it's for appeal. In case you get
down. Exactly. If there is one inkling that the motion has merit, then we file it. I mean, and the other thing that a lot of people don't realize, I know because I do this for my boss. Once I'm licensed, I'll be doing this on my own. The thing is with a motion, it's not like one piece of paper that outlines the arguments or the reasonings in like list format. You're filing that particular notice that you're filing a motion. Then you file the motion, and to supplement the motion, you include what's known as arguments and authorities. That's the legal brief, and that's where the majority of that $10,000 went, because you're dealing with a $1,500 an hour attorney, and he's taking 10 hours to look at the case law. The case law may have never changed, but you want to make sure that there's no negative treatment, that case hasn't been reversed on appeal and things like that. That takes time. Then they got to plug in your facts to the cases that they're citing. That takes time. Then, of course, you review and you do the table of authorities and all that stuff. And before you know it, $10,000 to $15,000 for that motion is out there.
Dude,
So, Portia, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is when these people are going to have to start making decisions for their future family, just free, and for Carmelo, because all these motions, they're going to have to make decisions. Okay, 10 more on this motion, 10 more to file this motion. And you be like, wait a minute now, this boy gonna be guilty. Most of these motions probably aren't gonna succeed anyway. Do we keep spending money on this, on an obviously guilty man? Or those hard choices? And if you say he's not gonna be offered a plea, oof, that means you almost have to spend it, or just goddamn let that nigga go to the wind.
Juan, what was it again? 20 to 90?
What was what again? I'm sorry.
The years, if he's found guilty, was 20 to 90 or something like that? That's what
no, first degree murder, 5 to 99 years. A minimum of 5 years, a maximum of 99 years because of the first degree felony.
Yo, I don't know. Is an update on that case in Allison? Remember CKJ3 kept asking me, yo, cover that trial. Yo, the judge hammered that boy harder than he added a weapons violation on that boy. And gave him more time than he normally would have gotten. Them fucking Texas judges don't play around down there.
Was this the case in Belton?
Yeah. The
Well,
judge,
he gave him,
weapons
what did he
charge.
give him? The entire 2 years? I mean, shit, he'll be out in 9 months.
But I think they lowered it to like criminal manslaughter or something like that.
It was criminally negligent homicide. In North Carolina, that offense would have been a misdemeanor, right? But here in Texas, it's the state jail felony.
And so he added the weapons charge to give him a little more time.
Oh shit! They had an affirmative finding of deadly weapon, John.
I don't know if they did or not, but the judge did. I don't know what that means, but the judge said so. So
if there's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon, that enhances it. Yeah,
that's what the judge did. The judge added. They said it. From what I read, he added the charge for whatever that means. So in other words, like these judges go pretty rough down in Texas.
Yeah, but this kid's gonna be by the time he gets out of prison, if he gets out, he's gonna be 60 years old.
No, he won't be that old. He won't be that old. I think probably
40 or 50. How much do you think he's gonna get? What, 30 years, something like that?
At the max end, there were, in a case similar, in similar facts here in South Texas, a guy got 35 years, another dude got like 25 years. So
yeah, I mean, that's given though that he doesn't get in trouble when he's in there though. Like, I mean, I don't know, kids that get this kind of time, a lot of times when they go in there, they get tasked with doing a lot of the dirt, because he's gonna have to click up with the blacks.
Oh yeah,
when
and
he
then they
gets
do
in there.
dummy missions and all that BS.
Yeah, and they send these kids because they know they're not getting out anytime soon anyway. So they'll this kid, he's gonna have to get affiliated with the blacks when he gets in there. With the Texas.
No, in Texas, the prison system isn't like that. Everybody thinks that all of the prison systems around the country are literally the same politics as California. No, here in Texas, it doesn't work that way.
Really?
It's like that here.
Yeah, no, in Texas, it's based on where you're from, right? And then what group you are. Like, if I were to go into the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, they would say, like, where are you from? South Texas. Okay, south of San Antonio? Yeah, way south of San Antonio. Okay, you're going to be with the Bajucos, right? And then, where are you from? You're from Houston or you're from Dallas. Then at that point, that's when they start splitting you up, Bloods, Crips, all this other BS.
Yeah, I was watching. There's a channel on YouTube, a number of channels on YouTube where it's Texas inmates, and they're talking about the process where when you come in, and they were saying that if you're that it's mainly the blacks and the Mexicans, are the two main dominant groups. The whites are the minorities in there. But he said that the last thing you want to do is go in there and not be affiliated with anyone. He's like, you have to get stomped down with your race, and then from there, that's what this one guy was saying. But I don't know, he could be lying.
That was
I was going to say real quick to go back to the question though. I think that Carmelo Anthony at the high end would be probably 49, 50 years old when he gets out. He'll probably be in his late 30s, early 40s when he gets out.
Flying cars and shit.
Nigga come out here and jump in the manosphere. Talking about get some women and shit.
John,
He's still getting more girls.
You guys were talking, and I wanted to, because I'm thinking about what you were trying to explain to me. And I think I'm probably piecing some of it together a bit. So it looks like they actually are married. She just kept her last name. Like she didn't change her last name. And it looks like we have 3 sons, Carmelo being the oldest, and two younger brothers and a little sister.
I thought it was 3 of them. Yeah. I thought it was 3. Mm-hmm.
And so on this video here that he posted, which is all over the internet, and I hadn't seen it, but let me see. So you'll see they're in Vegas for his anniversary, for their wedding anniversary with the kids, and I'll turn it up in just a second. I mean, just to what you said, because like now it makes me think in other terms. Okay, listen.
This ain't nothing but a box. She coming about $2,000. Come on, baby.
Spending $2,000 on bottles of Ace of Spades.
That's the dad right there? That's the dad, right?
Yeah. This is the dad. I figured you might appreciate that.
Dude, nervous. Calm down, Papa. What the hell?
Oh my God.
Wait, are they in like one of them cars?
Like a limo type of fancy car ride, something.
We fly.
They're in Vegas for their anniversary.
Portia, when was this?
Last year.
Last year before the incident, or
yeah.
Okay.
Is that
yeah?
Who is that right there?
That's Carmelo's dad.
Oh, so the key is not with them.
Yeah, they are. They're just not. You'll see him in a minute.
Okay. That's
It's
Carmelo
our
anniversary.
He looked just like his daddy, don't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, they favor each other like crazy.
Back it up for 1 second, Portia.
Back it up. Okay.
Wait a second. When she's going into the door. They're right here. And
I'm gonna
pause it in like 1, 2, get ready. Pause it right there.
About to make more kids.
I use those same locks right there. Those are Yale smart locks. Sorry.
Oh gosh, John.
Where can I find those smart locks, John? Asking for
Amazon. They're good locks, man.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, they balling out.
That's just damn
wearing
nasty.
a mask.
They got a sweet.
Baby, love. What is that in the background? They're like a mannequin or something? On the tape, they're balling out.
John, you don't understand. It's our anniversary.
They balling.
So, but John, like whenever you talk about the money, like I might as well use it for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, of course. Well, why not? I mean, they were already doing this sort of thing, so
they're going to cut back.
Yeah, but he has a good job though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, he make good money.
She's a stay-at-home mom, right?
Bro, he's unhireable right now. Right? There's no black ecosystem who's going to hire this nigga and pay him what he was accustomed to living.
I don't know about that because Austin Metcalf's father should have technically been unhireable for certain reasons as well, but he's not. He has
there's a white ecosystem where he may still be at work. Hell,
not after what he got convicted of, John.
Bro, I got a motherfucking sex offender renter right now who's a manager of a furniture store. Damn. What do you mean? You want me to call this probation officer? I'm looking for more.
In this picture, her purse. Let me see. I'm gonna have to stop it.
That dope.
Portia done pulled up the purse on their head. Look up.
You see her purse? It's like a money. It's like It's a Benjamin.
Benjamin's fortune.
$2,000 in the hand, in his other hand, $2,000 in her hand.
Oh man.
Ooh, they living good.
Ooh wee.
That shit's about to change, man.
Hey, niggas, y'all want to keep living like? Hey, if y'all want to keep living like that, you cut that nigga off.
Shit, man. We went to Disney World last week. We didn't spend like that.
Cut that little nigga off and let him just with it. And you living like that.
We didn't spend like that. Damn, man.
Look, Portia, I'm telling you right now. The reason why they filed that package, their indigent letter, because they want to keep living like this.
5-star restaurants and shit.
One of these motherfuckers want to keep living like this. One of the two niggas, either her, him, or both of them niggas.
Man, I think it's both, John.
You have to put a reminder in the description box. Oh, here we go again. Her pajamas are all money.
Eating in the hotel and shit. They getting served. What they call this shit when they bring it to your room? Room side shit.
Room service.
Room service.
I be had to go down there and eat this shit. I had to get dressed and go down there and eat this bitch eating in the room.
Concierge.
Ooh,
Just got champagne right there, man. Yeah, they're
breakfast.
Room service anywhere in Vegas.
They're gonna cut this kid loose, man.
You start doing that kind of stuff.
I was reading this damn. Listen, I was reading the damn occupancy tax. They have a fee they charge every night on the hotel, like $50 tax, like every night.
Yeah, bro.
No matter how cheap your room is, they add like a $30, $40, $50 fee. I don't know what the exact fee. Some people
it's for that service.
It's like a tax or something, like hotel
service,
tax
bro.
or whatever, And I mean, every city charges a hotel tax, occupancy tax.
They call it here in South Texas.
But Vegas is like $50, like damn.
This looks bad, man. This does not look good for them at all.
No, not at all. Not
this was pre.
This was pre.
But even still, though, just to show what kind of people they are, like they don't look. She doesn't like that. It doesn't go well with their plea.
I mean,
so if you take it from your position, I'm sorry, real quick, because MFB, you're the white person up here now. Whenever all of this stuff starts to hit the fan and you get like the Dominique, the one who keeps speaking out for him. And then of course, black folks, but online saying a lot of crazy stuff like the panels that you've been listening to on TikTok. what white folks were doing were like, they were just going through all of their social media and finding all of this stuff. And that's how I found this video, just from some news source called The Sun or whatever. But they're looking at this like, so why do you need my money? So whenever I'm saying like the white perspective and you're saying it doesn't look good, because we're probably going to be like, but this is before he killed the kid. So why doesn't it look good?
Yeah, why doesn't it look good?
I mean, I'm just saying because you see them now. They're pleading with people, trying to come across as, you look at the press conference, for example, they had, and you see that, what they just wrote on the donation website, that does not go well with seeing these images at all. I'm just saying these people look like they like money, they like spending their money, they like living a certain type of lifestyle, and they don't come across as these caring parents that are all about their kids. They're all seems like they're all about themselves.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, MFB. I'm going to explain it to Portia in ways that I think tie into some of the things I've been saying. Just a few minutes ago, MFB said every year a relative they have to pay taxes on money that they give them. Correct, MFB?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And here we have some not so rich people, probably not as wealthy as MFB's family, because Carmelo Anthony's family could be doing the same jig. They could be, the laws allow you to give your children money at any age, and it is tax deductible. Correct?
Yep.
Right? And every year you can do it, and the amount rises and so what you're seeing here is the flip side of what DJ MFB's relatives have done. Every year, his relatives have so much fucking money, they done saved up, saved it, been industrious, and they have money to leave over to however many children he mentions. These people are spending all their money now. They're having a good time. They're not rich enough to live like that. I've worked 2 jobs the majority of my fucking life, including being a landlord. And I've never experienced this. I'm just being real with you. And these motherfuckers, she's a stay-at-home wife, and they need to be living a little bit more frugal. And they might would have been able to weather this storm a little better financially. But
John, the question then becomes, were they able to find things like that on discount? Because I remember when I was married, I took my wife at the time to the rodeo, and I got a suite in Houston, and all of the other trappings that came with it. And I didn't spend that much money. I think I spent in total about $700 for a 2-night stay.
Yeah, Houston ain't bad.
But they're not doing this, man. He just showed a bottle that was $2,000.
Right.
I understand that, MFB, but this is a one-day thing. It's an anniversary.
Right. And Houston ain't right. Shit, like Vegas.
I'm just saying this shows me the type of people that they are, though, and I think John's right. They're not living a lifestyle of let's put away as much money as we can for our kids.
To be honest with you, my wife would be happy with a bottle of wine and some food. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, most of us would be, yeah.
I understand that.
Right, bro. If you're drinking $2,000 bottle of wine, you should be a billionaire. Period.
Yeah, exactly. Like, right? I mean, we would never do this.
These niggas rent. Like, make that shit make sense. You rent and you paying $2,000 for a bottle of whiskey?
Wait, they don't own you? They don't own their home?
Nah, they were renting from some Indians at one point.
Jesus Christ, man. That's the problem right there, man. What are they doing, man? They're spending their whole life savings on this trash. Like, what are they doing? Bro, listen, it's all for Instagram.
Man, I used to loan money to people, man. You'd be amazed what fucking people borrow money for. Hey, man, I want to go down to Six Flags this weekend for my birthday. I'm like, damn, but you get paid Tuesday. Can't you just wait till Tuesday and go next weekend? Nah, man, my birthday this weekend. No, man. Look at this shit, man. Look at this shit.
Oh my God, man! These people, man, they're looking bad.
This dude looks so awkward. Look at him, Jack.
He's like a goofy looking dude too.
He looks so awkward.
They wasn't smiling this much in the press conference.
She gonna go all
man. Look at that, man. Yeah.
She gonna go all out for that boy, man. You hear me? I guarantee you, she's gonna go all out for that boy. She's gonna be willing to go all out.
I know. was I mean, I know men take baths. I know, but I just feel like I wouldn't post a picture.
Who take a bath? Who is
He's
men
taking
that
a bath. Yeah, the
I
guy's
mean,
taking a bath.
you know, John. I don't want to. I don't know, John.
Who take a bath?
Yeah, I wouldn't post that picture if I were them.
Yeah, who posted the picture?
Don't take a bath. Don't post it.
Post that, man.
Yeah,
I'm a man. I take showers over here.
Yeah, I've never met a man that takes bubble baths, but I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that they don't. You know what I mean? It's just like,
Yeah.
I just
they
feel like you don't
They
post it
don't.
though.
Yeah, you.
Like,
I
I
mean,
mean, you could catch
Oh.
us maybe in a jacuzzi or a hot tub or something.
Yeah, but otherwise it's going to be probably a do funny taking a bath. You know.
Bathtub, man. Oh, come on, man. Stop. What the hell are you doing,
Wow,
sir?
this dude's a clown, man.
Man, Carmelo looks just like him.
I think he gonna want to keep that life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Look at this guy.
Hold on,
man.
wait a minute. Let me see.
you
Gotta
doing,
go back.
son?
What? I don't even know what those are. I thought those were the Gucci slides.
No, it's
Can't
a
tell.
thug life
Some
picture
kind of cute though.
The baby dates or what?
Yeah. She's nice looking right there. I like that picture.
He's not looking right, John. What the hell are you doing sticking your tongue out, man?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Carmelo's going to look like when he's in his prison
Why do
cell
you
in
need
about
to get
50
mask
years.
Yo, how old do you think these people are in this video?
30s, like late 30s.
With as much Botox and stuff that they get now, I don't know, John. And I'm visually impaired at that, so I can't give you a good.
How old do you think these people are?
I mean, I'd say he's 37, 38, something like that.
See, man, like man, I don't know, man. And people say I'm different, like maybe I'm a little too rough, but like it's just too much partying, bullshitting for people that age.
Yeah, exactly. With having a family and all, you should not be doing this unless you're very, very wealthy. Very wealthy. Like you need to have, generational wealth to be doing this.
I don't know. It was different for me because like I was snuck into like 20,
I got him.
21-year-old
I
clubs
got
at
him.
the age of 16.
Oh, he was trying to be hard. I got his facial expression and everything.
Hold on. Hey, Portia, what kind of car is that right there? It's got to be a nice car, right? This shit got a big ass extended sunroof type shit.
It's a rental. I'm sure that's a rental.
It's it looks like the.
Oh, that's a rental. Oh, that's good.
Who's
Oh, look at Carmelo dancing, looking like his daddy.
Aww.
He looked like his mama here too. You can see her in here and him here.
He's getting ready to get ready to stab somebody.
Oh, come
He got on some Gucci slides.
Gucci.
Now, John, the car. I think it's this car here. It was pictures. This one.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
it's an Escalade, isn't that Escalade?
No, that's a GMC.
Oh, GMC. What is that? A Yukon or something?
Yeah, Yukon. Damn, yeah, that's a nice ride.
Yeah, that's which one I think it is.
Yeah, but like I was saying, man, like by the age of 26, I ain't want to go clubbing no more.
Yeah, me neither,
that crap,
man.
but I was in my early 30s.
Like I don't know. I just like didn't feel like clubbing no more.
Dude, after college, man, when I graduated college when I was 22, that shit kind of was over, man. Like, I mean, like we did all that shit when we were in college. Like,
someone said he think that's his stepmom.
Really? That'd be a weird kind of situation.
awkward.
Just be stepmom. Why would a stepmom be stepping up in and talking at the press conference and everything if it was a stepmom?
Well,
That's
like
crazy.
Dwayne Wade, Gabrielle Union, she kind of serves as the mom.
Yeah. I mean, he'd have to be a real beta to allow that if it's a stepmom.
You got to find this shit out in the beat. Find out who's
I'll find out. Yeah.
The mom would definitely be on the birth certificate, right?
Well, I feel like if you look, because I went all the way to like right here. Here they are. Here's Carmelo and a sister, and this looks like whenever they were kids,
Yeah.
I think those are his parents, his real parents. I think.
Yeah, I think those are his real parents.
Hey, can you go to a late picture? Go back to that wedding picture again.
What picture?
the wedding, something like something recent.
Oh, recent.
You mean the anniversary pic?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something recent. I can't believe this nigga ain't took his Facebook down. Man, these niggas love internet.
Yeah, they should have taken that shit down, man.
Can we get a full body
He's
of her?
communicating with people.
Can we get a full body of her? Like I would take at least take all the Vegas shit down, make that private or something, and just
So
have.
there's 4 kids.
Yeah, 4 kids.
So is this
look at that?
Like she looks damn good for 4 kids.
Lexus.
the Lexus IS4 or the
So that's
IS3?
so. Wait a minute. Whose car is that? Is that
Carmelo's.
his car? So they bought him a goddamn Lexus.
So they spoiled his ass. That's what that is, then, right?
So they bought him a Lexus and he's out here stabbing people.
Was this after the stabbing?
No, this is before. This was last year.
Okay,
hold on. But part of this is, again, these blacks are already living above their means, right? Living in an area where people may have inheritances. These niggas just work. Every dollar they get more than likely comes from their labor. Right? Ain't no inheritance, probably ain't no family dropping no money on them like this. And so to be spending money like this is really amazing. She looks good for had 3 or 4 children.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does.
But back to what I was saying, I think by the fact that they live in Frisco and that boy's going to school, all the other kids got nice cars, how can he show up in a beater? So they got to step up. They got to step their game up to keep up with the Joneses there. That's what I think what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, she looks good for 40, though.
These baby.
For 4 children, I should say.
Yeah.
So weird. So
TCU, they're at a TCU game.
Oh, LSU. Where did you see TCU?
I was asking. All I saw was purple. That's why I was asking.
Oh, it's LSU.
Dude, you know what, man? I bet you that this kid, I bet you he understands that his family has to do a whole lot for him to keep up with the other kids as far as like the stuff that they have, and that's the resentment that's built up inside of him probably for all this time.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what this is?
Came out.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is a recruitment trip. This is a recruiting trip.
To where?
To college, you mean?
To LSU.
Oh wow.
Look at the guy on the far left. That's the offensive coordinator.
But he wasn't headed to a D1 school, was he?
No.
Yeah.
The offers after all of this came from D2 and D3 schools.
Yeah, D3 schools. Yeah. So this kid had resentments, man. I bet, like against it, and then in Austin, for what I could tell, he was going on to one of those schools that play football, wasn't he?
University of Arkansas.
So he probably was he would probably have been resenting these people for a long time.
They didn't know each other before this.
They didn't know each other, bro.
I know, but he probably. I bet you he knew. He probably knew. I bet you he knew who they were because just based on reputation.
Let me give you an example.
You don't think so?
No, let me give you an example. I told you I had a tenant one time. He was a Native American-ish guy, whatever. He's from West Coast, Seattle somewhere. Oregon, I think. So he came here to work in an internship. Pretty smart guy, software guy. And I asked him, I said, man, and he was going to go off to Harvard or somewhere. And so I said, man, what's it like? You had the opportunity to go to all these private schools and blah, 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 And so he says, man, it made him angry because he saw how poor he really was. If he had been going to school around other poor people, maybe he'd been in the middle of the pack or top of the pack, but seeing how poor he really was relative to other people, it made him angry.
That's not a poor part of Texas, John. My boss lives literally 30 minutes from there.
But Carmelo is not rich relative to some of these people in Frisco who really have money, right? They may have businesses. Carmelo daddy got a job. It's a big difference, right? It's a big difference.
So you're saying that they're living the pauper's lifestyle and he found that out?
I mean, nigga got a job, bro, right? Like, I don't give a fuck how much he making. Like, he ain't no fucking rocket scientist. He's working some job. Like, he's only gonna be able to make so much. And if you're in an area where housing costs about $1 million, there may be people who are like MFB whose family can give them money. This guy probably has no money from his family, right?
Yeah, he's working for it, man. He's working for it every day.
Like MFB gets money every year. He can depend on that. This boy he got to get up and work. It's a difference in wealth. Between wealth and income, this is a big difference.
John, here on this post, this lady named Angie, she says, I don't even know you guys, but I love you all so much. Be strong, mama. They took my baby into, I guess, jail here at 17 years old in 2023, and all I have is family and prayer. I am here, and I know too well this pain. So if you ever need me, I'm here in Grapevine. I'm a real estate broker, so this is not a scammer looking to bother you guys. And she posted a picture of her son.
Should we call him?
His son's in jail.
And her son's locked up. He got locked up whenever he was 17, she said.
Should we call him? Is
Badass kids.
Is there a number up there?
No, this is just some lady, some random lady who left this comment in April.
Did she leave anything about where she works or anything?
Let's see.
Oh, she gotta have a number.
Elevate Realty Company.
Oh, I could find. We can get her number easy.
Yeah, that's easy to find, man. Look up her what is it? MNLS number.
It should be on the page.
Yeah, it'll probably be right there on our page. You want to ask you some questions?
All right here. Oh, well, I can say it's 817-893-3990.
893-3990.
And she should have known better than post that shit publicly on here, man.
I'm about to call her right now.
Hello.
Hey, hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I saw your post on Drew Anthony's Facebook page, and I was curious to hear the story about your son. I'm sorry,
How did you get my number?
Oh, it was on the Facebook page. My name is John Galt, and I do like personal interest stories. And so when I read your comment, I just clicked through, and I found your story interesting. And I would love to hear your story if possible.
I've never posted my phone number. I'm sorry, but I don't think I've ever posted my phone number on social media.
Oh yeah, I guess it was your business or something. We clicked through today.
Yeah, I would love for you to show me that because this is a random call and I don't know what this is about, and I've never passed my phone number out for calls like this.
Yeah, oh, that's right. It was your realty company. What is it? Elevate Realty. You had offered some realty services to the Anthony family. So I'm in real estate. Correct. I am the urban landlord, John Galt, and so that kind of piqued my interest as well. But we also wanted to hear the story about your son as well, because that also piqued my interest in.
Okay, and who are you calling with?
The Urban Landlord on YouTube, and I am John Galt, one of the hosts here.
Can you send me a message on Facebook so that I can search this up, because I'm not comfortable with speaking with you. I don't know who I'm speaking with.
Okay, sure. Portia, can you send her a message quickly?
Hey, I'm on the phone. Calm down.
Okay, we're gonna have someone send you a message. But yeah, it's just a YouTube channel, and we cover a lot of topics, particularly like personal interest topics and stuff like that.
Okay, and you say your name's John Galt?
Galt, G-A-L-T.
G-A-L-T?
Yes.
John Galt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does your profile picture look like?
It's a handsome man in a tuxedo.
Do you have a beard, or what is it?
I don't think I have a beard in that picture. Maybe a slight light beard or something.
I don't know. I see several John Galts.
The black one. The good looking one.
You're a black man?
The good looking one. The black one.
I don't see a black man on here.
Yeah. Let me see. We'll be seeing a funny clip from the show. Give me a second. Let me see if I can.
Yes, sweetheart.
Let me see if I can sing a funny clip from the show.
Yes, 1 second, sweetheart.
So I have a lot of Airbnb stuff like that. So I sent you a funny clip from the show there.
Okay. Let me copy it and see if I can put
You might
it
not
in.
want to play that in front of your children, though.
These are my grandbabies.
You might not want to.
And I'm not, you're right. I may not. Yeah, okay.
This was one of my tenants, one of my Airbnb guests tricked another Airbnb guest into having sex with him by telling her that he was me. And so that was the conversation. So that was going to say, that's just
okay, got you.
Yeah, so that's just
okay.
Yeah.
Well, so I don't really know if I'm able to help because I don't, my son's in prison. So it's not a story like the Anthony's or anything. My baby's just in prison. So
I mean, my dad
don't
been to
know
prison. My dad went to prison twice, so I can sympathize with you. How old was your son when he went to prison?
He was 17, almost 18, 2 months later.
And you say he's still in prison, correct?
Yeah, he's still in prison.
Wow. I want to ask you, how was it losing your son? For that longer period of time. I think we saw a picture of your son. You haven't been able to touch him or see him grow up the way you would have hoped. I imagine.
Well, how about we start with you? We need to do, because this has caught me completely off guard on a Saturday.
Where you want to
and I
start?
don't know really who I'm talking to.
Right. Yeah, you want to talk a little real estate?
I still need to see. I can't find your profile information.
All right. Hey, you want to talk a little real estate then? How about that?
Let me find out who I am. I see your link for YouTube, but I'm trying to figure out your Facebook profile.
Oh, one of the other hosts here looked you up on Facebook. I didn't look you up, but one of the other hosts here.
Someone has to send me something so I'm more comfortable with knowing who I'm talking to, because we got all type of crazies going on in the world, and I don't know who I'm talking to.
No, I totally get it. But if you click on that clip, you'll see me. There's me, the black guy right there. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, but you have a Facebook, correct?
It's like a business Facebook. I don't even have like much of a I just use it for business.
That's fine. I have a business Facebook as well.
All right, let me see if I can. Can someone send her a message?
John Galt.
We have one of our hosts over here. Maybe she can send you a message.
I keep pulling up these white guys.
You gotta find the black one. The darker the berry is, they say. The darker the berry
is. No, it's not pulling up any African American yet.
Is it the urban landlord? John Galt.
The urban landlord. Let me pull that up. Urban landlord.
That's correct. Man, I bring them all. I bring it all out.
Are you out of New York?
I don't know if it would have me listed out of New York. I live in New York part time, but
it says property management.
No.
I'm on Facebook.
No.
Okay, so that's not you.
You know what? You can look me up on the Hostel Chic DC. Look me up there. Hostel Chic. You can see some of my properties as well. Hostel Chic. HOSTELCHIC. DC. I think it's DC. Yeah. Hostel Chic DC. Let me see if that's it.
That's what you're saying to me, John. And I don't mean to be difficult, but I don't know who I'm talking to.
No, you're not being difficult. You're not being difficult. Let me see if I can pull it up for you, and then I can text it. Make sure I send it to you correct. You showing some real estate today?
No, I'm not. I have my little grandbabies with me while my daughter go and take care of some things. So I'm hanging out with them. I wish I was selling a bunch of real estate.
How's the real estate market? You in Texas, right?
Yes, I'm down in DFW area.
Okay, yeah. What's the market like down there? I just sent you the YouTube link. The name, the channel name right there. Yep, that's it. Yep.
Oh, okay.
So search for that.
It's tough.
Search for that. You said the market is tough.
Yeah. It's just tough for me.
What makes the market tough?
Well, like I said, it's tough for me, I guess, because I'm not from here and I'm just with independent as a broker. And so I need marketing and that to kind of get me going.
Can you explain to my audience what a broker is?
Your audience? What's going on? You have me on live or something?
Oh yeah, you're on my stream. I thought I told you that. I told you. So we interview. We have personal interest stories here.
Oh, I had no idea that you were on a live. I am so sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem. Excuse me, allergies. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so can you tell my audience what a broker is?
So basically, what we do, we play a role in the buying and selling and renting of properties, and we facilitate transactions. As a broker, we do market analysis, marketing properties. We do negotiations. We oversee realtors. Give guidance and advice, and we make sure everything's in compliance. We provide client representation. We like I said, we supervise all the agents at the brokerage.
You know what? I got a good question to ask you. What is the how's the immigration, ICE, and all that affecting the Houston area? Oh damn, she dropped the call. Damn, I don't know that. Maybe she got scared of that ICE question. I don't know. Anyway, maybe she called back. Maybe she don't. You too suspicious, Lindy Lou. I got you. Anyway, that was interesting. I thought we were going to be able to get her into it, but then she backed out a little bit. That would have been interesting to hear the story of her son, though. That would have been very interesting.
John, you just went straight for the jugular.
Oh man, I figured I better
It's
get
like,
to it.
John, I thought you wanted to call her to talk about real estate. You just go, hey, so your son is locked up. How's that? How do you deal with that? It's like, oh gosh. She has a beautiful website and stuff, but I guess now, look, John asked, how is the ICE situation in the Houston area affecting the market? Oh, and she said she was from the DFW.
Oh, damn, my bad. Shit. I don't know why I thought she was in Houston. Oh, wow. Maybe I got Houston on my mind. Anyway, so she just texted me, though. She said,
interview with the donor to Carmelo.
She said
that is insane. John, you are crazy.
Here's the thing, like lady, you out on Facebook, she like you didn't make the connection to that your shit out, your phone number's out here. I was having a conversation with my friend today, bro, it's a connected world today. It's hard to hide yourself, and her expressing surprise that her number was out there kind of amazing.
Well, I mean, because probably people a lot of times they might not, take the extra step, but her comment did stand out. I mean, I'm sure they have support groups for, families who have, children that are incarcerated and things like that. And so it's nice to know that you have someone that you can talk to, as you are going through this situation. So I felt like, it was more of a supportive post, Yeah. But I mean, her website is flawless.
Yeah, I see she has a lot of properties. I wanted to hear about what was causing her such an issue. Let me see and text her back.
I mean, it is
to interview you.
Super nice.
Regarding
your portfolio, neighborhoods. I mean, gosh, this website looks amazing.
I'm texting her right now. This looks amazing.
Yeah, it really does. It's like, it's really legit. It looks really good. And whenever you see websites like this and, she has her portfolio, the neighborhoods, valuation. If you're looking to buy or rent, search, it's just, you see websites like this and it makes you say, hey, you know what? I might to reach out to Miss Angie
Mm-hmm.
if I'm looking to buy.
That's right, because she's in your area.
Mm-hmm. That looks great. But that, even with her story about her son, so.
You know, it would have been a perfect time for her to really pitch her business, though, because I started to get her on the business talk. It's been a good time.
You should have led with that, John. Maybe have led with that, you know.
Yeah. I went. I jumped right in deep into the pool there.
Yeah, your son, he in prison. He locked up. Does it hurt?
Yeah, I
Do you cry at night?
You know, my dad went to prison twice. Shit, so you know, I do have some of that familiarity there.
Well, John, you got locked up too, right?
Yeah. I ain't been in prison though. I ain't been in prison.
Locked up, you know.
But I did, you know, when I went, and I've told people this story, man. I think 5 or 6 days, or I can't remember. I think it was 5 or 6 days. It was all solitary, straight in a cell, isolation. You know, that shit felt like a year. You know, and when I got out, I started reading about like what isolation does to your mind. That shit will drive you absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
I don't know. This lady, I mean, give or take, I know the reason why we were talking about her, but she seems more interesting to me than
Yeah.
what they got going on.
Yeah, she's got a business and everything going on for herself. You know.
Yeah, and she's a beautiful woman too. So you think she might need to put her face on her.
Oh, I didn't see her. I didn't
On
see her.
her.
Show it to me. Shit. I didn't get a chance to see the lady. Oh, they back up my conversation. Damn, I got back up.
Let me find
These people first.
something tasteful. There we go. Uh-oh. 1 second. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dallas girl. Oh, she's from Dallas. I wonder did she say where she's from? I can't remember.
I think she's from Tennessee.
Okay. Tennessee. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Let me see. Yeah, she's a nice looking woman. Let's see. Kids, daughter. Let's see.
Shout out to Corny, by the way, for the 2 cash apps there. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, the guy send his rent. Wait a minute, that's another guy. Man, I gotta call a couple of these niggas.
And here is another picture of her.
Oh, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Yep, very attractive. Throw her picture up there.
She ought to be a do well in real estate. Shit.
Yeah, I know. Looking like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I could not foresee her having issues selling anything. You know how sweet the world is to attractive women. So
Yeah, hell yeah.
her daughter looks exactly like her too.
Oh, really? She's a looker too.
This is kind of crazy. With this one, she is. Yep, she is. I mean, whoa. This is a very attractive woman. Look at that.
Yes,
We don't know why her son went to jail. She didn't get there.
I mean, he must have killed someone though if he's been in jail that long.
It was just, I mean, she said 2023. It was just a couple years ago.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Only a couple years ago.
Shit, I be juggling.
Did
so
you
much.
talk about Trump saying that guy calling him daddy?
Yeah, my buddy Philippe, he just laughing about that shit. He found that shit hilarious. Oh, sorry, she said her son didn't kill anyone. I don't know. The reason why I thought her son didn't kill someone because she mentioned, it was connected to Carmelo Anthony. So that's why, I don't even remember how long he's been in prison until you corrected me there. No, we corrected that, yeah. I don't know what he went to prison for. The reason why I connected is because, again, she come in on the Carmelo Anthony. So I assume that, maybe they were in prison for the same thing.
I just think it's just the overall thing of being having a child that's locked up.
Oh, hold on, she calling me back here. Hold on for a second. Let me see her bedroom. Yeah, good afternoon. You're live with John Galt here.
Hey, John, this is Angie Thomas calling back. As I'm watching the stream, I wanted to say that I don't know what none of this is about. Rude, but you caught me off guard when you called me randomly. And now as I watch your live stream, I am conversations about my son and his status in prison and him supposedly assumed that he killed someone. That is not the case. My son has not been in prison a long time. The young lady, correct, he's only been in prison since 2023. So I don't know what your live is about and who your audience is, but I don't need anyone passing judgment or the wrong information being put out about my family out.
Well, that's why we wanted you to correct it, and then our host also corrected it.
Yes, but I wish you had contacted me prior to going live and just randomly calling me. I wasn't. So I wasn't expecting an interview or anything. So I don't know what any of this is about. And now someone is flipping through social media pages and, pulling me on your live stream when I never authorization for any of this. I don't know what any of this is about. And I'm sure you can understand my frustration because I wasn't expecting. Neither was I expecting to go on your YouTube channel and see a live where you guys are pulling up pictures of me and discussing. And I don't know what any of this is about. I don't know nothing, So I'm very alarmed by this.
Yeah, we didn't mean to offend. A lot of times we're just covering stories, and then this is a kind of a business channel, so we talk a lot about to business owners. And so when we saw that you on a business, that's what prompted us to call. That's where your number was listed there.
Yeah, but it got into if it's a business channel, you start talking about my personal matter, about being in prison and he must have murdered somebody or killed somebody or whatever you said. And I don't appreciate that, because even though on the Carmelo Anthony's story, I follow them, that my son, you guys just assume that he must have killed someone. The reason why I'm connected because he's a Black man and he's here in the state of Texas. And my heart goes out to that child and his family. That's the only reason why I come. But I don't want my baby being discussed or, anything trying to figure out what's going on in our personal life because I wasn't for any of this.
Yeah, you know what they say when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of yourself. And again, I was making an assumption based upon the tangential connection. I figured that, because again, we only covered it briefly. And again, we're doing, multiple things behind the scenes. And so when my host, because I didn't cover it, my host covered it. And so I probably was multitasking here. And so, I'm hearing tidbits while I'm, doing things. And then I said, well, let's call her. And that's kind of my nature. I just, kind of go off the spur of the moment. And so, because I'm very interested in these personal interest stories. So so at that point, I'm kind of, half listening and I'm assuming that, okay, it must be tangentially connected to the Carmelo, maybe her son, so I've just made that assumption, made an ass out of myself.
Yeah, then it's okay, but no.
And that's the beauty that we do have a host up here that feels comfortable in correcting me and say, no, he didn't kill anyone, or he had, well, you corrected me, and then you said, then my host said, when he hasn't been in prison that long. I thought he'd been in prison a long time. I wasn't sure,
No, sir, he's only been there since 2003, and it's definitely not for murder. grandbaby just made 20 years old this month in June, and he only been in prison for 2 years. So yeah, he has not killed anyone, and I just don't want anyone that watch your live that know me or see me to think, oh, Angie's in prison for murder.
Well,
no, he's not.
I tell you what, the people that were looking at the pictures if you have online were thinking about something else. You are a very, very pretty lady, I must say that.
Well, I appreciate that, but I would love to interview with you on a more of invite where I know what's happening, and I know the questions that you will ask, because this is just random, and I do have my grandbabies with me.
Well, I do have
and
one.
I'm driving.
I do have one question for you. You said that your business is kind of tough for you there in Dallas. I got it right this time, Dallas guys. But you are a very pretty woman. Like it would seem like that would make it very easy for you. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
And that's where people get things twisted at. It's really not about looks. I know people like to sexualize everyone and put people in the same box, but I've not built my business off of aesthetics. I've built my business off of really doing work and my experience. And right now the market is kind of tough because of the interest rates. I know for me, particularly as a broker, the interest rates are causing a lot of hold on to their money, and we just don't know what's going to happen. We have this new president, and people, that's the feedback I'm getting. People just don't know, which way things are going to go, so they're not just jumping in the market, purchasing homes right now. And I have a small business. It's a boutique brokerage. So I don't have, it's myself and 2 other agents that partner with me, and they're fairly new agents. And by me not being from the DFW, I've only been here 13 years, they give business to people they went to school with, college and things like that. So like I said, it's a lot of marketing.
If I may interrupt you for just 1 second, something you may want to hear. My co-host here that was looking up the information that corrected me. She's from the DFW area, very successful young lady. One of our other panelists that comes on the panel a lot of times, he's from, I'm not sure if he's in the DFW area, but we do have a pretty good DFW area there. So they may be looking for real estate one day. And you have made an impression on not just your looks, your website was very impressive as well. I don't know if you heard us talking about your website, but kudos to you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what area of Dallas do you focus in?
So because I reside in Grapevine, I focus in the South Lake Grapevine area, but I've sold homes from Tyler all the way to Granbury. I mean, I go where the money is, because we have a lot of competition. So a lot of times I kind of go where the money is. I don't really have a focus area.
Okay. Man, I wish if you want to come up here, Lone Star Bell, come up Lone Star Bell and ask her questions here. She's available to take some questions. What was it like? How has immigration affected the climate? Do you think it's affected the climate down there?
Well, I feel like it has, but I mean, I can't speak a lot on that.
Do a lot of Hispanics buy houses down there?
They do.
What about the construction industry?
Well, everything has pretty much been affected right now. Everything is pretty much, yes.
Damn, that is interesting. I'm here in Washington, D.C. It's a small city, so we haven't had as much of an effect yet in terms of ICE raids. And, this is a smaller, denser city with height restrictions and stuff like that. So we don't, the price keeps going up. The politicians, they always cut out enough for themselves. But it's interesting hearing about the Dallas DFW market. Anyone have any questions for it? That's the same area that Drew Brees is from, South Lake, someone says. Someone says South Lake is very nice. Yeah, someone get up there. Yeah, come on, Lone Star Bell. Where are you when we need you here? We have a other host here from the Dallas area.
Well, if you know any investors or anyone looking to purchase in this area, I am a licensed broker here. I'm also a licensed broker in Tennessee, and I'm working on becoming a broker in Louisiana.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, well, let me ask you this. What do you think about the Carmelo Anthony case?
All I know, my heart goes out to that family. I followed the situation. I hadn't been up to date on it in the past 30, 45 days, but I've talked to the father through social media a few times during the boy's birthday, and, you know, they seem to be holding up pretty well, but my heart do go out to that kid, you know. And like I said, I have a son that went in around his age. He just made 18 about a month ago, and I know that it's going to take a lot of prayer and strength for that family, because this is going to be a long little journey for them.
Yeah, I think, man, you know, I think he made a tragic, like a real tragic mistake. You know, in spur of the moment, a young man, you know, you can make a mistake that could change your whole life for the better or for worse. And in this case, you know, it just looks really bad for him.
Correct.
You know, and you know, I hate that. I really hate more the narrative, the race baiting aspect of it. You know, I don't like that. I think, you know, let every case fall on its own merit, without trying to tip the scale based upon race. You know, that part really.
It has caused a lot of controversy here. It's a lot that's going on. Everyone's it's just showing people's true colors. Even the so-called Christians out here who goes to be a Christian, and, you know, it's just showing everyone's true colors, who they really are. Even some friends that I thought were friends, you know, when all this come about, everyone is just against everyone. The whites against blacks and blacks against whites. It's just showing you what the world is really made of.
So I don't know.
It sucks.
I don't know much about your neighborhood, but what would you say are the demographics of, like, the county that you live? You said Grapevine or whatever? Is that the city? Or what would you say the demographics?
It's mixed, but we do have it's mixed.
When you say mixed, like 70, 30, 50, 50, 40, 60, white, black.
Well, we have more. I must say we have more whites than we do blacks.
What would you say, 60% white?
I don't know.
Or what percent black would you say it is?
I can't give those numbers. I don't know what. I would need to do some more research to see where we are, but.
Is it predominantly? Oh, you said predominantly white. Okay, gotcha. All right. You know, one of the things I think is, like, you know, I noticed Carmelo family, when they had their press conference, they moved it down to South Dallas. That's where the press conference was, I think. But they live in way North Dallas, from what I can tell, Frisco. Is that correct? And you know,
correct.
I live in the ghetto. You know what I mean? I don't have to live here, but I do. And all my neighbors are black. You know, and I think we have a different understanding. You know, by virtue of being black, you know, like some shit, you know, you don't say to people, some things you can say to people. You can look at someone the wrong way sometimes, you know, you just kind of have to know. And it's instinctual. And so I think, you know, by them having their press conference down there in Dallas, it was an acknowledgement of when you're in trouble, or, you know, when you want to go speak to your people, you have to go down to the, you know, where they are. And they had to leave far from where they live to go down to an area where, you know, there's going to be a little bit more black people. It's just my thought. It's just something interesting. So you say you've had friction with friends. I guess this is white. These will be your white friends.
Yeah.
Really? and they are on the side of, I guess, Carmelo. What would they say? What would they be saying?
Well, I have a friend that we went back and forth about it, and what she pretty much was saying is that going back to biblical days, where she was just talking about, okay, if he's killed somebody, he's definitely need to be in prison. And I'm more so of what happened, what was the ins and outs that led up to that killing, because depending on what that is, should dictate how the outcome will be. That's how I feel. So I'm not for Carmelo or this what's that boy's name that was
Austin.
that he killed.
Yeah,
Austin. I'm not on any side. All I know is that I have an African American son, and all I know is that my heart went out to that family because he's so young. But when it comes to who's right and who's wrong, I wasn't there, so I can't really say, if he rightfully defended himself or if, I just can't say. And that's what I explained to my friend. I'm sorry.
I think that's for the courts, right? No one knows, right? It's for the courts.
Exactly. So I'm not gonna play a side. I just followed the story because the boy is so young. Carmelo is so young, and I'm a mother to a young black guy, and I wanted to know. I want to wait on trial and all of the evidence to see, okay, what happened that led up to that stabbing? Was it truly self-defense? Or was it,
well, let me ask
I
you
don't know what it was. Were they bullying him? I don't know.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think race played a part in it?
In the killing?
Yeah, we'll start with that.
I would say no. I would say that you just probably may have had some guys that was going up above what they were called to do to young guys, and going above who they are, their authority. They didn't have authority, and they should have just handled that and let an adult handle it. That's what I would say. I don't necessarily think it's race, because Carmelo hung out with white boys, and those white boys hung out with black kids. And so I don't really necessarily think it was race. I think it was more so of trying to prove a point, or to, I don't even want to say bullying. I don't want to say that because I wasn't there.
So why do you think race has become an issue after the fact? Like with your friends?
Oh, because that's what we've made it. Everyone made it a race thing. Oh, he killed him because he was white, or he went and thought he can bully him because he's black, and they made it this way. I don't think those kids. It was a race. Right. Problem with those kids. I don't think that was the incident was based off of race. I don't think that at all, because each one of those kids hung out with the opposite race.
Now, what is the story about the rain in the tent? Do you, I've heard some people say, well, he should have been allowed to stand up under the rain. I've never been in the Texas rain, so I don't know what that's like. But I've heard some people say he should have been allowed to stand up under the tent because of the rain. I think his mother even mentioned that. What are your thoughts on that? Was it some kind of Texas downpour or something?
Well, I like I said, I don't know all the details to who owned the tent, if the school owned it, if the city. I don't know anything about any of it. All I know is that I just feel like the kids should have went and gotten an adult, but they wanted to prove a point, like they're tough or something, and they, and it led to a horrible outcome for both families.
Yeah, indeed it did. What did you think about the GoFundMe amounts that they raised? It's pretty impressive, right? It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was, because that made me think, hey, well, let me go and get a GoFundMe started. Maybe I can become a millionaire.
It's tax-free too. It's tax-free too. It's tax-free money.
Yes, but I'm actually going to wrap my little chat up with you. I've enjoyed chatting with you. If you ever want to reach out to me again, you know how. I have these grandbabies, and they're just not going to let me be great right now.
How are your grandbabies, by the way?
2 and 4. I have a 2-year-old granddaughter, Kay Ellie, and I have a 4-year-old granddaughter. Her name's Kay Ori.
And how many children do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
Only 2. I have that 20-year-old boy and a 24-year-old daughter.
There you go. All right, man. This has been.
John, I don't know if she can hear me or not. Can you?
Yeah. Okay. We got our Texas host up here. What's up, Lone Star?
Oh, I was just gonna. Hello, Miss Angie. I'm Lone Star Bell here on the channel. I'm a Texan. I'm from here. I just wanted to say before you hung up, if you would like to have an interview, like where we talk about like your business, and your website is immaculate, by the way. I can set that up so you'll
get I would love for you to get my number from John.
Yeah.
Yes, to coordinate that so that we can have that. And also, in closing, as I've been listening to you guys, whenever I saw your post, I didn't think about race. per se. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like your post was a very good example of something that transcends race. So, for example, my grandfather, he was diagnosed with dementia, right? And so during that time, I felt so alone until I found a group. And it was a group of people that were taking care of their elderly, family members that had dementia. And just like dementia doesn't have a race to it, mistakes and crimes and stuff like that, it doesn't have a race to it too. You can find a way to empathize. And so one of the things I said, I don't know if you heard, but it's just the fact, just knowing that you have someone out there to talk to while you're going through something, because everybody around you may not be able to relate. You know what I'm saying? So I just mentioned that because
you're
what I've
exactly right.
gathered is that
That's
it's not,
exactly what the
it's not,
post was for.
yeah, it's just like, because it's just like, we don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know unless we know. And so it's just like, just to know that there's someone out there that's willing to be an earpiece.
Yes, that's right. And
Yeah,
I
that's,
wanted to be, if that woman needed me, Kayla or her husband, listen, you have a woman, Angie, here that has went through this TDCJ prison system, what that boy is going to have to face soon. And I'm like, well, if she ever wanted to reach out to me to ask me questions, I'm here because I battled everything dealing with my son alone. I didn't have a husband there with me because I had just went through a divorce. And when my son was going to prison, I was going through a divorce, as a matter of fact. And so I kind of went through this whole entire ordeal by myself in Texas, where we're not from, and have no family here. So it was a struggle.
Can I ask you a question? Did what you were going through with your son cause stress in your marriage?
I would say yes and no, because I was already going through marital issues.
So it exacerbated it, you would say. Okay, got you. Okay. Well, he don't know what he missed out on. He don't know what he missing out on. You married?
Well, yeah. Good. I'm divorced. I'm healed from that, and I have rededicated my life to the Lord, and I trust Him 100% with my future and my business and my children. And my son will come out of there a man, and God is doing something in his life right now as well. I visit him almost every weekend if I can, but I literally just got off a flight from Georgia back home last night at 12 midnight. Right. So I didn't visit him this weekend.
Let me ask you this question. So my dad went to prison, and so I used to go see him. I was a child though. And my mother didn't like me going, the strip searching and shit like that. Just seeing your father in prison, ain't a good look. But so how do you feel about going, like the visitation? Does it like feel like inhumane? Do they strip you and all that?
No, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna always go and visit him, no matter the circumstances. Yeah. That's my child. Yeah, I love him, and it say in the Bible that you go and you write them, you visit them, and that's biblical. You can find that in the Bible. So I'm gonna always show up for him, even when he was in county, waiting and pending 15 years of prison time. I showed up to every court date. I went and visited him every weekend, to the point to where the people was like, you got to stop. And I'm like, nobody's going to stop me from visiting my child and supporting him. He's going to always have me.
Oh, hold on. Let me ask you a question related to your visits. How important do you think those visits are?
The visits?
Yeah, to him.
Oh, they're extremely important. Because it gives him support, and it lets him know, because he's already behind closed doors, walls, and he see the same people every day. So as much as his family can show up for him, it helps him mentally to get through this time, because he still has a couple of more years to go. Yeah. So if I show up every weekend, that's what I'm gonna do. It's so important for those guys to get their families to come out there. I take my grandbabies, which are his nieces. My daughter go with me to visit him. Good. And
that's real good.
And
right
it's
there.
Just so important. It makes him feel good, and he can get by one more week. If I go and visit on a Saturday or Sunday, he can get by for that week, because he saw his mama face. Yeah. He's saw my smile, and his nieces. And that gives me something to look forward to, I would imagine, to keep pushing through. Yes, sir.
Time, man.
Yes, sir.
To see his mama, you'll forego some bullshit in the jail, knowing that your mama will be there in 3 days. You don't want to let her down, lose your visitation. Shit
That's
like that.
right.
Man,
That's right.
This
That's right.
is
Now
a
I'm
great
not gonna
story
say
right
every
here.
visit.
Right.
Every visit hadn't been smiles.
Mhm.
A lot of visits has been tears. Me sitting there praying,
Yeah.
praying over my son, praying over the inmates, the staff there, because you know those people it can impact you as well. You know, and impact the time that you do it. You can make your time hard, or it can be easy. So I just try to show up, and not all so good all the time, but
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we put your cash up, man? This has been a great story. I love taking these phone calls like this. You have a cash app, by the way? Someone want to support an American? Shit. We can start there. You can support an American here. She has a very great story. We can sponsor the next trip to visit her son. How about that, guys? Sponsor.
Wow, that'd be beautiful. Wow.
You have a cash app. You have a cash app here?
I do.
Yes,
have a
John,
cash
I'm gonna get all of this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get all of her information and stuff on the back end for that for whenever we schedule the interview. I don't want to, take up much of her time because she says she does have to go.
Because it was caught off guard and I wasn't expecting it, but y'all have made me emotional because I didn't think I have a whole story. You know, it's crazy, but it's for another time because I have these babies.
We want to hear it.
Emotional and get to crying. But God is so good. God has been so faithful to me. Right now, I'm going through a season. I feel like I've been in the wilderness since 2020 when I almost lost my life. But like I said, that's another story.
Yeah, we have to get to that. I just put her cash app up on the bell. It's it's $ Angie Realtor. Did I get that right? Yeah, I did. Credit. And we're gonna get it back. Maybe do periodically we have it back. Talk about the Texas real estate market. There are a lot of people in the audience. Blacks Who Defy won. A lot of people in the Dallas area. Many of them doing very well for themselves. Particularly our editor, our lovely editor Portia J here. We're always doing $20 a day for Portia J here. I think we may bring a sale. What do you think, Portia? Somebody at some point is going to be looking for a house in Texas. And I'm sure.
Thank you, Jesus.
I don't think they have a problem dealing with Miss Angie here. What do you guys? Oh, but he's not in Dallas. But he's 9 hours.
It'll be great. And most of us here are actually in Texas.
You're breaking up a little bit, Portia.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, but we got Clue Studio is in Dallas, I think, in the DFW. A lot of people in the DFW in the audience here. So.
Oh wow, that'd be such a blessing.
Yeah, it was. Let's make it happen, guys. Let me put that cash app back up. Cash app $ Angie Realtor Credit.
Realtor Credit.
Angie Realtor Credit. All one word there. Cash app. Support the lady. She visits her son once a week there. A lot of Texans here on this channel. Yeah, she visits her son. You know, she's going to support him. And this is probably the most important thing. Like when you go to prison, probably the most important thing to get you through is your family coming to visit you while you're there. And when you leave, you got a family to come home to. Like that makes all the difference, right?
Yes, and he's 2 hours away, matter of fact. So I drive 2 hours there. They let me visit 2 hours, and then I drive back 2 hours. So it's like a full day because he's in Iowa Park. I don't know if you guys know much about which it's right outside of Wichita Falls, Texas.
Oh, wow. Portia probably knows. Lone Star Bell probably knows.
Yeah, Wichita Falls, yeah.
Oh, Portia, your audio is bad.
It's bad? Oh, gosh. Okay.
A gallon a tank of gas. Can we put her back up to she looks better than I do, Portia. Can we put the lovely Angie back up on the screen, see if someone will support her on her trip to visit her son, man. It's very important. I mean, she's been very nice to talk to us. I caught her off guard too. Yeah, she calmed down and
yeah, because I'm like, Jesus, they're putting my son's information. They're just discussing me, Lord. I don't know what this audience is about, but I'm driving with these kids, and I'm like, then this call, and I say, Lord, I don't have time for no more devils today.
You got a blessing, and you didn't know where to bless her.
I didn't know what's happening here. But I know I prayed this morning like I do every morning.
Yeah, every morning. You know, as I told you, my dad's been in prison twice. Shit, I saw him go to prison first time. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it has an effect on you. And I think it was very important to go visit. You know, I learned that at a very early age because I was a young child when it happened to me. So to hear your story, particularly as a Black woman, because Black women get a lot of slack these days, huh? What'd you say?
Black women, I don't get any slack. I go through a lot, and you would think, you know, like I said, you can look at pictures all day long, but it's what's in your heart. And I do have a heart for people. I have a heart, you know, just for people because of what I've been through. And my passion is real estate. I love helping families get their forever homes or their next, you know, investment. And I'm just praying that God blesses the business in due time. I do trust that timing is everything. And I had to get out of a horrible marriage before God can do what he needs to do in my life.
Well, you ran into the right one here because I am the urban landlord and I've been doing real estate, I would say 40 years of my life. Honestly, between growing up with my parents both being landlords and then I've been a landlord here in Washington, D.C. It's the greatest city in the country, right? In my opinion, particularly on the real estate side, boy, you know, there's never been a down year. I've been here 20 something years now. Never been a down year, if you can believe that. So we could definitely talk. I have some interesting strategies, some stories. I take phone calls right here on stream. Like my tenants, potential tenants that call in, that rent rooms. I have some interesting pricing strategies that you might want to share with some of your clients.
Yes, I would love that, to connect with you in that area. I do know in this season, God is going to send, he said he's going to align me with the people that I should be aligned with. And so this is just another confirmation, even though it caught me off guard. It lets me know God is faithful and God hear the cries of the righteous. Oh my goodness. And I'm going to stop right there. So I get emotional.
There you go. I do appreciate your call. I know you have to go. This is a great call, a very great call. I'm going to send you the link. I hope you subscribe to all of our channels here. I'll send it to you backstage here, you know, when I get off the phone. Someone says God is good, Indy. Hey, guys, if you were thinking about supporting the channel, why don't you support Miss Angie today? Her Cash App is still up on the screen here, so dig into your wallet. Yeah, give her at least a tank of gas to go visit her son. The time back and forth. I hope they'll help you out there. Anyway, we're gonna get you back on the channel here.
Thank you so much. I would love to come back and chat with you guys.
Thank you. Oh, that was great. That was fucking great. That was fucking great right there. That was a very inspiring story. At least I thought so. You never know where you're gonna end up on this channel. Shit.
Is my audio still bad?
Yeah, it's a little scratchy, unfortunately.
What is wrong? Let me try something else.
Let me make a quick phone call, Portia. Guys, support the channel. We're gonna leave her Cash App up. Damn, I'm gonna put her Cash App back up there. I mean, I like these stories, and you have to support your family even when they fuck up, but you have to do it the right way. You know,
your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
She's going out there supporting her son while he's going through his thing, and that is, you hear me talk about it all the time, like ups and downs. You support your family in these ways. It makes it easy to get through it. And going it alone, and in her case, she's not allowing her son to go alone. Man, you gotta really tip your hat to that. Maybe it's the audio cancellation portion. Guys, what do you think? What do you think about that interview? That was great, I thought, and I thought she really exemplified what more is needed for if you find yourself in prison, like Carmelo goes. This is where the two family household that will come into play. The more the merrier to show up to visit you. One can't come, the other one can. In the instance she said she couldn't go. I don't know if the father, the guy went, but whatever the case, The more the merrier. As she said, her daughters, granddaughters, grandchildren. Yo, let me call this guy. If you're listening, Angie, I'm about to
2 0
wait a
2
minute.
5
You better answer my call. Better answer that call, bro.
2 0
What?
2
No. We're gonna keep calling this nigga. What the fuck is going on?
2 0.
That's the wrong fucking answer. We got someone else to call. Damn, we got something. Wait a minute, did I get an Airbnb booking? Oh shit. Oh hell yeah. Yo, I just got a 92 night booking. Sheesh. Yeah, let me pre-approve that real quick. Yes, pre-approved 92 nights. One. Yo, I've been wanting to play. I've been looking for this video for so long, and I got to play this shit. Let me grab a beer while this video is playing here. Check this out. I know I played it before, so for you guys that have seen it before, I like the video.
I put over to eat some food. I put over to eat some food before my class, and I just got upset because I pulled over into a white neighborhood. It's just so nice, and it just reminds.
What the fuck is? What the fuck is audio? Let me stop the screen. All right. What the fuck? Is my audio down? What? What the fuck is going on?
That everything is
Oh shit. Yo, can you hear anything? What the fuck is going on? Yo, can you guys hear anything? You hear the phone ringing? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, you looking for a room for rent?
Yes, sir.
Where you looking? Petworth or Southeast DC?
I currently live in. I was looking at the Petworth.
We only have one more room left in Petworth right now. When are you looking to move?
The end of July 4th for about a month to August 1st or 8th, whatever is flexible for you guys.
Do you want to pay now, or do you want to guarantee the room, or do you want to wait till we get closer to that time and see what's available?
Could we possibly wait till we get closer to the river? How much is the room right now? It's $13.50.
I'm sorry. It's we charge by the day, by the week, or bi-weekly.
Oh, by the week? Oh, bi-weekly. Okay.
Yeah. So you can do. It's cheaper to go bi-weekly.
Mm-hmm. And how much is it per week?
It's $350.
$350 per week?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the unit. Can I take a the floor?
We have so many units. It depends on like the date that you're ready to move in. Then I can better tell you what we'll exactly have. Unless you want to pay to like lock down a particular unit that we'll have available on that date that you're looking for.
And the private room is the one that's available is the one that I contacted you about, right?
Right now we only have one in Northwest. I think one, maybe two. I'll let you know. And we have one. We have one in South. You see, two in Southeast, or one in Southeast.
I'm definitely more interested in the Petworth one.
Yeah.
I'm down to put down a deposit as soon as I see the space.
No, we don't charge deposits. All we do is charge straight rent. So,
well, I just figure I could be down to pay rent as soon as I can see the space.
Yeah, when you want to come take a look.
I'm available today and tomorrow if you're free.
What time you want to see you today?
What time are you free? I can be there about 3 or 4.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, perfect.
All right. I'll send you the address when I get off. When I text
Perfect.
right
Thank
here.
you.
And then, all right, thank you. All right, man. Gotta sell it. Gotta sell it. Got to sell it, bro. It'll sell itself. I just gotta take the phone calls. Yeah. Oh shit. Give me 1 second, guys. 4th Street. Yeah, that was an interesting call we had earlier. Oh yeah, I wanted to play this. I like this video. I probably shouldn't like the video, but whatever. This is be very special here. Let me know if you can hear this. Damn, I was having a problem with audio.
I pulled over to eat some food before my class, and I just got upset because I pulled over into a white neighborhood. It's just so nice, and it just reminds me that everything is about racism. They have so much shade, so much parking. Like, it's the
Can you
simple
guys
shit.
hear this shit?
I pulled over to eat some food.
What is going on with the audio? Can you hear this shit? Okay, this shit must not be playing. I got audio here. Let's see if there's another video of it. I'm gonna play this fucking video. Jeez. I can't believe this shit ain't got no fucking audio to it.
I just got upset because I pulled over into a white neighborhood. It's so nice, and it just reminds me that everything is about racism. They have so much shade. So we're to eat some food.
I don't know. What the fuck? You hear the audio, but it's low? The fuck? The fuck did I search for? Damn, I showed this video a long time ago. Let's see. Let's see if we'll find it again. Let's see if this is the bookmark. We know one probably know. Here it is. Is this it?
I pulled over to eat some food before my class, and I just got upset
Damn, I
because I
can't hear
pulled
shit.
over into a white neighborhood. It's just so nice, and it just reminds me that everything is about racism. They have
It's
so
gotta
much
be on here
shade,
again.
so much parking.
Damn, I like that video. I had this shit bookmarked, so I had this shit bookmarked. Anyway, fuck it. Yo, that was an interesting call. The lady, I didn't even get the chance to ask her what her son was in prison for, but you know, we get around to it. That was fucking interesting. Anyone see this right here? I got to show a guy a room at 3. I don't know if I'm gonna show it to him or let him check in. What is it? Oh, okay. I let him see it himself. And just like that, my fucking screen. Okay. Anyone heard about Nas? He's a partnership with the Resorts World, New York City, and Queens.
Stand still. Resorts World is more than a casino. It's energy.
Gotta be
The future is not something you wait for. It's something you build. It lives in the hands of the doers, the dreamers, the people who refuse to stand still. Resorts World is more than a casino.
Better pause and shit. I'm choosing music. Maybe it's me. Oh, damn.
It's energy.
I can't hear shit. Damn, I can't hear shit. What the fuck is going on? See if anything's playing.
It's opportunity. Opportunity.
Oh, did I hit mute? Maybe I muted myself. Let's see.
It's hope for the bird.
Yeah, it's still muted. What the fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do here? Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, shit. There it is. All right. I probably just fucked myself up.
Burrow. A second chance for some. A first step.
Fucking Nas. He's investing in the some casino here.
The future is in the hands. Resorts World is more than a control. A second chance for some. A first step for many. It's where community once imagined. This isn't just business. Time to have moves with purpose. And
It's Nas in Queens. He's got him a casino. No idea the projects that he left behind in Queensboro, but he does have a casino for the Queensboro resident projects dwellers to go try to hit the lottery here. Jay-Z, you remember him? He came to Marcy. He like, I'm gonna teach y'all niggas Bitcoin shit, Bitcoin and shit, you know. But here's the black girl again. I wanted to play this video. Get back to what I was talking about.
I pulled over to eat some food for my class, and I just got upset because I pulled over into a white neighborhood. It's just so nice, and it just reminds me that everything is about racism. They have so much shade, so much parking. Like, it's the simple shit. I pulled over to eat some food for my class, and I just got upset because I pulled over into a white neighborhood. It's just so nice, and it just reminds me that everything is about racism. They have so much shade, so much parking. Like, it's the simple shit. I put over to eat some food.
It's just simple shit, shade, and all that shit. Yeah, that's much. Man, somebody come and take a look at the room at 3, right? Okay, 3. Who else? The dope got to be sold, ladies and gentlemen. The dope got to be sold. Yeah, King Chanel trolling from the audience. We appreciate you for being here. Anyway, guys, I think I'm going to wind it down. Damn, we had 3 hours here. Yeah, we had 3 hours. Guess I should get ready to wind down. We have, unless you guys anyone want to come up on the panel, I'll let you guys come up. I saw this on the internet, though. This was interesting. Check this out.
Dealing back in court today, Eric Redden rejected a plea deal and faces up to 65 years behind bars if convicted at trial. Local 10 investigator Jeff Weiss here, live in the newsroom with what happened in court. Jeff.
Pastor Redden seems to be rolling the dice, and today the judge made sure he clearly understands the risk. He's facing up to 65 years in prison. The state's offer just a year and a day behind bars.
So it's my understanding that you are facing a total of 65 years in state prison if you are found guilty at trial.
Inside a Miami-Dade courtroom, Judge Christine Hernandez laid out what's at stake. The deal on the table could keep Miami Gardens pastor Eric Redden out of prison for decades. The state's offer, 366 days in state prison, 10 years probation, restitution to the victim. It is a deal Redden rejected.
This is your case. This is your life. These are the decisions that you have to make with consultation with your lawyer. I just want to make sure, do you understand the plea offer that's being extended to you? Do you understand what you're facing if a jury finds you guilty of these charges?
Pastor Redden charged with organized fraud, exploitation of the elderly, theft, and grand theft. Those are charges that stem from a 2017 Local 10 News investigation. It was back then Edward Fuller, a retired postal worker, told us Redden convinced him to transfer.
Hey, what's up, Hustling Master, man? I was on your stream the other night, man. I was watching you You was giving some advice to people, inspiring advice. The headline was a little. It brought you in. You think you're gonna tell the audience one thing, but then you switch to something else, or you kind of gave them an alternative message from the headline. But I liked your message there, Hustle Master, man. You still like to do your thing. I watched this other guy. I think his name Dash Driver or something like that. DoorDash Driver or something like that. He gets a lot of followers too, and I think, but he's strictly like DoorDashers, I think. So, very interesting. So you can follow him if you're interested as well. Kind of similar businesses. Hey guys, I misspelled realtor earlier, and so I need to put it back up on the channel. We had a lady. That's her cash everything. Angie Realtor Credit. And she was we called her. She was a little taken aback initially, and then but she finally warmed up to us a little bit. And so she was telling us the story about her business. She's operating real estate down in where was it? DFW area, metro area. And there are a lot of people that listen here from the DFW metro area. So maybe we make a business connection there. So it's always something good that come out of that. And then but we found her by way of the Carmelo Anthony thing. So you never know how you end up talking to people and the opportunities that may arise out of that. Aside from more like lightning issues and race and the Carmelo Anthony type stuff. Once you get beyond that, you see how many of us kind of have the same struggles, and sometimes we can all kind of get in the boat and help each other row in the same direction there. And so hopefully someone in the DFW area that's listening may be referred to by someone in the audience. May end up being one of her clients from the John Galt show here. And so that was this pastor in Miami. He's going to prison for a long time.
Part ownership of his home under the pretense of helping secure a loan for construction. Instead, Redden allegedly sold the house without Fuller's knowledge, kept all the money. $267,000. There seems to be a pattern. Redden recently accepted a no-contest plea in Broward County, agreeing to pay nearly $200,000 in restitution to victims in Davie and Lauderdale Lakes who also say Redden tried to take their properties under false pretenses. Plus, a grand theft auto charge against Redden, recently dropped in Broward, could soon resurface in Dade.
This case is likely coming back for Mr. Reedon, and there's an arrest warrant that may be drafted in the next few days.
Redden wants to take the Fuller case to trial. Not sure if he's going to change his mind. And right now that trial is set for July 7th. We, of course, will keep you posted.
Man,
in the newsroom, Jeff Weintz here. Local.
He took that he took that plea. He didn't take the chance on that. He ended up in prison for the rest of his life. So he took a plea. I think he took the plea right. I think it's the plea right here.
Out of Miami Gardens pastor who just last week said no to a plea deal that did a complete about-face in court today. Pastor Eric Redden was facing up to 65 years in prison after a local 10 News investigation exposed how he ripped off an elderly man and then took his house. Our own Jeff Weintz here was back in court today for the unexpected reversal and has the latest now from our newsroom. Jeff.
Kelvin, Eric Redden has now agreed to spend 364 days in the Miami-Dade County Jail, pay $180,000 to the victim, and turn himself in July 15th.
My understanding is that you wish to change your previously entered plea of not guilty to a plea of guilty in exchange for the state's offer.
The plea he rejected last week is similar to a plea Pastor Eric Redden accepted today.
Do you understand each of the charges that you're facing before this court?
Yes. The deal, 364 days in the Miami-Dade County Jail, followed by 15.
Yo, Hustler Master, what happened to your channel, man? And put your new channel in the chat. What happened to your channel, man? Yo, you want to come up and tell us about it? I'm always interested in like what happens with streamers and their channels and shit. So feel free to come up on the panel here. Yeah, what happened with your channel here? What did you mess up on? I got some ideas about that too. Yeah, let me know if you want to come up. anyway, guys, you know, one of the things I said, you know, I think that people are gonna have to start pushing the envelope on YouTube. That's if they want to make money at it. Or if, you know, if they're genuinely curious, you gotta push the envelope, man. You just can't be stuck doing panels. Or I think it has to be somewhat of a, you know, you gotta have some kind of personality, something to offer to the people. You know, me, I am that nigga John Galt. And what's the person?
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the holy men, because these motherfuckers, here's what these holy men do. They give it to black culture like it needs to be given with both fucking barrels.
And you know, Hustle the Master, man, you hear people all the time getting demonetized, bro. This shit, man, bro, like they just got your ass on the was it like hamster wheel? Got you spinning around. They come up with any arbitrary decision and demonetize you. Do you say I'm gonna do it all over again? And you do it all over again. But the piece that you're missing, or not you, but I think the piece that people are missing is that I think you have to like cut out the middleman. You hear me every day here on YouTube. I have Airbnbs out the wazoo, but most of them are filled up by people that I book right here on YouTube. You got to cut the middleman out. And I think that that's the biggest problem. You know what I heard on YouTube the other night? Let me see if I can find this. Let's see. Let me see if I can find this. Let's see if I can find this shit. Let's see. I know I can find it. Check this out right here. You know, I know who did it.
What YouTube has given creators around the world really can't be understated. I know that we all push back against the censorship and some of the decisions they make to crush small channels and crush news channels. And
like that.
Really, YouTube nowadays is, of course, referred to as ThemeTube. It's no longer YouTube. It's difficult to find unique content from individuals who aren't bought and paid for.
Hey, Portia, I tell you that you know, one of the things that he will that's going to be interesting. One of the like downstream things. A lot of the corner stores, which is kind of my interest in New York City, are owned by the Arabs. A lot of them. Those people are very powerful, and so you know it's going to be interesting to see how the New York City mayor Mohammedan, whatever his name is, I played a video of him talking to a room of Muslims in a mosque. Many of them, as he said, aren't even registered to vote, and there are millions of them. And that's going to be an audience that he has to cater to. This is to me, in my opinion, this is the outgrowth of the whole AOC banning Amazon from coming to DC. You're going to see a lot more of these people. A lot of these people are cab drivers, things like that. And, you know, they are, for lack of a better word, I would say these people are anti-growth. They want to keep things as they are. There's another element of people that want to push the envelope. And so when it came down to Amazon relocating to New York City, those people won out. They didn't want to push the envelope. They wanted to keep things just as they were. And so he's going to be very, very, you know, he's going to have strong ties to those people. He's going to be, it's going to be hard for him not to cater to them. And they kind of run counter to the blacks because the blacks want, let's say, in the neighborhoods that are served by these Arabs, they want fresh, healthy food. And these people are really about business, and you know, it's going to be interesting. I think the level of corruption we're going to see is going to be amazing. Yeah, I think Eric Adams is going to lose. I could be surprised though, but typically the Democrat nominee is going to win. So yeah, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting election nonetheless. I think the old guard, the Andrew Cuomo, that old guard is pretty much out. I think that it's kind of like the American old guard is out. You know, and we'll see if Eric Adams wins, and that'll kind of give it a little bit more life. But I think that I don't think Eric Adams has a good shot if he's not going to be the Democrat nominee. Plus, I think a lot of the blacks are unhappy with him. He wasn't able to bring in the, you know, like the whole migrant invasion happened on his watch. And, you know, I was in New York, you know, I documented a lot of it here. And, you know, a lot of the blacks have taken the back seat. You remember the barbecue I showed the other day, Portia? Let me see if I can show you that barbecue. Let me see if I can show you this barbecue. This shit right here was St. Eric Adams. This shit right here was St. Eric Adams. This right here. Meanwhile, you know, all the immigrant groups have been able to come into the city, operate business. I've shown it right on the street corner. These people came barbecue on the corner without the police. They don't have any political power. You know, I was looking up an article. It was years ago. I was living in the Bronx, or you know, I had a lady friend in the Bronx. The Hispanic people. I gotta look this shit up, see, because I can't explain it best. Hispanics. Let's see. I wish I knew that politician's name. Hispanics drinking outside New York City law. Damn, it was a law. It was a council member. Here it is. Here. Latino. Let's see. But anyway, so I was in the Bronx. Yeah, this may have been it. This may have been it here. Anyway, so when I was living in the Bronx, there was a Latino council member. And she talked about how like the Dominicans, or one of the Hispanic groups, they like to sit outside and drink. And she said it is not fair to punish them for sitting outside drinking, and oftentimes they have to take a piss, and so the police would see them drinking outside and arrest them for that. So they passed a law and say, hey, we should be allowed to drink outside, right? You know, within our little area right there. And then they start pissing outside because they say it's too inconvenient to run upstairs, take a piss. And the politicians, the city politicians, told the police to back down on that. And I think that is how you exert your political power. If you live a certain way, particularly if it's not harming anyone, and it's a jump ball for you to exert your political power and get the things put into play like you want them to be, that best suits you. And I think the Arab guy or the Muslim guy, whatever he is, the Indian guy in New York, who is going to now be in charge of a lot of the policies. You've heard him talk about the co-op type grocery stores, things like that. It's going to be interesting to see how he leans on that. He's already been kind of striding against the police as well. So it'd be interesting. But here's a guy making some interesting comments about YouTube and what's coming with AI. Take a listen.
It's difficult to find news channels that aren't Fox or CNN. There's a whole slew of problems with YouTube. However, it still gave me the opportunity to meet you. It gave me the opportunity to grow my channel for daily life. I would love for you to watch there, allowing us to be monetized, to talk about the coup, ties for the some, most, make my video question for free speech. There's a sudden push now for everyone to say they're free speech. But YouTube has never been.
Let me find that shit. This is not the one. Well, he got right down to the meats and potatoes here. The quartering. Let's see. Let me just go to this channel. And videos. Let's see. I want you to hear this though. It's very interesting what he's saying here. YouTube rolls out feature. There it is.
I think the end is nigh for at least the traditional way that we consume videos on a platform, in particular like YouTube. I don't know if you've noticed it, but I've noticed it already. Half the videos that YouTube serves me is AI slop. And the second I click on it, I can tell it's AI, and I click off, and it's a huge waste of time. The problem is most people can't tell it's fake. And now they've rolled out 2 new features that are probably the beginning of the end of VOD creators like myself. Now, I'm going to strongly push other platforms like Rumble, which I consider my home, to ban these type of videos. But I just don't know if you can stop it. Like, I think in the next 18 months, YouTube will be practically unusable if you want non-AI slop videos. But let's get into these new updates that they did, because it's really terrible. I do have a huge shout out from this video sponsor, Black Forest Supplements. Huge shout out to this video sponsor, Black Forest Supplements.
In cocoa, stimulate stem cell.
Here's and stock up while you still model. And CNBC says creators can't even opt out from having their uploads included in training it. Google launched VO3, its newest AI generative model, back in May, and it has taken social media by storm thanks to just how realistic it's becoming. Many have wondered how they managed to make it so good, and CNBC said it's because Google is using all the videos on YouTube to train its AI model, which is absurd. That's actually infuriating. You know, as somebody who puts their videos on YouTube, I didn't agree to that. You know, that's why I push, you know, the quartering.com/join so much. It's like, hopefully one day I'll get enough people on there where I don't have to worry about YouTube revenue, or enough people watching my live stream where I don't have to worry talking about the stuff from the training. Not only is Google using YouTube videos to train its VO3 audio and video generator, uploads are being used to help advance its ChatGPT competitor, Gemini, as well. Google confirmed the news to CNBC, but says it doesn't use every video available on the platform. We've always used YouTube content to make our products better. This hasn't changed with the advent of AI. We also recognize the need for guardrails, which is why we've invested in a robust protection system that allows creators to protect their images and likeness in the AI area, something we've already committed to continuing, except they're not doing that because I can't opt out of it. YouTube shared back in September that content may be used to, quote, improve the product experience, including through machine learning and AI applications. However, the publication says creators have no way of turning this off. Back in December, the company did make a rather large update to how videos are used for AI training when it comes to third-party models. Through the dashboard, creators can choose whether or not they let companies scrape their videos and even pick which ones they want to share things with. Google's Gemini is notably missing from the list. However, which makes sense because it's a first-party model. I mean, this is already bad enough.
What he's talking about when he said first party, he means that, you know, it's the same company more or less. So it's not an external company. It's, you know, the same company you're already doing business with or streaming on.
Right? We already know that Google's using AI to show ads at the absolute worst possible time for viewers. But listen to this. Google has now added one of its most controversial features to YouTube Premium. Google's expanding its AI overview tools to YouTube Premium, bringing its polarizing feature to the internet's biggest video platform. This is going to destroy creators. Entire creators who create like how-to content and things like that, it's going to destroy their channels forever. If you're unaware of what an AI overview is, let me show you. Like how to fix a leaky faucet. You know, I'll get it on websites or businesses. You're getting an AI overview. Well, that's what Google's now going to do on YouTube instead of serving up creators' videos. According to a June 26th blog post, YouTube Premium members in the United States will now see AI-powered search results carousel when looking up topics like shopping or travel or local activities. The experimental feature currently rolling out on iOS and Android offers a series of short videos presented like Instagram stories with each with its own headline.
And that's going to be very interesting for the people that do those how-to videos, how to fix this, how to do this. That can be easily replaced by YouTube. And he goes on to say the monetization of that.
An AI-generated summary. So Google is going to use AI to steal YouTube views from YouTubers. That's what the end game of this is. They're going to scrape all the existing YouTube videos on YouTube, okay? And then they're going to create their own YouTube videos. And then what are they going to do? Say it with me. They're going to run ads on those videos. And guess who they don't have to pay anymore? They will no longer have to pay creators for ad revenue. They will run the ad on the video and have to pay nothing, and thus keep 100% of the profit instead of 30% of the profit.
And that is the big problem there for the, at least one segment of the YouTube creators, these faceless channels, how-to channels. They can easily be replaced there. I think the other pressure is going to be on the people that, I think you have to have somewhat of a personality. It's something to offer, either a personality is something that you know how to do, or some commentary that you have is somewhat unique to kind of avoid all this. Do we have one more call to make? Do we have one more call? What time is it? 2:27? No calls. Anyway, yeah, so that's my thoughts on it. It's going to be very interesting to see how that all works out, though, with the how-to type content creators. Very interesting. AI is affecting all areas there of commerce there. Anyway, guys, thank you for joining. We've been going for a little bit over 3.5 hours. I hope you hit the like button. Corny, you'll be the sponsor of this show. And let me put the Cash App of the lovely lady that was up on the channel earlier today. You guys should really support her. We're going to have her back up on the channel talking real estate in the DFW area. There it is. All right, there it is. She was with her grandkids and took out the time to talk to us for probably 30 minutes or so. And while I'm smoking the next joint, if anyone wants to come up, I'll give you that time. You can tell me while I'm here what you think about the stream and everything. Oh, the Chinese renter. Oh, man. Corny, the Chinese renter probably went to a much wider neighborhood. Oh, shit. Almost killed myself. Fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Yeah, the Chinese runner, he went to brighter pastures there. What's up, Lindy Lou? What's up, Lindy Lou?
Hey, John, can you hear me okay? Do I have
Yeah,
any
loud and
echoes?
clear. Loud and clear. What's up?
I thought that was a really great interview with Angie. I thought
You
it
like
turned
that?
out really well because, you know, I was ready, like me and Juan, we both kind of said, I was kind of waiting for it first. She was going to start cursing him out, and she didn't. But, you know, she just kept going along. And then, of course, her true spirit. I mean, I could already kind of feel like I thought she seemed very, very nice, but I
Yeah.
thought, oh God, I hope she doesn't. Because, you know, a lot of women, you know, I'm kind of a suspicious nature. I might have went click, you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
she
yeah.
hung in there and she kept her grace about her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But, you know, part of that may be that she's in business, you know, and so she has to,
Yeah.
you got to keep all doors open until it's time to officially
That's
close
true.
them. And, so, it's like on you when you deliver, and sometimes you may be a place that you think twice about, but you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and do it because I need to make the money, and maybe that's kind of how your mindset is when you're in business. So she took the call. I guess very interesting.
And it sounds to me that she posted on Carmela's social media, not necessarily supporting any kind of crime or anything like that. I think it was more like an empathy thing. I know what it feels like.
Oh yeah,
for
yeah.
my
Yeah.
son, for your son to be in a situation like this.
Yeah.
Probably nothing else, because she really doesn't. None of us really know what the true story is yet. You know what I mean? And until it goes to court. But I think it was just more like, I know what it feels like to have a son that age go into prison. It's more of an empathy thing.
Yeah. I think what we do know is that a lot of the mistruths kind of have been disproven.
Right.
He had a knife. It was black, right?
Right.
Covered it here. He kind of provoked the whole situation. That's true too. It's as hard as it may be to accept. Those are the facts of the matter.
And you know what? I think for the most part, I mean, I know, and I just see it as a different thing. I know you guys were showing a lot of, their family and the anniversary thing and stuff like that. I don't have a problem with people if they have the means to do that, though. Like I said earlier, I'd never buy my kid a Lexus, because they'd have to appreciate something like that. So they'd have to get a beater at first. I mean, a decent beater, but still, I wouldn't go that far. But I think for the most part, he had good parents. He has good parents.
Well, the thing is, Lindy Lou, like, let's see, how would I say? Things, on the surface, everything can look good.
Right. Exactly.
Right. And then when you get down below, there are some people that have a deeper foundation than others. Right. You look at a house, 2 houses, they may look just the same on the outside. Right. But then you start to take a deeper look, and then you go inside, you go down to the basement. You say, wait a minute, I see cracks in this foundation, but I don't see cracks in that one. From the outside, they both look the same.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
And so I think that's what you see, unfortunately, a lot of times in the Black community, to bring it back racial, is that they can mimic a lot of the good things. But when you go inside their house, down in that basement, and start looking around for cracks, that's when you start to see the problem.
Well, and I'm not going to disagree with that, John. I think that happens. I think it happens in white communities. Why do we have these white kids going in and shooting up schools? They look like they have it all. Something is missing. There's something that might be missing. There's cracks in the foundation somewhere.
Yeah,
we don't
definitely.
know.
A lot of those, like some of those people, have been trans and stuff like that. But someone said, why did he throw away his good life? Shaking my head. It's all relative, man. It's all relative. I've told you a story about the guy that rented a room for me. Very smart guy, come here, intern, and he mad as hell because he saw, relatively how poor his family was. He'd have been pretty happy if he was in a middle-class neighborhood, but he was shooting above his head, ended up going to school around really smart-arty people. He realized he probably wasn't as smart as they were either.
Right.
And that's hard for a young man to deal with, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a story here in DC. I tell you, it's funny, Lindy Lou. There was a young man went to school right around the corner from me, right by one of my houses. Hell, we did a stream about the school. It's called Bellew High School. It's like basically one of them fucking East Side High type shit, badass. So the kid was smart relative to his peers.
Right.
And he goes off to Georgetown. And he realized that I ain't that smart.
Yeah.
But by that time, it was a shock to his psyche. He's a grown man, been told in this cocoon of the black neighborhood, oh, he's an outstanding young man. And look at him carrying his books to school and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else has a book in their hand. But in reality, he wasn't like many of us in the world, aren't world beaters. And when he went to Georgetown, which is probably above his head, yeah, he really got a rude awakening.
Yeah.
And it was so rough that the Washington Post wrote an article about it, right? Because it's so damaged his psyche to come out when these ghetto schools thinking he's smart and then facing reality. And at some point in all these kids' lives, they're going to have to face the music.
Yeah, they do.
Right? Like they may get out of college, sooner or later they're going to face people where there are no guardrails to protect them. And they're going to have to compete with some of the best and the brightest. And if you feel like you can't compete for whatever reason, wherever you are, and you see Carmelo in front of that Lexus, and his family probably had to work a few more hours to get that.
Yeah.
They weren't rich.
Right.
They just made it. They just made a good living. That's a big difference.
Yeah, it was an outside appearance. And you know what? I believe that they brought him up properly, John. I mean, look, he would not have maybe went as far as he did. He was a good athlete. Seemed like he got good grades. Kids get into things, even despite parents raising them well, and teaching them right from wrong and stuff like that. And I think a lot of times parents, not, black, white, it doesn't matter. I think, okay, John, I only had one daughter, but you have more than one child, right?
Yeah.
So, you know from their personality, from the way they are, which one's the brighter of the two. So the one that might seem to be able to achieve a certain level, that's the one you're going to push. The other one, maybe you're going to go maybe in a different direction. Maybe they're not going to be able to do the same thing. You can't tell every kid that they're excellent when they're not. You have to face reality that not all kids are going to be, a 4.0. And if you think they can and they're going to be, strive for that. But you might have another kid that will be okay if they reach a 3 or a 3.2 or something like that. And you can't say, well, you're just as, that you got it. That's a parent's fault to put this false, that false in front of them, telling them they're excellent no matter what.
Well,
and then they get in the real world and they realize they're not.
Well, could you extend it to where they live? They didn't really have the means to live there. Right?
Maybe.
They didn't have the means to live there.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe that was a false representation, but maybe, I don't know if Carmela knew that.
Well, but
yes.
you've instilled in him that this is kind of, the baseline.
You might be right. Yeah.
Right? You understand? Yep. And so then now you got to buy the car to keep up with the neighborhood and the kids that you go to school with. Correct? You'd have to do that. That's why you had a brand new Lexus. I had a Ford Escort.
I know. And John, even if you had the money to buy your kid a Lexus, would you do it? No.
Hell, I've never had a Lexus.
I've never had a Lexus.
The hell would I buy them one for? Right? Unless I feel guilty about it. Right there.
The smart parents are going to go, yeah, I have the money to get a Lexus, but you know what? You don't, you kind of got to work for that. I'm not just going to buy you a Lexus.
But we also show pictures of him his father having a $2,000 bottle of whiskey. I've never had a $2,000 bottle. And I've worked, Lindy Lou, I worked 2 jobs. And as I said earlier, on top of being a landlord, pretty much all of my adult life. And I've never had a $2,000 bottle of wine. No. And for him to have that, like, you're putting forth an image that, to be honest with you, and you hear me talk about the negative inheritance a lot. You're putting
Yeah.
forth an image, an expectation,
Right.
but you're not laying down a foundation that boy
Right.
can carry it on. You
Right.
understand? And when he gets to be 17, 18, you know, I guarantee you, even that little Lexus he had probably wasn't the best car in the parking lot at the school. Probably
Right.
was third tier. This is a very affluent area.
Right.
So these kids probably had a big Mercedes, right?
Right.
Not even a Lexus.
Mhm.
And so he can't keep up with that. And I think they're attempting to try to keep up, and him being like
And
Hmm?
I'm sure that they didn't mean to do that. Maybe they just felt like, you know, they wanted to show their kids prosperity and the good things in life. But it's kind of like what you said, John. You and I, we came from kind of poor families. You got to build a foundation of something else other than money, other than material things. You have to build a foundation of more important things than money.
You know, MFB was on the channel earlier, and he was casually mentioning his family leaves him money every year. The government allows you to give your children, I don't know what the amount is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My in-law, you know what? My in-laws started doing that. I think there's 4 kids, and they would give them like, I think they gave us one time, like it was something like each one of them $500, like twice a year or once a year or $1,000. It was something like that. It wasn't a lot, but still, they did that too. They were starting to give their children money.
And so you can do that, and you can do it tax-free.
Right.
And to the children, every year you can be deducted. Someone said 14,000.
No, it's not. No.
No, yeah, it's probably because it's indexed to inflation. So every year it goes up.
Oh, okay.
Right. And so you can give it to every one of your children, right? If you got 10 children or 10 grandchildren, I think you can give it to grandchildren. You can give everyone.
I think they were giving it to the grandkids too.
So if you're really wealthy, right? And this is one of the things I had to learn, man. When I first got, I'd never seen wealthy people, really just probably poor. I didn't understand like generational type wealth until I met this girl, and she said, "That's my granddaddy on the front of the Quaker Oats box, or her great grandfather." And she gets a stipend of like $25,000 a year.
Wow.
No matter what she does.
What's that all about, John?
And she can do drugs, she can do whatever the fuck she want to do. And she knows she's gonna have $25,000 coming in next month. It's, that, like, you can't compete with that with a job. Can't compete with that. It's levels to the game. And the Carmelo family were living like they were on another level. But in reality, they just had a job. They're all taken away from them. Right now, they can't even work. So now where the money coming from?
Right.
I see her every day. You don't see me getting up going and working for nobody.
Right.
But he had to get out and he got to go work. So.
Well, and I didn't understand when I first came onto the stream, y'all were talking about what's going to happen to, why is he getting a public defender again? I mean, what happened to all that GoFundMe money? Can they not use that?
Well, if you listen to the lady earlier, they called in Angie.
I missed it. Yeah.
So she got a divorce during her son's issue.
Right.
And so I asked her, I said, did that exacerbate the issue? She said, yes. And the thing is, like, if you have a husband and father, maybe the husband might look at it a little bit more pragmatic than the mother. Mother, it's my baby.
Right.
The husband, like, shit, I ain't about to sink all my savings into him. He did it. Go do your time and come back out. That's how a man may look at it. Because a man got to get up and go to work. A woman, in theory, could find another man to take care of her. Possibly. Right. And so my theory is that in the Carmelo Anthony family, like, they're going to have to make some real tough decisions where one may not agree with the other. When do we stop paying for all these legal fees and just accept the consequences?
They can't use the GoFund money, John?
Well, Lady Lou, they have to pay. They're not working, so they're going to have to pay for living expenses.
Oh, I see.
And as I was explaining to you earlier, they have 2 or 3 other children.
Right.
And the other thing is, Lady Lou, as you go through a trial, there are phases where you have to decide if you want to spend more money or not.
Right. Right.
There are multiple phases.
Right.
The lawyer say, "Hey, this is going to cost you $10,000. You want to do it? Yeah,
we're going to file this motion, and we're going to go in this direction. Do you want to go in this direction? How long do we want to keep this going?"
And so what they do is they drain the retainer down. Then they say, "Fill me back up."
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not like, hey, give me another $1,000. Nah, it's like, fill me back up. And then we're gonna work it down again.
Give me another 50,000. That's a lot of
Right? You
money.
understand? So, and so at some point, the husband was the only one working. He know he got to get back out here and work. He got 2 other children to take care of.
Right.
When does he start thinking about or making decisions for the future?
So you think the parents are using some of that GoFundMe money for their livelihood and
they're not working.
He can't work right now. Not if he's filing indigent.
Who's going to hire him?
Right.
And I'm
Did he already have a job?
I'm not saying anything's wrong with him, but I'm saying, would you want to hire him and potentially have protests in front of your building?
But didn't he already have a job, or did he have to leave?
He had a job. I'm sure he had to leave. No company would want to have someone bringing that kind of that kind of scrutiny there. So he said, hey man, really sorry to let you go, but
it's too high profile.
Right, can't deal with this.
Right.
And the wife wasn't working, so you got to eat. They got to pay your rent.
Right. So a lot of that money might be going to those expenses, and then Carmelo's expenses also. So that's going to run dry really fast.
Shit, hell yeah! Like as soon as you walk in the lawyer's office, that's $50,000 minimum.
Right.
On a murder, like shit, all the motions that you got to file on a murder charge, the staff it takes, right? Like it's $50,000 easily, just for the retainer, and they said they got security, so there's that. There's food, eating, living expenses, housing. You can run up a tab pretty easily. And so that's why I think it's going to be very difficult for them to stay together. I mean, their rent is $50,000 a year. I think they're paying. They're paying $5,000 a month, give or take.
Well, they probably should think about finding a different home to live in, something that they can afford. Not $50,000 a year. They need to try to downsize. That's where you got to swallow your pride and get rid of some of the more expensive cars. Downsize. These are the sacrifices they might have to make.
Yeah, and get rid of his car. Maybe they have. Maybe that's what.
Oh yeah, they need to sell those vehicles. But yeah, they're going to have to make some sacrifices.
I was thinking about this. You ever heard of Darren? Was it Darren? Darren Lewis? Darren?
No.
Give me a second.
And John, as far as that other woman and even Camelo's parents to a certain extent, but especially that other woman, when your child does something, you can raise them the best and they still might do something foolish. And, sometimes it is the parent. You can't put the blame on the parents, but not everything when they get to a certain age it's not always the parent's fault. But one thing you're never going to do, you're never not going to love your kid, no matter what mistakes they make. No matter what they do, you're going to hate them, hate their actions. But you can't. Even Jeffrey Dahmer's mom loved him, and he was horrible. She never dreamt in a million years. Everybody that has a kid that goes into, and it's the reverse is true. You got some adult children, their parents get busted for doing something horrible.
Yeah, same way. Both ways.
It goes the other way too. So I don't know.
I think the problem is that what comes into is you can't make excuses for your family. My dad went to prison. I saw the nigga. I saw him go to jail the first time. Right?
There comes a point you got to take responsibility for yourself and your actions.
Take your lumps, bro.
Yeah.
And it's better that he take his lumps and explain to you, yo, bro, I fucked up.
Yeah.
And then you can take it better, right? But having him denied makes your family want to go with you. Right? And I think that's a bigger problem. So Darren Wilson was a police officer that killed Mike Brown, and no one's seen or heard of Darren Wilson since he killed Mike Brown, despite all of the threats. And I'm sure he doesn't have security. The thing is that there is a white ecosystem for someone like him to go live out anywhere, Omaha, Nebraska, Indiana, and live kind of like be brave lifestyle and live free. Go maybe work at the grocery store in the town, do whatever the hell they can do, make a living. And no one will bother him. He'd be able to work for a white guy to maybe see things his way. That's the white ecosystem that Be Brave talks about. And there is no black ecosystem like that for Carmelo Anthony's family. That's why they're going to have to burn so much money. There's no rich black like Magic Johnson that owns a lot of houses and say, hey, man, you can crash out in one of my houses. Why are you going through this? When Jennifer Hudson's family suffered that tragedy, all those, the family members were killed.
Yes. Yeah.
She went and lived in Donald Trump's, one of his condos. The white ecosystem extended out to her. There were no black Robert Johnsons that, hey, go lay up right here in one of my houses for a little bit. And that is what the Carmelo Anthony family.
Well, and even Jennifer Hudson. I mean, you got to be an elite to get put in a situation like that. Now you're living out of a Trump. Something happened to me. I'm not living out of Trump. You're not living out of the Trump.
Well, if you're going to make a hero out of Darren Wilson or Trayvon Martin or Carmelo Anthony, if you're going to lionize them, then you need to have an ecosystem for them when they, cross the Rubicon and they become, persona non grata in parts of the community. They can't work right now. They have to spend a hell of a lot more money to live because there is no black ecosystem for them to work. There's nowhere for them to go work and feel safe. If they were white, they could go somewhere like where Be Brave lives and work. Nobody will fuck with them. And, I think that's why they are spending so much money. If they are spending a lot of money, that's partly why they're.
Well, I do feel bad for I feel bad for Carmelo's parents, for that other lady. I feel bad for her as a mother. But they can't sugarcoat it, and sometimes things just have to come out the way they come out. And it's just hard because I've never been in that situation. You've never been in that situation, so to have your young child put in chains and put in prison like that, it's just got to be horrifying. Especially when you've tried your best, even though your best might have not been the greatest. Looking back on it, even though you've tried your best to provide and give for that child, sometimes children will make their own decisions and do things that they shouldn't do. And now these are the consequences.
There's not a lot you can do. I see Stanley's he's awake now. I don't think Stanley streamed last night. He streamed all day yesterday. The kids.
All right, now I have a few things. I'm doing some laundry, so I'm going to hop off. But DJ, well, yeah, I mean, he's going to have to. There's going to have to be consequences for his actions. Just how severe it's going to be, we don't know. But yeah, I mean, he did something wrong, so there's going to be consequences, and that's just it right there.
Yeah, I think it'll all work itself out. I think, if he's guilty, he will be proven guilty. One of the interesting things is, and here's a hypothetical: what if they change the venue to say Dallas County? That would be interesting. That's going to be.
Because what county is he in right now?
I think Collins County.
Okay.
And there's no way that he cannot at least ask for a change of venue. You got to ask for that. You got to do that.
You think they'll do that? You think they'll ask for that to go to Dallas?
I think that the city has done a very good job of not allowing like a lot of rumors to get out, which will make it very difficult for them to get it. But they're definitely going to ask for it. And so the thing is, I think that the race hustlers win either way it goes. If they don't get it, they're going to say he's being punished by the white people in Collins County. He deserved to have black people on the jury.
Right.
But if you get black people on the jury, you really run the risk of you get a rogue juror and that will want to let him off that feels very passionate about this. You're going to have to check their social media for a fine-tooth comb. You see what happened with the Puffy trial. They had to kick a black juror off 6 weeks into the trial. And so that's going to, that is I think the real big problem in America, honestly. to be, it's a real serious problem. Because if they move that trial to Dallas, and let's say they get 3 blacks on the jury, all it takes is 1. So I ain't voting that way.
Mm-hmm.
Then now you got a man found not guilty, where some people think he should be found guilty. And so I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, but can they come back? Don't they have to? I'm not really sure about this, but can they come back with a not guilty verdict, like period, that he can just walk away, or do they have to find it like involuntary manslaughter, second
No, they can
degree
come back
murder?
mistrial. They can say we don't agree.
Okay.
All it takes is, let's say 1 juror, 2 jurors say we love Carmelo. Maybe they feel a certain kind of way. They say, man, we're not convicting. We feel that white boy shouldn't have put his hands on him.
Right.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Right.
Like, that's, I was talking to some people on Nightish's channel. And they said, he mentioned the rain. I said, what does the rain have to do with anything? And he said, man, it was raining, man. They could have let him sit up on the tent. That would have been a good gesture. But if I tell you can't sit up under my tent, rain or not, it doesn't matter. You have to leave. So then the black folks go to the next level of logic. They say, well, those people that told him to leave didn't have the right to tell him to leave.
Yeah, they should have went to a teacher, somebody in authority.
That's fair. But did you have a right to be there? No. Okay. So you were somewhere you didn't have a right to belong. That's been established. When told to leave, somehow we end up in a stabbing.
He can never use self-defense, John, because that would just blow that all away. If you're scared for your life, if you think something's going to happen, if you've had a riff with these men before, of all the tents, why go there?
He didn't know them. So let's get rid of that rumor.
He cannot claim that. Then see, it's going to go a lot of different ways because he can't claim self-defense if he went under that tent.
But see, here's the thing. Initially the blacks wanted to go with the bullying.
Right. That too.
And they immediately backed off of that. There's a reason why. Because if you're going with bullying, then this was premeditated murder.
Right.
So there is that. Stanley says, is it trespassing? Well, the school has policies about, no students from an opposing team under your tent. So that's the policy, right? That's the policy, right? Now, was he trespassing? No, because he had the right to be in the venue.
Right.
But the school policy, so he's violating school policy. Can we all agree on that? Yes.
Well, hey, now was he part of this whole track meet? Was he even in the track meet?
It's not relevant.
Should he have been there?
Well, let's just say it's not relevant for the time being, right? Let's say it's irrelevant.
Okay.
Should he have been, because all that's going to matter is, should he have been on the side of that tent? And because it's going to come up, why were you there? What's the policy on opposing, teams being up on their tent? School, we posted the school policy on that. And at the time you decided to stab him, did you feel in fear of your life?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the blacks initially said it was 2 brothers that were threatening him, but one brother didn't even see the stabbing. So he's out in terms of being used as in Carmelo's defense, because he didn't even see the stabbing. His back was turned. So he couldn't have been fighting Carmelo actively. So that leaves a mano between Carmelo Anthony and the dead Austin. And they have the words, according to Carmelo, of what was said, and it was more or less a provocation. It's first-degree murder. I don't know how you get away from that. First-degree murder.
Well, both sides are going to pull their witnesses. Everybody's going to get a chance to speak. Those that were there in the tent, they're going to get a chance to speak on both sides, prosecution and the defense. Everyone will make their case the best that they can. You know,
as I play it out, though, Lily, I'm trying to think about what witness is he selling things I'm black. I'm just looking at it like as it is. I can't think of a witness that Carmelo Anthony can bring up that's going to satisfy self-defense.
Well, if there was another student in that tent that witnessed Metcalf touch him, push him,
But touch
put
him
his
is not
hands on
enough
him.
to stab him, Lenny Lou.
No, I don't believe. Right, but was it enough? Was it enough that he needed to pull a knife out and stab him? That's what they're going to try to, that's what they'll fight against. Even if there were 3 people that said, yeah, he pushed him, he touched him,
Lenny Lou, can you see what's on the screen? See, this is what, like,
hold on. He had a right to be there.
I was
because
on Nightish's stream the other night, and I'm telling you, the school policy is only the people from that particular school are allowed under the tent. Every school must put up a tent for its athletes. No other students are allowed under the tent. Those are the rules as stated by Frisco County. So the law would say, yeah, you got the right to be there, but the policy would say you were violating policy by being there. And so he's violating policy by being under someone else's tent. Right? Like, I'm not arguing against or for him. I'm just stating the facts. He was violating policy by being under someone else's tent. We can agree with that. Surely we can agree with that.
I guess my major question is, was he one of the athletes? What school was he supposed to be, and where was he supposed to be at?
His school's tent was across the stadium, across the field.
Okay, but was he starting in the meet? Was he there to run?
It really does. Like, they're going to ask that, and it probably does matter in this from the standpoint of if he.
Then why was he even down there on the track if he wasn't even supposed to be
running? Well, he was on the track. This was in the bleachers.
In the bleachers, okay.
But the thing is that you're asking too, was he running track? Let's say he was. Okay, he had the right to be there.
Mm-hmm.
But if he wasn't running track, then now he doesn't have the right to be there, right? Give me 1 second. Got to make a sale, guys. Got to make a sale.
I'm going to go on mute, John. I got to throw some laundry in the dryer. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
How's it going, man?
Yo, I'm going to send you the code. Is that okay? We do like automated viewings.
Okay, so like I just can walk in.
Yeah, I'm going to send you the code to get in. All right, you got it?
Which room is it?
I'm going to tell you. So it's the first code right here.
4905 here with the shaded porch.
Yeah. Like a round lock, right? Look at that round lock. Touch it.
It's a round jump. I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. You got it?
Oh, yeah, so.
All right, it's gonna be the room right there by the front door. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm seeing the code. Give me 1 second. Got it. Oh, you have to hit the they hit the pound sign. There it is.
Operation failed.
Oh shit! Let me send you another code. Sorry. Let me see what it is. No, hold on. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
Oh.
It'll lock up on you.
True.
Give me 1 second. Fuck is that? Okay. Man, this should work. Let's see. What's that one? Okay.
I didn't put it in right the first time, so.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, try this one. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. This is pretty good. As far as restrooms go, is it like shared restrooms in the house?
Yeah, it's upstairs.
Okay.
We got a private one coming open in about a week or so.
In about a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not bad at all. So like, how would I move forward? I just, is there like an application or anything like that?
Hell no, just pay the money, pay to stay. You pay as you go.
Oh, okay.
No
Okay,
deposit,
cool.
no move in, no security fees. It's just pay as pay as you go. Like it's like filling up your tank in the car.
Okay, I got you. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. Okay, cool. So if I pay today, but I would only want to start on the 4th.
I can't guarantee you we'll have that room. We'll probably have another room available. I mean, the 4th is like, the holiday, it's DC, bro. So it could be the 5th before we really have it, considering how the reservations are coming in, because we do Airbnb as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to lock it in, you can lock it in right now. Otherwise, we'll have some. We have places across the street too. Places across the street.
Okay.
But we don't have any available, but we do have some across the street. It could come available.
I got you. So I'll probably let you know for sure tomorrow.
Yeah. But we got a private bath in this house coming available. Let me see when it's coming available. Let's see. Oh shit, that's tomorrow.
Okay. Do you have a video of that unit?
You probably can see it on YouTube there.
Okay. Just can you tell me which one it is so I can just know?
Look for the one with the brown floors on the kitchen. In the kitchen.
Okay, cool.
You know what I mean? Cool. Brown floors in the kitchen. What else he got? It's got a big overarching lamp. Like a
okay. And that one's $350 as well?
No, it's gonna be a little bit more because you got a private bath and kitchen.
Okay. Oh, and kitchen. Okay. How much is that?
Ooh. How long are you looking to book it?
For a month or so.
Let me get back to you on prices.
Okay.
Yeah. But let me know what you want to do going forward. What you said you let me know by tomorrow. Yeah.
If the other one is available and it's the price is reasonable, I'll probably lock in that one. But this one is pretty solid for right now.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Sounds good.
All right. So I'll let you know definitely tomorrow. But I appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Just make sure you close the door behind you.
Yeah, I got you.
Shit. I just sold that one. I think that one gonna sell right there. I think that one sold, Lindy Lou. Got another one off the books.
I am back. I just got back. Did he take the room, John? I missed it.
I think he's gonna get it, Lindy Lou. I think he's gonna get it.
Good for you.
This is how I make my money, Lindy Lou. See, I was talking earlier, Lindy Lou, about how give me 1 second. I'm gonna call this person and see if they're gonna answer.
Oh, okay, Dirty.
He may call me back. Anyway, oh damn, just one more person to call. Shit. This nigga here behind on his rent. Gotta catch him up. He on the day. This guy converted from daily to weekly to daily. And this is what I tell you about, guys. Like this dynamic pricing here beats the hell out of that monthly. Because if they can't pay it monthly, they convert down to, well, if they can't pay it weekly, they convert down to daily. And daily is much more expensive than weekly. And so that's what this guy's doing. He's
20.
This guy right here that I just called, he found out that he had a baby at 16 years when the baby was 16 years old. You hear me? You hear me, Linda? Isn't that not crazy? And so he's behind on his rent because of that. Because he just found out he had a baby at 16 years old. So
yeah, no, I had a cousin that happened to him. He was in the Vietnam War, and lo and behold, like 20 something years later, here comes a kid at his door. You know, he already had 5 kids.
Somebody said that makes 2 of us. Here's the phone call.
I have to go daily till Thursday because I don't have all the cash because they hit my ass.
Oh, you the one with the child support. Say what? Yeah, you the one with the child support.
Yeah.
What, they just hit you for them child support? You just had a baby or something?
No, I had a baby 16 years ago, bro.
And they hit you on the child support today?
I didn't know I had a baby.
Oh, jeez.
What?
Jeez. Oh my gosh. So is he gonna have to pay back child support?
Yeah, that's what they hit his ass for, Linda Lou. That's what they hit that ass for.
Why would they hit him with back child support if he didn't even know he had a kid?
You gotta get that money, Linda Lou. They gotta get that money.
See that? I don't know if that's fair or not. I think I might try to fight that.
It
He
is
didn't
what
even
it
know
is.
about it. How can he be responsible for 16 years?
It is what it is. He did it. He admitted to do it.
Oh, he did admit to it?
He was like, "Yeah, my baby." You know what I'm saying?
Oh, never mind.
He admitted that he had sex with the woman.
Oh, but he didn't know he had a kid.
No, he didn't know.
Well.
What's up, tough guy?
What's happening?
Very tough guy.
What up with y'all? What up with y'all?
We were just talking about a little bit about Carmelo, what's going on with him, and then we were talking about his tenant. Found out he had a kid.
Don't leave out the phone call, Lindy Lou, we had.
I missed the phone call. No, you can tell him about that. You can tell him about that.
Yeah,
Carmelo. What happened to Carmelo?
Well, we were looking at some Carmelo stuff, and then we ended up calling someone who had commented on a Carmelo thread, and we ended up calling a pretty lady too. Oof. And she talked to us about 30 minutes. She said her son, went to prison, kind of like, at a young age, kind of like Carmelo. She goes to see him, every whatever the visitation period is, every week or so. And she owns a realty company down in Dallas area. So we put a realty company website up. Looks like a nice website and everything. And she called in and talked to us for a long time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty lady too, bro. Woo. Hot, bro.
Was he trying to get your Mac on, my nigga?
Nah, man, ain't no respectful, bro. I got women.
You could be respectful and still get your Mac on.
That ain't for this. The time and place. Tough guy, time and place.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, you gotta see my little bitch, man. You was over here talking, so I gotta show you my bitch.
Come on, man. You gotta keep the topic elevated here. Hey, You know, one of the things I did want to share with you guys. One of the things that I noticed, I said, oftentimes when we go on YouTube, there are a lot of times people just sitting there talking to you. They're on the panel, StreamYard, whatever the hell. Some people step it up a notch and go on OBS, so on and so forth. So I recently saw Myron Gaines doing a street interview. And it reminded me of some of the things we've done here many times. And so here's Myron Gaines doing a street interview, guys. I ain't gonna say I take credit for this because he's probably never seen any street interviews that we've done. But I do think what we do here, we're gonna push some other people to kind of expand their content. You know, get out of the studio sometimes and get out on the street and talk to people and see how that goes there. And so here's Myron Gaines doing his rendition of what I do here all the time.
Oh, you said he stole from you, my nigga?
Nah, he probably never watched. He's probably never watched the show.
Yeah, how you disrespect black women on your show?
Yeah,
you can't disrespect me. Cause I'm the nigga walk up here, throw this drink in your face, and let you know what's up.
Oh, you gonna do that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Try me.
that won't be good, man. That won't be good, bro.
I'm Hamothy though.
That won't be good. That won't be good. That won't be good. That won't be good.
John, where's this at?
Probably Miami. That's where.
Oh, I thought this was one of your streams. I'm like, what the heck?
Nah, this is Myron Gaines doing some live streams here, and
somebody was trying to fight him.
Yeah, but I think though, honestly, if you listen to what the video I played earlier about the AI, and then you look at what we do here on this stream, with the street interviews, the phone calls, some of the tenant shit, the stuff you see out on the streets when I'm filming. I don't think that can be I don't think AI can replicate that. It's too organic for AI, in my opinion. Hey, cut that shit in, Twitter. I don't think it can be replicated by AI, in my opinion. What do you think, Lindy Lou?
I don't. You know what? I don't know. I was laughing at look at Dirty Dude's comment. I thought about it. One of these days, I'm going to go to DC and just call John up and say, "Hey, John, I need a room. I'm like right around the corner. Where can I stay at?" See what he says to me.
Someone asked me. I don't think we have a big enough audience for it yet, but they said, and I have a place where, I could do like some mobiles, live streams, and I know there are other streamers that come to DC. I would love to team up with some other streamers or even other people that are in their audience. If you're ever in DC, you can just let us know here. You can hop up on the stream.
I would do that.
We do a street interview. We do a street interview together.
Yeah, maybe I'll walk up on you one day and sit down and go like, "Hi." And you probably wouldn't even recognize. Yeah. One of us should do that to you, John. Find out when you're going to be there. If it could get connected, and walk up and see if we recognize them.
Hey, did y'all see Donald Trump say that black woman was fine while he was doing a press conference? He was like, "Girl, he fine." She's like, "Oh, thank you."
Now, I think that'll be interesting though. At some point, maybe we do that. Anyone traveling through DC, we do a street interviews, or we do a street interviews together. Maybe one of the good areas there. I think that'll be fun. It'll be nice. Who's going to be in DC in the next, let's say, 3 months? Though? Maybe we could plan it out now.
Nope.
What do you think, Lindy Lou? Who wants to make a trip to DC?
I had like he said, it wasn't a 6th grade camp. I was a lot older than that, but I haven't been to DC in years and years and years.
Yo, DC is a great town. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, you know what? My husband and I went there. God, we were in our early mid-20s, something like that. And what I remember, actually, we stayed over at Virginia. We did Virginia Beach and DC, kind of a little touristy thing. We were trying to leave DC and get back to Virginia Beach. We got so messed up. That's what I remember the most. The roads trying to get back there. Yeah, my husband's very, very good at directions, and he was so frustrated because it was like crazy.
I don't know you remember this, Lindy Lou, but I covered this on the stream here. It just happened recently.
Okay, Mello. Start with your first name, your last name, and spell it.
Tyshia Johnson, Tyshia.
Said, I must say,
What happened?
Yo, so the reason why I'm playing this is because where her dad was killed, I've shown on the stream many times now. I walked that street, that same path. I've shown it to you on the stream. On my way to do a lot of the live streams, I walked right by there, or drive right by there. Could have been me. They ran this motherfucker over. And as he lay there dead, they robbed him. Kids. And so this is what she's talking about here. And there's a video of it. It's all on the internet. I've shown it here before. I'm not going to show it again. But these are children that ran this man over and callously robbed him as he lay there dead. And so these are the downstream consequences that, you know, may not show up in a crime statistic or, you know, poverty and all this. But she's telling you how much her dad meant to her in the little ecosystem that
Only at a good rank in my class.
In the little ecosystem that she had, this tragedy has really tossed her life upside down. If you ever, oh, did she say that? What I thought she said? Did she say what I thought she said, Lenny Lou?
Did she say a 17-year-old? What did she say about this?
She's 17. The killer was 17. She just had a baby, right? And another 17-year-old just took someone's life.
And they have a kid themselves.
No, she has a child.
When she was 17, but did the driver was 17 and they also had a kid, right?
Did she say that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you might have to go back.
Let me see. Who is the us that she's speaking about? Somebody help me. Who's she
Say
speaking
it
about?
one more time, John. Is she talking about us, about her and her father?
It's her and her dad all the time. Let me make sure.
Yeah, but maybe the 17-year-old that hit her father.
Raised me.
Now he's going to jail, and now his kid's not going to have a dad.
Let's see again. Her dad worked at the same fucking job.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Can you imagine going to work the next day? She go back to work.
Nope.
Her dad ain't there. Wherever he was stationed. Oh my fuck!
They might have been stationed right around the corner from each other, saw each other all the time.
Oh my God! They probably went to work together. Came home. Oh my fucking!
And you know the worst part about this, John, is it's on video, and she probably watched that video. That's what she said, that there was actual footage of this.
She was surprised it was footage.
Yes.
Wow. Man, man, this is deep right here. Like,
it's very deep.
Yeah, damn.
All right, John, it's a break in my heart because I would ask my dad stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So especially at her age, you know.
I don't know what
to
it
hear her
feels
say
like
she asked
for
her
somebody
dad.
to do it.
Yeah, I mean, she's talking about very mundane things like going shopping for a pair of eyeglasses.
Right. Oh my God.
Oof.
Oh my God.
Woof. Man, this is
Yeah.
very rough to listen to here.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh shit. God damn, I gotta wipe my eyes for that one.
Ooh.
So she's 28 now. And you heard her say this right here. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh.
Jesus.
How I know how it feels when I do supposed to go out, and I'm 28, and I still haven't got that from nobody but my daddy.
Nobody but her daddy.
Nobody in this world.
No man, no other man has come up to step up at 28 to replace her father. And now, 16-year-old juvenile is taking her father. Man, this is one amazing story, man. This is very sad right here.
Well, and John, every time you walk by that area that it happened, you're always going to think about it. Every time.
You see me on stream, you know, that I passed by here.
Yeah.
You know, you see me, right? You know what's so interesting about this, Lenny Lou?
Yeah.
This is fucking interesting as hell. Oh, this is interesting as hell, Lindy Lou. I'm struggling to tell this story here. I ain't gonna lie to you. Man. This is fucking amazing, really amazing. Damn, this is really fucking amazing here. Damn, give me 1 second. Paying for something here. Anyway, so one of the things I was gonna say to you, Lindy, damn, this is a sad story here. Jesus Christ. The man had just taken some money out of a black-owned bank.
Oh, okay.
Amazing enough.
So they have footage of him at the ATM machine.
Yeah, and they ran him over. And she said if they would have just asked him for the money, he probably would have given it to him. And yet they killed him nonetheless. That's Jesus Christ. This is the kind of the unseen that you can't even measure this shit, really, honestly. Like, you don't know how do you put a value on what's been taken away from her? I don't think you can.
Yeah, that's pretty darn, that's sad. That's
She's
really
lost
sad.
she's lost a babysitter for her children, right? How much does that cost? All the lessons that her father would have taught her children, her grandchildren, his grandchildren, gone up in smoke. And man, this is real fucking sad to listen to here.
Well, and in a sense, she's right about one thing, John. She's going to have to learn how to live a whole different life. You know, when you lose a parent, even if you're older, it's like you got. My mom died when I was pretty young, kind of young, you know, and only time will heal that, man, because you're like, okay, now I got to have a new way of life. Like, what am I going to do without mom? You know?
Yeah.
What am I going to do? But you know what? You learn to live a new life. It's just different. But, you know, for the longest time, I'd be in a store and I'd see a woman, an older woman with a daughter, and, you know, I'd like fall out in tears and stuff like that. It took me a long time to get over something like that, but she'll get it. She has to get through it, but that's just time. Only time takes care of that. You just got to live with it. You got to face it and live with it.
Yeah, that's very rough.
She's going to have a new life.
Yeah, she probably needs to change jobs and everything, to be honest with you. Just, you know, start all over. You know, you keep seeing your dad in the same old spot where he would have been. That's going to be rough.
Well, and I wonder where the rest of her family's at, like her mom, and does she have siblings? I mean, just all those questions. But John, I'm going to jump off.
All right.
And it was, this is pretty darn sad. All right, John, have a good day. Maybe I'll see you later. Okay.
All right, it's a pleasure. All right. I'm going to play the rest of this, guys. I haven't heard this. This is a longer clip than I thought it would be, but we have about 3-4 more minutes left. Wow, that was amazing. Eesh. And I think there's an update. It says 17-year-old.
He would have given them the money. Reaction tonight from the family
Someone said probably her baby's dead.
Donnell Phillips, after learning police arrested and charged a 17-year-old as an adult with first-degree murder while armed. Prosecutors allege the teenager deliberately ran over Mr. Phillips at 12th and U Streets Northwest last month in order to rob him. They claim the murder was the end of a short, violent crime spree that began about 2 hours earlier. News 4's Jackie Benson explains.
Donnell Phillips helped many people in his 55 years, says his family. They are still in shock at the brutal, callous way he was taken from them, run over, and left for dead. They're also shocked to learn the age of the suspect.
The juvenile system is I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Just knowing that it was a baby, like it just crushed it. Like it crushes my heart.
90 security camera images were presented as evidence in the arrest warrant for Kyrie Young, 17, including many of a white 2017 Hyundai Santa Fe SUV with Maryland license plates. Police say it was stolen at 1:28 a.m. in the 100 block of N Street Northwest on May 7th, the morning Mr. Phillips was killed. At 3:40 a.m., a woman reported being nearly run over, then assaulted and robbed by people in a white SUV at 17th and Irving Street Northwest. At 3:42 a.m., a few blocks away at 14th and Newton, a man reported being nearly run over, then beaten and robbed by the occupants of a white SUV. At 3:49, Donnell Phillips was fatally struck, then robbed by the occupants of a white SUV at 12th and U Northwest. The arrest warrant photos put the stolen SUV at the crime scene locations, according to prosecutors. They show it stopping on U Street across from where Mr. Phillips was using an ATM while on his lunch break from his job as overnight concierge at a nearby apartment building. Heartbreaking security camera video shows the SUV striking Mr. Phillips as he crossed the street to go back to work. Prosecutors allege the occupants of the Hyundai went through his pockets as he lay on the ground, took his money, and tried to use his ATM card. Court documents say an anonymous tip led to Young, later identified by images from the ATM camera, security cameras, and a previous mugshot. Mr. Phillips' little granddaughter asked to be able to describe to us how much she loved him.
He was a nice man. He'd give you anything you asked for. He'd take the shirt off his back and give it to you if you asked for it.
The remarkably thorough 73-page arrest warrant in this case notes that Mr. Phillips, as he was on the ground dying, did something that would help his family start to see justice come forward. He told a food delivery driver who'd stopped to help him, quote, "I got robbed. They hit me with their car and they robbed me," something the delivery driver later told detectives. In Northwest, Jackie Benson, News 4.
All right, that was an interesting case. I mean, we've had a we've had a great stream today, man. Shit. Man, we had a great stream. Covered a lot of content, a lot of shit. We had a very interesting phone call. Stanley talked about parenting. We're going to clip up that phone call earlier today from the lovely lady, Angie. Let me see if I can put her Cash App back up on the stream, guys. We talked to a lady whose son went to prison, and she was like, yo, I'm still supporting him while he's there. Go to visit him every week. And we put her Cash App up. We came about her by way of the Carmelo Anthony father stream. And a lot of times you make assumptions, and I did. I made an assumption that her son had committed murder because that's what Carmelo Anthony's son did, but he hadn't done that. And at the same time, she's there. She was more or less supporting Carmelo Anthony from the standpoint of, hey, I've been where you've been, and she was standing up for her son. And I think she was very fair-minded, and she was a real estate broker in Texas. So I would suggest any of you guys in Texas looking to buy a property or know someone in Texas, feel free to reach out to her. Angie Realtor Credit. Guys, let's show her some little support as well. Stanley, I think this lady shows is a good example of parenting. Sometimes things go awry, don't go the way you probably would have expected it to, but you still stick by and support your child nonetheless. And she talked about that here on the stream. Stanley, did you hear that? You want to come up before I get out of here, Stanley? Before I get out of here, I would love to have that conversation with you. Man, see, this is some of the things, honestly, Stanley. Man, come up for a second if you have time. Come up for a second if you have time. Hey, Stanley, you have time to come up for a second? Yo, Stanley, you got time to come up for a second? You busy there? You busy, Stanley? All right, cool. He busy baking cookies. Anyone else want to come up on the panel? Feel free. I put the link in there. You got me for a few minutes until Stanley gets here. Then. Yo, Dirty Dude, man, you never come up on the panel when I'm here. I see you up there with Stanley, I think. You go up there with Stanley? And Deacon Dave, no one ever comes up with me. What? Only the ladies. Only the ladies. Anyway, I'll be waiting on you, Stanley. I'll give you a few minutes there. Yeah, Stanley, you coming up and yeah, it's Stanley, I guess. Yeah, so you talk about parenting a lot. I was going to
hold on one sec, John. My earbuds aren't working. Okay. I think should be able to hear you now.
So we had a lady up on the channel. She was on the phone. We talked to her about 30 minutes or so, and she had a son that went to prison, so she sympathized with the Carmelo Anthony family from the standpoint, they were in this position that she was once in. And I made an ass out of myself. Got a few things wrong. I wasn't paying attention closely as I should have, doing other things. But anyway, so I reeled her back in, and we had a good conversation. Her Cash App is right there on the banner. I guess you just took it down. Let me put it back up. Hopefully I can put it back up so people can see her Cash App. You want to support. But anyway, she says, her son did something wrong, whatever. He got convicted, and but she goes to see him weekly, to visit him, to give him some support. And
how far is the prison from? How long is the trip? Oh wow,
yeah,
that is dedication.
Yeah. But and she says, it's not always, shits and giggles. Sometimes, it's crying. And but my dad's been in prison, so I kind of could speak from a little bit of that point of view. That it's kind of that that support you need to get through.
Let me ask you a question. Did you ask her? Did she feel she was a bad parent?
No, I didn't want to ask her that because
And the reason I ask that is, what, you do what you can. How old was their son when he
17? He's running around Carmelo's age. That's why she sympathized with Carmelo.
Well, she should sympathize with his family, and quite frankly, I've been doing a wait and see thing. I stuck my foot in some doo-doo when I talked about the sharpened cleat.
Well,
shouldn't have said anything about it. But let me just get to my point, which is, parents do the best they can. Kids do F up, and you've heard me say, I often tell my son still at 19, don't get into something I can't get you out of.
Yeah. And, again, for this young man, luckily his mother owns a business. I don't know how much longer he has, but at some point he'll get out, and if her business is still around, it'll be easier to transition into that than her saying, hey, go get a job. Probation people, bro, let me tell you, I've been on probation so many fucking times. You know what I mean? And one of the things that saved the undisciplined nigga like me in some ways I used to live, was I never had to be locked down into a location. That's what be killing them niggas on probation. Look, at one point, I was on probation.
I totally agree with that.
I Googled some shit one time, and I read a newspaper article. It was about probation in DC. There were more people in DC in jail for probation violations than in jail
Oh, wow.
for the crime that they committed. Right? And it's easy to fall prey to that. And so one of the ways I was able to benefit was because I could say, hey man, I own my own business. I got to travel. What are they going to say? No, you can't travel. Right?
Well, can I? Is there a point? And I hear what you said. Now I'm curious to know what your point is.
That the whole probation. I forget what I was saying now, but the being able to come, like being on probation. Oh, I know what I was saying. If you work and you're on probation, let's say you want to celebrate somebody's birthday party, you smoke a little weed. They're gonna catch you. Yeah. But me, I smoke weed all the way through probation. I was out of town. I work out of town. There's advantages. The man who worked.
Because I thought where you were going with this, and see, I didn't interrupt except to ask questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was hoping you weren't saying that Black people should be entrepreneurs and have their own businesses because their kids might go to jail and you can provide them a job out when they get out of jail.
No,
that's what I was hoping you were not saying.
No, everybody can't be entrepreneurs. I'm talking about the infrastructure for wherever you are. Like he's going to need someone is going to support him when he comes out of prison. And let's stop talking about him. But if you come out of prison, my dad went to prison. Let's talk about my dad. Fuck it. When he came out of prison, he had the infrastructure set up, around him. His sister, his brother, his grandmother, his mother, my mother, whatever. All to kind of support him to get back on his feet. You just landed free now. You need
But
to get
let me emphasize, I've told my son, don't get into something I can't get you out of.
That's correct. But
that is a very powerful some powerful advice. First off,
if you do get into it, hold on. If you do get into it, you're not just going to abandon him.
No, but I might not be able to help him. If you go to jail for life, I'm not going to be able to help you. Except
you can help him get through that life. You're not just going to abandon him. Well, fucking, I ain't talking to you no more. I ain't taking no more calls. I'm done. Maybe, depending on what he do. But that parent in you, that's your blood. You still going to say, man, I'm going to take your phone calls, send you a commissary package, whatever the fuck. Whatever from is, by distance that you're being forced upon you, you're probably going to do it. Would you say that's fair? And that's what this lady's doing. And he will get out at some point, and he's going to need that more than all the money in the world.
And I'm gonna take a slightly contra position because not every Black kid, not every Black male at 17 is going to go to jail.
Yeah.
How about just tell your kids, don't get into something I can't get you out of. Carmelo did something his parents may or may not, and they need help to get him out of whatever if they can. Bottom line is tell your kids, do not get into something I cannot get you out of. Not every Black kid needs to go to jail. Not every Black kid is destined to jail. Black culture is not a jail culture. 70%. Let's talk about the magic 70%.
We haven't mentioned Black people yet. We're not talking about that.
Well, who else are you talking about? White people?
No, this is just in general. Like the supportive family. Like this woman, running the business. She's still going, visiting her son. I didn't even mention her race. Other than I said she was
John. Yeah, okay, John.
Well, other than I mentioned that she was attractive.
Sorry, did I stereotype you, John?
I think you did. Yeah. Because again, bro, like as I told her, the lady, this is a very personal interest story to me. That's what I told her. Because she was very supportive of her son, despite what he's done. She's doing what a mother should do. She's not, taking up for him. He was railroaded. She didn't say that one time. But what she did do was she's like, yo, I'm supporting him. I go to see him every day. Every time it's important to give him that, because he's not going to get that in prison seeing the same old people all day.
So what was the father situation? What was the background? Was she a single mother?
Yeah, she
Why
is.
didn't you ask her these questions?
Because we're gonna get her back. She said she's coming back.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh,
Bro,
that's awesome.
She was
no, that's awesome.
Smoking, nigga. She was
Dude,
smoking.
Dude,
Yeah,
you know
you
what?
want me to
I'm
pull it up?
60. She is smoking for someone of your age, not mine.
Nigga, she was smoking hot. You want me to pull up?
Really?
Let's see. I think it's
No,
NBA. Ooh, Envy really.
don't make me wish I'm young
Yeah,
tonight,
don't
John.
talk her down, bro. This one was fucking smoking, bro. God damn. Damn, what was it? What was it called? Envy? I think it was Envy Realty. I think. Damn, Portia had up. Bro, this lady was smoking, bro. I don't remember the name of it, but Portia had up.
And she's a realtor?
Yeah, broker.
Well, that makes her extra hot for someone like you.
Shit, yeah, that's what we
Yeah,
talk real estate.
y'all can get together over a glass of wine and talk housing.
I think this is it. Is this her? Damn, let me see if this is. Yeah, oh man, now this not her. Damn. Angie. Anyone have her website out there? I can pull that shit up. Yo, and yeah, so we talk real estate, and man, very pretty woman. I gotta push that pull up again. It's on the stream though.
I'm interested.
Yeah, she gonna be on the stream.
Well, no, I'm interested in you being interested. Are you gonna abandon? You're not gonna take a special trip out to Texas, or
Nah, man. You know I'm just talking shit.
I know. I'm fucking.
But she was very, very attractive. Very nice demeanor over the phone.
And I missed it. Sorry, I was busy.
We're gonna clip that shit up. That was good right there. And then we're gonna bring her back. She said she want to come back and talk real estate. She's in Texas, so you know there are a lot of Texas people in the audience. They'll be able to maybe send a deal her way. And she was saying, you know, I feel like, you know, God, you know, she didn't say this, but I put it in her mouth. She said, I feel like God sent you my way. I said, yeah, that's right.
Well, I won't make jokes, John.
The holy man.
You know what? I didn't even think of that joke.
But that you know that highlighted my day, man, bro. I tell you, I like the
good.
You know, like I like to build up an ecosystem. This kind of what I done. You know, like somebody, you know, in the audience that may need a real estate guy, lady. She could be the one. She quite possibly could be the one. Come back, tell us all about Texas real estate.
Did she say where she is in Texas?
Dallas.
Oh damn, dude. We got like half your audience is in Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas. So we may have us a lovely lady host up here.
Well, good for you. I asked Republic Tea Room, and she seems amenable to it.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah, I tell you missed my show last night. I did another like.
I saw that.
Yeah, you know what? I was just in the mood to do it, but you know that's a lot of hours. But I had a good time. So.
Yeah, time flies when you have fun.
Yep.
Time flies when you have fun. Man, I think we had fun up here today. I tell you about Johnny Boy. I don't know if I told you guys. I did. I tell you about Johnny Boy.
Well, how did that turn, John? I didn't watch your show today. I guess I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. But
you need to turn that.
So what's up with Johnny Boy? Did he do well?
Man, you know, Stanley. And I explained it earlier. I'm going to condense it all. And people are gonna hate me when I say it. But like criminals do have their wits about them. Say what you want, you know, if you disagree, agree, it's fine. But they do have their wits about them in their own way, in their own lane. They got their wits about them. So if you're not that smart, the criminal will outwit you. Think about crap games that you see on the street corners. Further down the level, you see people that take advantage of people that steal and shit like that. So I sent Johnny Boy to the store. I let him ride my bike, and damn if he didn't get the bike stolen. Fucking 5 blocks away, he go on a mission and come back $1,000 down.
What?
And
Wait, what?
Went to the store and got the bike stolen. I can't tolerate. Like,
Wait, is that your not the e-bike you bought?
Yeah, my e-bike. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, were you? Oh shit.
And I wasn't mad at my
I'd
probably
have
wasn't
been
mad at myself.
incensed.
I was more mad at myself, and because the thing is, like, you know, like you have to micromanage him to a level that you probably wouldn't even understand, bro. You wouldn't even fucking understand.
Dude, I got a 19-year-old. I understand micromanaging.
Your 19-year-old is at Georgia Tech. This 19-year-old has real.
Yeah, but the motherfucker's not at Georgia Tech today. He's here.
No, but
it's like, dude, clean up after yourself.
But he got the aptitude to get there. You understand? Like,
let's hope. I'm in
I mean,
doubt.
he got there. He already there now. Like, you know, shit, he there. Right? He got there. You know, if it's up to him, if he stay there. But nah, I don't think he sold it, bro. So
Oh no, he'll be there. He has nowhere else to go.
at the time of the night, he went to the store and he, you know, yeah, he didn't sell it. Somebody stole it. Because I was on the phone with him as he came out the store. So something told me to call him. And I heard him. So goddamn, you know. And but like I say this to say, like he's so absent-minded that he can't really work in, like, you know. My mother got him a job, helped him get a job at Whole Foods, and he made a mistake and mixed up the organic and the not organic food, and they had to fire him. You know, he has a problem reading, putting shit together, just thinking like logically. And then, you know, he has a bad habit. What I would say is like doing too much. You understand what I'm saying, Stanley?
No, I do. It makes sense.
You know, if I say, hey man, Stanley, sweep up my room. Nigga, don't try to mop it. Because if you waste the mop bucket full of water, right? Then all the sweeping you did is all for naught. You understand?
Oh no. Oh yeah. Continue this story. Oh, right. I know exactly where you're going.
So in the process of me saying, hey, and I'm using this as an example, hey, go sweep the room. He'll go one step further with good intentions to mop the room, and then waste a fucking bucket of water. And
shit!
Negate all the sweeping that I
well,
asked.
Can I give you a quick example of what you just said? Now, it's been a couple weekends ago. I was home. I was in Savannah at my, at our house, my, where I grew up, my parents' house. And my father was opening something, and he had been, there was some styrofoam, little bits of styrofoam on the carpet. So, I'm bringing out the vacuum cleaner to clean it. And you know what he assumed? Now, and I was going to do it anyway, but, this is how, at 80, he's 82, I'm 60. He just knew what I was going to do. Yeah. I'm in one part of the room getting up the styrofoam, and he said, oh, when you come on this side of the room, there's some threads, be careful of that. Because he just knew I was going to motherfucking do the whole thing. And then I did the hallway, and then I did the dining room. Motherfucker, you don't just pick up a vacuum cleaner and vacuum a little bit. You do the whole goddamn thing. You do the job right. So, you do what needs to be done, and you don't need someone to tell you what needs to be done. Do some extra if it needs to be done. I know where you're going with that.
But you need to operate within your means and within your ability. And if you know that you're clumsy or prone to make mistakes, don't overdo it.
Interesting.
Right? You understand? Don't overdo it. Right?
Interesting.
You finish what you've been told to do and say, hey, boss, you got any more for me to do? Right?
Do you know, and this is an honest question, I'm not even making a joke. Do you think he knows his limitations?
Oh, that's the hard part. Man.
Well, that's the question I'm asking. Maybe he doesn't know.
Yeah. But if you constantly tell him, hey man, don't do too much. Hey, stop doing that. Don't do that. Like I'd be sitting up in here getting ready to do the stream. He want to jump in and help me set up, bro. Oh, you're gonna knock something down that you can't afford to replace, and he more than likely will knock something down. that he can't replace. And if you're in business, unless you're making a shitload of money, you can't afford him. Like, he come and turn your day upside down, right? You were up $1,000.
Oh my!
Now you're down $1,000 because you don't have the bike. And then
Let me ask you a question. J Dub made a comment down in the chat. You might want to have a look at.
No, he didn't sell it. I know.
You don't think so?
No, because he came right back. He didn't sell it. I mean, these people ain't, he ain't selling it. Nah. He wouldn't have walked back in. He wouldn't have sold it because he didn't want to walk back in the rain. Yeah. And I known him too long. He absent-minded. Like, let me explain something to you, Stanley. You're going to blow your mind. When the last time you lost your phone?
Never.
Never?
Now, I may misplace it in the house, but I know it's in the house.
I mean, when the last time you had to get a new phone? Because you can't find
well, my phones wear out. Like, I'm going to have to replace my phone now because I've had it for about 6 years.
You know, I'm talking about because you lost it.
No, never.
Never. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
It's never been stolen. Never been lost.
Do you know how many, like, and I've shown you before, do you know how many phones and shit I found in houses? Motherfuckers stay there 2 days, lose their phone in 2 days. Really?
They don't have like the locator function?
Man, it's throwaways. It's a throwaway lifestyle, so they just throw away, get them another one. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got all these fucking phones around here. He loses his phone. Like, bro, like, think about this shit. And I just thought this up. If these motherfuckers had to pay full freight for their phones, half them motherfuckers would not have phones. Promise you. Promise.
Well, let me address J Dub here. I did lose it once in an Uber, but I knew the driver. You know, there's a function on Uber where you can go back and say, "Hey, I lost something," and dude, I live in a small town, so you know, they called him. I guess Uber did. So yeah, I almost lost one, but the Uber driver came and brought it back. That's and I swear,
but see, I
don't lose phones.
But hold on, you have to pay for that. See, that's not free. That shit ain't free, right? You didn't think about it. You didn't mention that part. That shit ain't free.
Oh, you mean the Uber part?
Yeah, hell yeah. When you call that Uber driver and say, "Hey, bring my phone back," that shit ain't free.
I did the app. The app.
That's what I'm saying. When you do that app, that shit ain't free. It may have been free when you did. Well, that's
true.
That shit ain't free. So now you got another dimension where someone has a way. Do I pay Uber to get my phone back? That just go give me another one.
Well, no. I didn't have to pay an extra charge.
But it is a charge to that shit.
I'm sure. Look, yeah, right. Somewhere back there, there's fees or something like that. So yeah, I agree with you.
They tell you directly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on.
But the bottom line is, I almost lost my phone, but I got it back. You know, I have all kinds of shit on my phone that I need.
Hold on a second.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm coming out, man. You on my stream, bro. Man, you didn't trust me. You were wary. You like, hey, let me meet you at the police department.
I mean, I do that even with smaller stuff because, like, you know, I've been trading and selling stuff for a while, so just for my own protection.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you want to shout out your business? You trade online marketplace, right?
I mean, I just occasionally sell stuff on. I don't have a business.
Oh, okay, cool. Look, I'm coming right up front. They get this phone and shit. This bike and shit. I'll be right out. All right, mama. Let me go get my bike. Give me 1 minute. Give me a new bike. All right, be right back.
What, you bought a new one? God damn. You did an Uber. Did the Uber bring back that bike, John? So, folks, I'm just kind of guest panelist here. And J-Dub, good to see you, man. 3 to 4 years. Dude, I'm so cheap. I actually have to, you know, they stopped. I got like a Pixel 3A, and that I think they're up to Pixel 9 or something now. So no, I expect to keep my phones. And the only reason I won't keep it longer is because, there's no longer OS updates. So, eventually you have to kind of give it up. But no, I squeezed the blood out of that stone. So, Lindy Lou, good to see you. Dirty dude, it is always good to see you in any chat. You are a sage. So, let's see who else is in here. It's just Lindy Lou, J Dub. I thought I saw Shredder or somebody. Why High? Interesting to see you. I know I've seen you before. Yeah, J Dub, it's not good to see me, dude. Look, I'm in the middle of meal prep. I just have some time, you know. I'm going to do. I've got like chicken quarters. I'm gonna bake them. They've been sitting in the refrigerator, seasoned, doing the dry marinade, which I'm a big fan of. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do like English style baked potatoes, or English style. I don't know what you call them, but you rough them up and you cook potatoes a long time at a high temperature, and they get crispy and stuff. Better than French fries, in my opinion. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do for a vegetable. I got a salad, but I think actually I have yellow squash. That's what I'm going to do. So this is going to be a good dinner. So that's what I do, folks. I am a merry recluse. I only and now that Uber can deliver beer, I'm never leaving home. You know what? J Dub, no. Apparently he look, I don't know. He only eats it like home cooking. Sometimes he'll order stuff. Sometimes he'll go out with friends. And no, these kids, when they're 19, it takes them about they'll figure out what's good for them round about 30. At least I did. So, I'm gonna let him have his fun, and I will reel him back in when I think he needs reeling back in. But I've said this. I'm a parent emeritus. I'm not gonna parent the boy. I'm gonna advise him, and if I see something that's like actually gonna be a problem, I'll address it. But I'm parent emeritus. I'm I am daddy emeritus. I'm not going to parent you, son. You have to figure some stuff out for yourself. I'm not going to let you fall, but I'm not going to help you if you stumble. You will have to pick yourself back up. If there's a fall, and by the way, fall is different than stumble. You might be able to right yourself if you stumble. If you fall, you're going to fall. So we won't let that happen. So, and quite frankly, J Dub, I'm kind of ready for him to go back to school. It's like it was empty nests aren't so bad once you get used to it. So damn. So John is doing bike recovery, and I did not watch most of his show today. I don't know. Shit. Who knows? I might do a startup tonight. I bet Portia probably wants to do a show. Portia's gonna do a show. I'm certainly not gonna do a show. The only thing I have, if I come online tonight, it'll just be to hang out and just get drunk and just be foolish. I do have some serious history stuff I want to do, but I don't think it's HB and Portia and John and all these folks. Yeah, you got to get some viewers at some point in time. But Stanley versus the World is kind of my pet project now. I don't really care. The people who need to see it come back. It's like an old black man version of Good Morning America. Good morning, America. Here's your mirror. Let me hold a mirror up to you, America. And this is how I see you. So that's what Stanley versus the World is. And by the way, if you're new to the program, make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you have not liked this program, please do that. Likes are important. Oh, there he is. The man, John Galt.
Yeah, me a new bike, goddamn. No, ain't
Oh,
nothing.
really? And they delivered it?
Hell yeah.
God damn.
Man, some days I don't even leave the fucking house, man.
You know, we were just talking about, are you familiar with the term Merry Recluse?
What?
Merry Recluse. MERRY Recluse, RACLUSIVE. Like, dude, you have a good home. You can get shit delivered. You know what? No, but serious. I'm on board with that, dude. I don't need to leave home unless I have to. I can get shit I need.
Listen, check this, right? So, dude was like, yo, meet me at the Suitland Metro Station. I'm like, nigga, I don't go to PG County. I ain't going at that motherfucker. I ain't tell him that, but I'm like, nigga, I don't go to PG County, man. You're gonna figure, if you want to sell this shit to me, he was like, well, I meet you at the police station right up the street. I'm like, nigga, I ain't going up there either. I said, man, I'll send you some money up front and prove to you. And then I send him the link. Say, look, we're live right here. Fuck it, this is me with the hat on.
Oh, nice.
And I said, bring that shit to my house, bro. You know what I mean? So,
oh shit! Now you know what, motherfucker. Salute. Oh, I love it.
Maybe even get a subscriber.
Motherfucker, here's the money. Bring it if you want the rest.
Yeah,
that I love it. I love it. Nice.
There you go. So,
motherfucker, this is what money means. You can get shit you want.
That motherfucker brand is new too, bro. Motherfucker nice. Bigger than the last
John
one.
Galt, that's managing your money.
Time, man, bro. Same price. I ain't have to move to get it. Right? Shit. Better for me.
I am truly impressed. I honestly, John Galt is that nigga. Gotta say it.
Yeah, you know, you had to work up the trust with him, you know, because otherwise he wasn't gonna bring it. You know what I mean, bro?
But he did. But he did. So you did. You did what you needed to do, not to be inconvenienced.
That is correct.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, you know, I'm buying shit. You know, you want to? How bad do you want to sell it, right? How much risk are you willing to take, bro? You know, this is man. When I'm on the stream, when I'm in Brooklyn, I pass by here almost every day. You know, something not on the stream, but like, yo, check this out. Someone sent this to me from New York. I think Kimmy Cake sent it.
Candace, that mother is devastated. She said her daughter had so much to live for, a loving family, her own children, ages 13 and 12. So no one expected anything like this. A heartbroken mother fighting through her tears. Norma Campbell tells us her daughter, Tamika Powell, was not perfect, but definitely did not deserve to die this way.
She did whatever she wanted to do, with no apologies, no regrets. But she had a big heart. A big loving heart.
Powell was at a barbecue with friends near Carlton Avenue in Atlantic. It was just after 10 Wednesday night. The 36-year-old mother apparently had an argument with the man and left the barbecue.
Yo, you can. This is a very affluent area, bro. A lot of development here.
But witnesses say the man put on a mask and followed Powell for about a block to continue the argument. The two stopped near this high-rise building, but when Powell turned her back to walk away, that's when she was shot in the back of the head. Her mother says people attending the barbecue heard the shot.
Yeah, my bad.
They were playing music, I guess the speaker fell. And so there's a moment of quiet while they fix the speaker back, and that's when they heard that one shot. People ran in the direction of the sound to see what was going on and saw Tamika in the middle of the street.
That is NBA Dreams played out on the stage at the Barclays. People who live in the area say they never expected violence so close to home. To million-dollar high-rise luxury buildings, Prospect Heights is a symbol of positive change during a global.
This is where Nina lives.
Moment where all
Well,
eyes
good for her.
the biggest nights in.
I wouldn't live there.
No, it's a nice neighborhood, man. Like full of commerce.
Don't care. It's in the city.
Oh yeah.
You know, luxury high rise does not do it for me.
I mean, there are some like brownstones and shit like that. It's a nice,
Brownstones don't do it for me. If my house is attached to another house, it doesn't do it for me.
Yeah.
Violence has no boundaries.
It's scary because you never know. It's safe. You think you move to a neighborhood and you feel safe, but at the same time you just never know.
As for the gunman responsible for this mother's pain,
you are a coward. If you were bold enough to take a life and come forward, whatever the confrontation may have been, it didn't get to this level.
Strong words there from that mother. Sources are telling us that police have the murder weapon, that the gunman apparently tossed it here at the scene. They also have a good picture of exactly who they're looking for. They found surveillance video also at this scene. But if you have any information on this, call Crime Stoppers. The number's right there. It's 800-577-TIPS. For now, we're live in Prospect Heights. Nicole Johnson, Pix 11 News.
Budapest Pride. Damn. Someone said Brave did an 8-hour stream. What? Brave got the energy going over there, huh? Brave did an 8-hour stream. You trying to keep up with you, Stanley?
Yeah, well, I noticed he started doing streams earlier, and all of a sudden he shows up in my chat.
He's trying to keep up with you, Stanley?
I doubt that he is, and I don't care that he does. I unsubscribed from his channel. I do not like the way he critiques my work. He outright lied, and I think intentionally, and we don't do that. And he did apologize, quote gentleman that he is. That's not enough. You do look, one strike and you're out sometimes. And you not that he really cares. I mean, just because I unsubscribe from his channel doesn't mean much. I realize that, but you know what? I don't have to see whatever it is he wants to F up.
I think you guys basically reacting to each other. That's my thoughts.
Well, I'm not going to be reacting anymore. I unsubscribe. I don't get pop-up bullshit anymore. Unsubscribing literally means I don't know what he's doing. Now, maybe somebody in the chat, and that has happened. Oh, Be Brave's doing this, but I'm not necessarily.
I think you'd be tempted, Sam.
No, dude. What, John? You don't know me very well. I don't. Once I've decided that you are not good faith, my life or living or bills, Be Brave is just another YouTube. I don't do bad faith. I will drop your ass like the deuce he drops in that little outhouse he built in his backyard.
You gotta give Brave some credit for building that at 70. You gotta give him some credit for that. You gotta give him some credit for that.
Oh, Lindy, I noticed you've popped up. I didn't lie about you. You might not remember, but I do. So And I don't hate white people either. I just hate stupid people in general. So if stupid and white intersect, and I don't even hate stupid people, you're just people I don't need to deal with. And now you were up on my panel last night, and we were getting along. And you know me, I'm gonna troll in the chat. Get over it, lady.
I'm about to say here. Guys, make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips here. Our Clips channel. We go live over here and then we'll clip them up and put it over there on the other device, on the other channel there. Here's some comments.
You gonna show us the bike?
Oh shit. Let me see. I probably can show you a picture of it.
Yeah, just take a picture of it, or wherever it was you bought it from. Is it red again? Was it the original bike red? I imagine you on a lime green bike.
Orange.
The color of your shirt.
Let's see if I can. All right, let me share that with you. Oh, before I share that, take a listen to this.
What's the highest credit score you've seen? 823. What car did they buy?
They bought a passport, the 2026.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
869.
And what did they buy?
Honda Pilot.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
830.
What did they buy?
2024 Honda Prologue.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
769.
And what did they buy?
They got a passport.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
872.
And what did they buy?
Pilot Elite.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
815.
And what car did they buy?
Accord Hybrid.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
600.
And what car did they buy?
CDX.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
750.
What car did they buy?
Type R.
What's the highest credit score you've seen?
820.
It's interesting, right? A lot of the high credit score people buy Hondas, apparently, at least in this dealership.
I've had nice Honda back in the early 2000s. I love that car.
Nice cars.
It was a nice car. I mean, it had the V6, the leather seats, the seat warmers. When I lived up in Northern Virginia, I don't know how many times I put that thing in a ditch, though. I had to, dude. I moved up to the mountain, and I had to learn to use snow chains, tire chains, whatever they're called. And then finally, I just didn't even take it. It was a mile from the mailboxes on my road to my house, and I used to walk it every night. It's like, dude, even with chains, I'm going to put this into a ditch. Just park it. It'll be okay. Shit. One night, I'm putting tire chains on this car, and it was motherfucking -9. And I bought thermal work gloves. I was suited up, and I got the chains on and everything. But one of these days I'll talk about, like, I grew up in Savannah, on the coast, and I got curious about what it's like living up in the mountains. And then 15 years later, I moved away. I loved it. Believe me, it was awesome. And
I talked about this earlier, Stanley. I'm going to share this on the screen here. Check this out. There was a shooting at a swimming pool by a lifeguard in Chicago. He killed one teen and shot the other one. He shot one in the back, apparently. And he said that they were trying to steal his bike. And this is what he says. He said he was arrested on the spot. That's not enough. Fuck that. That baby was on the side of me. He literally aimed that fucking on my way and shot him. I couldn't do shit but scream. 2 kids just lost their lives. I think it was only one. He was the man that shot him with the gun still in his hand. And this is a lifeguard. I think that's the gun right there.
How old was the lifeguard?
He was in his 50s, former Marine. Yeah, I think.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, former Marine, I think. No, record or anything. He had a license.
Where was he hiding the gun? Lifeguards tend to wear like swim trunks.
That's a good question. I guess that's the gun in his hand. I guess. And this would be the bike that he said what they were trying to steal.
So he shot someone for stealing a damn bike?
Well, I think he said they went to attack him. Maybe when he confronted them.
Yeah, that's a likely story.
I'm not sure. You know, don't quote me. Don't get me to make assumptions up here again, guys. Let's see if there's any commentary on that. One died. He was arrested. He's in custody right now. The interesting thing is this is LaQuan McDonald's cousin that was killed. If you remember LaQuan McDonald.
No, not really.
He was the one that was shot 16 times by a police officer. He had a knife, and the police, damn, what's his name? Jason? I can't remember his name. We talked about it a little bit earlier, though. A group of black teens approached the man who was fixing his bicycle. Okay, so maybe he wasn't a lifeguard. I'm not sure. There's video of the incident, so let's hold off on before determining whether this was a justified shooting. If he was actually attacked, he did the right thing. Now, he did have the right to carry the gun concealed. The witness said the man reached into his bag and grabbed his gun, then fired the weapon and struck the teens. The problem he's going to have is he shot one in the back. That's the one that died.
Oh.
He's fixing a bicycle. He jumps up and starts shooting. Before he was arrested, he was found kneeling on the ground with a gun next to his knee. Okay, maybe it wasn't in his hand. Anyway, this is going to be a fairly explosive story, I can imagine.
I can imagine. And you're going to explode it, right?
Well, you know, I'm interested. You know, as I say, Stanley, you know, I don't care what race it is.
Now look at Lindy Lou getting on Brave's side. I knew it. Go on, John. I just had to make that comment.
Look at some of the quotes. This is a blue check. Get his family if you can't get him. The kids need quick justice. Whoa. White guys.
I mean, what is that supposed to even mean?
Well, get his family. Well, you know, that's the thing. He's not speaking clearly enough. You can take it whatever way you want to take it. Get his family if you can't get him. These kids need quick justice. White guys
No idea what
that
that means.
sounds like self-defense to me. If he wasn't armed, the mob would have killed him. Just reading the comments, the blacks want to kill his family. Concealed carry people. They only understand violence. Blacks are so fucking stupid. If you are a thief, you are a murderer. Them kids learn a valuable lesson. Blah blah blah. Your daddy should have been right. So the article says he approached him. Oh, he approached him and got into an altercation because he believed they were going to steal from him. Oh, now that's different. It's going to be hard to explain and shoot somebody in the back of the head, though, bro. They say he stated himself.
I'm not. My question is, why is this important? Why is this story important?
You know why I think it's important. Honestly, this is a test for Chicago leadership, bro. This is a very sticky situation. If you are familiar with their police department and kind of how they carry on there,
I do not live there. I am very unfamiliar.
Yeah, but I don't live in Iran, but you know we cover Iran here, so
I don't talk a lot about Iran either.
I mean, I don't live in Capitol Hill.
From where I am right now, Iran and Chicago, for all I know, they exist in the same place or they're the same.
Well,
I don't talk about stuff I don't know.
But it's not much.
Do tend to say, "Hey, I'm out on the limb here."
But there's not much news being made in your hometown, so we're looking from afar, judging and making assumptions and sometimes expressing opinions about things. Some people in the audience do live in Chicago, like Broke Genius. I would love to hear what he.
Okay, well, I mean, I know that you are a great guy, John. You are a caring human being. I am a monster. I don't care about things I shouldn't care about. Now, you maybe Be Brave is right. You are a holy man because you care for your fellow man and all the stuff holy men should care about. I'm not a holy man.
Yeah. Well, we are discussing things that may be interesting to the audience. So yeah, and so for me, it's interesting because Chicago, they've had a lot of troubles, and the police force is kind of turned over politically. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all turns out there. It's really going to be interesting, Shelly. Believe me. And again, this is all over a bike, whatever the case may be. But I don't think you can shoot someone in the back of the head either. Damn, it's damn, this is gonna be interesting, bro. How this case turns out.
Why is it interesting?
I mean, it's in a major city. Again, if it was in a small city, probably not that interesting. But in a major city like Chicago, where there is a lot of tension already.
Okay, and why is a murder in a large city not interesting to someone who lives in a small city? Dude, you don't live in Chicago. That's my point. It's interesting because you like this sort of stuff. I understand that. I don't like that sort of stuff. If I lived in Chicago, it might not be that interesting.
Yeah. And for the audience, I think the audience is interesting. Take a listen. This is another video here. This is after the scene here. Take a listen.
Come on, baby, over here. This shit
I think that's the bike right there.
wild as hell. Wild than a motherfucker.
There was some more shit that went on. They got to fight. They was messing him over there. They was getting some over there with his ass, and he was already scared.
I heard they come baby over here. This shit wild.
Why is the motherfucker? Yeah. So that's the scene outside. This is some pool, Douglas Park. Supposedly there's a video of the shooting. Shit. Damn, that's fucking interesting. Let's see if there's a video of the shooting. Some teenagers just wanted to get in the pool and it was family swim time. Oh, okay. The lifeguard explained to them that they needed an adult to swim. They left and returned with an adult and were allowed to swim. After it was over, the lifeguard allegedly locked the pool and proceeded to his bike. One of the young men decided to antagonize the lifeguard. A tug of war proceeded between the lifeguard and the young man over the bike. Words were exchanged, maybe even verbal assault, which may have caused that child to think he needed backup. He left to go get help, which his crew wasn't far. Now 2 innocent children, one deceased and the others fighting. Wow. So that, yeesh. Police officers saw this incident. Damn. Yo, this is a crazy fight. Why didn't the teens have their guns? They barely just opened the Chicago pools. Wasn't hard to figure out the boy. They're giving it to them. This is going to be interesting. This is another kind of case that's going to really.
Why do these sorts of things interest you again? I've forgotten. Because they don't interest me.
Well, I mean, you're just one person, right?
And you're just one person too. And my question was to you as that one person. Why does it interest you, John, as that one person?
Well, living in the cities, you see the dynamics, the very tenuous dynamics between the police force, the blacks, or to extension, further extension is the race, the disparities in income. You've heard me say time and time again, the tragedy of the commons, and where did this happen? At a community pool.
Dude, you know, that bullshit that you keep spinning about tragedy of the commons has nothing to do with the hood. Okay, dude, I got honestly, you don't impress me with that tragedy of the commons bullshit.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's not meant to impress. I understand. But again,
Well, it doesn't explain anything. It is literally it means nothing. Well, no. It's not a critic. I'm not being a critic. I'm just helping you.
I got it.
I'm helping you understand.
I don't need any help right now.
I think the tragedy of the commons just sounds fancy.
Stanley, do that on your show.
Sounds fancy.
Stanley, you can critique me on your show, right? And then
okay. All I'm saying is it sounds fancy pantsy.
Before I lose my thought. Let me finish my thought before I lose my thought. Having lived in the inner cities for a very long time, this is a common phenomenon. Anyone from New York, you might remember, I think it's McKenna Park, the pool there. And the city spent $50 million on that park to renovate it. It was fighting and shooting, primarily Latinos and the blacks.
Okay, so tell me how that relates to tragedy of the commons.
Don't interrupt me, Stanley.
Dude, I asked a simple question.
But I'll
connect the dots here.
I'll address your question later. I bet
you will.
You're seeing some of the similar phenomena here in Chicago, where I'm sure this is probably a fairly nice park, pool. They have lifeguard on staff, and now the pool is closed while in honor of the guy the two guys that were shot. And again, this is a pool that everyone pays for, but now no one can enjoy it because of what has happened there. That causes a problem, a real serious problem, because what parent is going to want to bring their child back to this pool after this has happened? And so oftentimes what you'll see in New York City is like private pools. You got to pay big money to go there. And then so the public pools degrade.
They have private pools in Virginia too.
Let me finish.
They have them in Fairfax County.
They have private pools everywhere. But what I'm saying here
is that, and your point is what?
And the point here is that there becomes a market where certain people that can afford to pay for the private pools never interact with the people who go to the public pools. They leave them down there to fight amongst each other because the city is going to have a very difficult problem dealing with this.
But the tragedy of the commons, actually, you're totally missing the point of the tragedy of the commons.
Well, do a critique on your show. Tell us all about how I missed it.
Okay, well, you know what? It's easier to just do it in real time. Don't you think?
No, let's do it.
Okay, John. Okay, John.
You get it.
All right, John. I don't want to upset you.
No, you get yourself you get your thoughts fully formed and do a knockout.
Oh, no. My thoughts are fully formed, dude. Tragedy of the Commons is really a critique. It's really a critique of property, not the people.
Right.
It's literally a critique of the property and the rich class.
I'm not critiquing the people.
You don't understand the tragedy of the commons. That's my point.
I'm not critiquing the people. I haven't mentioned race, nothing as it relates to anything. What I'm saying is that when
the tragedy of the commons pre-existed race.
Come on, Sam. I'm doing my show. Right, that's what I'm saying. So from the economic, and I've seen it in my Airbnb listings many, many times. Someone will come in and cook a breakfast on the day they're checking out. They know they don't have to clean up. They're gone. Someone throw trash in the kitchen trash can. It's not in my room. It's in the common area. It's the tragedy of the commons. You have to be able to apply it.
No, that's not the tragedy of the commons, John.
It would do a show.
The tragedy of the commons.
Hold on, Stanley. Do a show on your stream correcting me, right? And
so I have to let you propagate that information. You go ahead and propagate your theory of the tragedy of the commons and misinform people, please.
I disagree with your theory on tragedy of the commons. We got it, and now you.
There is no theory of the tragedy of the commons.
My thoughts on the tragedy of the commons. You can do a whole stream about it and ridicule me to no end. Yeah, I guess you can make me even stop.
Well, like you, I will lose the train of my thought because it's the tragedy of the commons. It is like several hundred years old. why talk about it? I don't get your fascination with this.
Gotcha.
It's obvious.
Gotcha. I understand. Moving on to another topic, probably an interesting topic. You remember that cop that was shot in the back by her other cop a while back?
I do not. I don't follow tragedies like you do.
Right. And so anyway, so this cop was shot in the back, and then Alderman Lopez from Chicago again said, "Hey, we're tired of our people being, shot trying to solve this gun crime problem, whatever crime problem." And he said, "Our people," talking about Hispanics, presumably. And so now they've released the officer who shot this woman here, and let me see what his name is. Let's see. I found it. This is not him. Oh, wait a minute. Is this him? But there is a picture of him somewhere. So it's a black guy with a lot of disciplinary things in his record there. And, I mentioned this earlier, that the guy probably, there's probably some issues there. But for him to shoot her in the back, and for them to even have her there, she had already taken a couple guns off the street earlier that day. And so here we have an officer shot in the back by a fellow officer there. Anyway.
Was it intentional or friendly fire?
Friendly fire. No.
Okay, well, that happens in the military too. Why is this important?
Well, it's important from the standpoint of, I was reading the police blog, police blog in Chicago, and many of them were saying how, she shouldn't have been out there. And more to the point, they were saying she shouldn't have been out there after having already taken 2 guns off the street. I guess the stress level or whatever. I don't know anything about police strategy and shit like that, so you can take it for what you will. And so this is what they were saying. And so now you bring in the element of race, which is always on the surface in Chicago. Hispanic police officer.
Well, America in general, but Chicago in particular.
Yeah. And so now you have this Hispanic woman, young mother, killed by a cop that many people might argue shouldn't have been on the police force. And so now that brings in another element, because remember, in these inner cities, they're all jockeying for political power in the police force, in the water department, so on and so forth. And Alderman Lopez says, "Hey, man, tired of my people being killed." And I read the Second City Cop, the blog from the Chicago police officer, and you can read and feel the tension between, how groups have taken over the police force, certain divisions or whatever, so on and so forth.
Well, I know this is going to be very horrible to say. She shouldn't have been a cop, because she is really wow.
Yeah, she's very nice. And that is the thing, if you, I suggest all of you guys, if you're interested, I told you about the TV show, the Boss, set in Chicago, with Kelsey Grammer as the mayor of Chicago, and how they portrayed him managing the city. Very interesting. It's very, very interesting how they have to manage that city, and it's kind of playing out now, not in the same dynamics, because Kelsey Grammer is white and Brandon Johnson is black, but beyond that, the economic control mostly white, and the labor economic control is mostly Hispanic.
Well, what did you think of Kelsey Grammer playing that part of the mayor? Was he a good mayor?
What he did, he played it as kind of like Daly. Boss, yeah, he played it kind of like, and I don't know enough about Daly, so someone may get in the chat, or you may correct me, or the guy in Philly. Who's the guy in Philly? Rizzo. He was a strong-handed mayor, but who knew how to appeal to the, the blacks and the Latinos, to bridge both gaps politically. Bill Clinton-ish of sort. But in Chicago, where there's also the government politics, where Chicago has a lot of control over the state of Illinois. It's a very interesting story, and it gives you probably a very realistic look at why Chicago is so interesting in the politics there. I think you come away to seeing Chicago politics.
I'm not a. You say it's realistic, okay?
Yeah, it's a very interesting take on it.
I've never watched it, so I really can't say.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's very interesting. It only lasted 2 seasons, so it'd be interesting. It'd be very quick.
Well, apparently a lot of there weren't a lot of Deacon Daves in the fan base, or not enough of them.
You know, sometimes some of these shows get canceled for whatever reason. It could be contract. A lot of times these days, you never know why it got canceled. But Kelsey Grammer played that mayor role very well there, very, very well. Yeah, I'll tell you, I think we should ramp up for this as this Carmelo Anthony stuff leak out. I know you're not interested, but I think the audience is. And I'm going to be following it very closely. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff coming out of that. It's going to be very interesting. It's something like, I think, the whole, the lady we had on the stream earlier today, she said this shit caused a rift in her divorce, in her marriage. And I could see the Carmelo family, having some serious issues, trying to bridge, defending their son, the future for their other children, the marriage, dealing with your wife. I mean, it's rough, bro. Oof. And they're both fairly young, so that's going to be interesting to watch there.
Right. And why should we as a Black community keep up with it?
No, I didn't say it's a Black community. I think it's a channel.
Okay, dude, then you know what? You see, I love it the way you kind of duck and weave these sorts of arguments.
What's that?
And I'll leave it at that.
What's that?
You know boxing, duck and weave. Bob and weave. Maybe that's.
I've already given my opinion. I tell you what I think. I think he's. I think he committed a crime, but it's up to the jury to decide.
Really?
Yeah.
I would never get that impression. The way, dude. I deliberately started avoiding shows that were talking about Carmelo Anthony. It is his parents' problem. It is the community's problem. It is not Black America's problem.
I never presented it was. I just think it's an
interesting... no. People like you did, not you, John. You are smarter than that.
I think like
you bob and weave. You leave it up to Ock Nation and others.
Yeah, I think like the Diddy case. I think like the
I don't think Diddy means Diddy.
Yeah, that's fine. But for the audience, they're watching this somewhere, so we might as well bring it to them here. So that's why I cover it. Some of these things.
You are more attuned with this audience than I am.
There you go. And so I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a kind of a depending on how it turns out, it could be a watershed moment. See how. Texas is one of those states where it can be played very politically. You never know. It could have some political ramifications. The judge.
I think the only state that's better than Texas is Georgia. We be free here.
Is someone saying Diddy gonna be found guilty? Wait a minute.
Who gives a fuck what she says? She is literally questions to ponder. Keep pondering, dear. And why is guilty or not guilty? This is a Diddy problem, not Black people's problem.
I think he's a cultural icon.
Okay, I don't, dude. He is. My ideas on Black culture. Diddy is not Dizzy Gillespie.
Hold on, I didn't say he was a Black culture icon. I said, man, the man sold clothes, liquor, music, TV.
Who gives a fuck? All the things.
Yeah, but that's
all
not just
the
Black.
things.
It's not just Black, right? Like
did he sell textbooks?
He probably did sell some textbooks on how to do business or something. I wouldn't be surprised. He probably sold some lectures or something. I mean,
next you're gonna be telling me about FUBU.
Well, yeah, FUBU. That guy's a great story too.
John. Wasn't that Diddy?
Yeah, no, that was that was Diddy. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I do know some stuff, John. I know some cultural stuff. How much? How many FUBU shirts did you buy?
I don't think I bought any, Sam.
Well, then you and I are similar.
Uh-huh.
You know what? Not because I have a problem with FUBU. It just wasn't my aesthetic.
Yeah, I'm not a big label guy. I never was. So
Well,
let's take a listen.
tragedy of the commons, John.
One of the acts that
Listen, Sam.
presented, they can pick and choose. Oh, I believe this one. I believe this one. I don't believe that one. I don't believe that one. Oh, but that one looks probably true. So they only need to pick one or two of them, and that's it. Right? He's supposedly a billionaire or 100 billionaire or whatever he is. He's got a lot of dough. What are you doing? You can't take crazy out of crazy. You know, the perversion was in him all along. You just, you know, like I say, Bill Cosby, you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with somebody that wants to fuck somebody that looks like they're dead. There just is. I mean, and I know there's flavors for everybody, but at the point at which your predilection is hurting others, that's where you got to draw the line. And that's where the law draws the line. So let's talk about the status of the case. There's hundreds of exhibits, 7 weeks of trial, and now we come down to where you make your money. So what kind of a brilliant defense is Diddy's team putting together? Oh, they didn't put up a defense. Guess what? When you have a criminal sexual conduct case, and it's a he said, she said case, and you only hear what she said, that's a problem because they only hear one narrative. You know, they did get cross-examined, right? And there were, oh, didn't you tell him that you loved him? And didn't you tell him that you were looking forward to the freak off? Well, yeah. I mean, I had to. Because if I didn't tell him those things, he was going to beat me. And he was threatening my career, you know. So you don't have a counter narrative brought on by the defense. Now, here's the deal. The defense does not have to prove a thing. Nothing. They have no burden, okay? Anybody who brings a case has the burden. The government in this case brought the case. So like if I have a car accident case and I was hit by somebody and I want to sue somebody for my injuries, well, it's up to me. I have the burden. So the government has the burden. They're bringing the case. So the defense does not even have to call a witness, and you can't hold that against them. Or the jury can't do it. But they kind of do a little bit. I mean, let's just be real. You know, when it's a he said, she said case, and you don't hear what he said, you're left with what she said. So the government went through and did their closing argument. Now the defense is going to do their closing argument today, so I can't really comment exactly what they're going to say, but I'm going to tell you what they're going to say. But before we get to that, let's talk about what the government did in their closing. In the closing argument, the government, they went through and they tried to simplify things for the jury, which is what you need to do. And it's really tough to go through 7 weeks of trial and sum it up into a short presentation that's going to keep somebody's attention. You know, I tend not to go more than a half hour for my closing arguments. Very rarely do I go more than a half hour. Let's talk about the jury instructions and how that dovetails into what the government was doing. It's not going to be hard at all because you have employees, you have a structure, you have a corporation, and you have Diddy at the top telling everybody what the fuck to do. Very, very easy. 2, the enterprise was engaged in or had some effect on interstate commerce, crossing state lines. That's all they have to do. And they bring hookers in from out of state. It satisfies that. 3, the defendant was associated with the enterprise. Well, it's his. It's Diddy's. I mean, there's no question about that. So, and the 4th element is that that 2 or more persons reached an agreement or came to an understanding to conduct or participate in the affairs of the enterprise, directly or indirectly, through a pattern of racketeering activity, and that the defendant voluntarily joined that, you know, either at the time or sometime later. And it's his organization. So the only question here is really, the only question for the jury is whether there was a pattern of racketeering activity. So then the 5th element is that the defendant voluntarily and intentionally joined in the agreement or understanding, either at the time it was first reached or sometime later. But I mean, the existence of the enterprise and the affairs of the enterprise and the conduct of the enterprise is all the diddling. There was a whole bunch of racketeering activity, or they call them overt acts, actually. The one thing that you really need to know, and the jury is going to be told this in their instructions, They don't need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every single one of the acts that was presented. They can pick and choose. Oh, I believe this one. I believe this one. I don't believe that one. I don't believe that one. Oh, but that one looks probably true. So they only need to pick one or two of them, and that's it. I mean, doesn't that? And that's why racketeering or RICO is such a broad net, which is just crazy. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy how easy it is for the government to prove their case. These instructions I just read you came from a case that I just tried a couple months ago or a month ago. So the closing argument is so when you do, let's start at the beginning. An opening statement is when you foretell what the case is going to be about. You know, the evidence in this case will show blah, 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 right? And so the closing argument is just the opposite of that. You can't argue in your opening, but you argue in your closing. Okay, does that make sense? The defense didn't put on a case, and like I said, you can't hold that against him. And the defendant did not testify. Big fucking surprise there that Diller didn't testify. He was going to be absolutely filleted. So the position of and at the close of the government's case, you know, the defense moved for a judgment of acquittal. It's a Rule 29 motion. And guess what? It went, you know, they're almost never granted. I mean, I've had it granted, I think, 2 or 3 times in my career on very serious cases. But Diddy didn't testify, right? And I don't know how he could, honestly. I mean, he gave that, and I don't know if it came in. I'm sure it probably came in where he gave the mea culpa on his, he looks like he's in a fucking hut. We'll show it to you here in a second.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
You know, I mean, look at him. I mean, he's giving a mea culpa. You know, I'm so sorry. You know, it's a public relations thing. You know, he at that time he was doing that. I mean, so he didn't talk to any lawyers about making that statement. I don't know why the fuck that was so stupid, especially in light of everything that was coming down the pike, right? So, he admitted that he did something wrong in that video. So I would be shocked if that didn't come into trial. I don't know if it did or not, but he is such a damaged client or defendant. I just don't know how, you want to keep your client off the stand if at all possible. But when you have he said, she said, it's my practice to have my client normally testify, because if he doesn't testify, they only hear one story. And you can't necessarily destroy somebody on cross-examination if they're compelling. Like Cassie Ventura was compelling. You watch that video and then hear her talk, and then other people corroborated what she had to say. Compelling stuff. Mr. Diddy, isn't it true that he had over 1,000 bottles of baby oil? I mean, and you go on and on and on and pound him on cross-examination. The decision to have him not testify was the right decision. No question in my mind. But what do they do in their closing? They're going to talk about consent. They're going to talk about all kinds of other things. You shouldn't believe this person. You shouldn't believe that person. This case is politically motivated.
You want that
in
Galt.
this case only showed you what they wanted you to see. That's the kind of stuff you're going to hear. And it's all bullshit. Let's just call a spade a spade. Was there any challenge to the drugs? No. Was there any challenge that people came in from out of state? No. Was there any challenge that people got paid to have sex with Cassie from out of state? No. So those overt acts are there. And so the defense is just going to have to try to, punch back at the state's closing. They're going to address. But guess what? After the defense is done, then the state gets the government gets another opportunity to do a rebuttal. The government goes first, the defense goes second, and the government goes last. So they have the first and the last word. And that's the way it is in every criminal case. Then then the case goes to the jury and they read the instructions. And I just read you just a snippet of the kind of instructions that they're going to get. And this RICO is so fucking easy to prove. I mean, it is so vague. It is so broad. And it's done that way intentionally. And really because it's to get the higher ups in an organization. It was created for the mob. And the mob, what did the mob have between everybody? Buffers, right? They could never get to the mob. Well, now this organization is doing all this shit and you're up here, but you're associated with that organization, you're done. So that's why it's really easy. And they only have to prove one of these overt acts, but they have hundreds and hundreds of exhibits. They've got plenty of witnesses testifying, people that were close to Combs, people that were corroborating Cassie, people that, didn't really have a motivation to lie. What's Cassie's motivation to lie now? She's been paid $20 million. We found that out. What's her motivation to lie now? She said she still loved him. But she's a fucking victim. She's an absolute 100% victim in this case. And I know some people say free Diddy and, you're biased. And, I just call it like I see it. If the government hasn't proven their case, I would absolutely be on the side of the defense. And I'm not picking a side. I'm just trying to give you an accurate vision of where we're at in this case. And so what the defense has to argue is not that he's innocent, right? Because we don't have that in this country. Some countries have, I think it's Scotland's got guilty, innocent, and not proven or something like that. Beyond the reasonable doubt. And how much beyond a reasonable doubt, the instruction out to how far the day, you're the ones. So they have a lot of power. The evidence in this case, I think, is pretty overwhelming. And the defense really has their work cut out for them. So you can't have defense, they didn't put on a case, so you can't hold it against them. And so the defense is really just punching up, just trying to say this person's not credible. Look at the big picture here. And they're going to point out specific instances where Cassie Ventura had said, "I love you. I can't wait for the freak offs," that kind of stuff. But that doesn't negate the drugs, does it? That doesn't negate the guy coming in from out of town to fuck her. It just doesn't. So then the case goes to the jury. And when the case goes to the jury, the judge reads the instructions and then they deliberate. So what's your guess on how long it's going to be? What's your guess? I can tell you in the last case that I tried, the jury was out for 5 days. When you have a 7-week trial, I suspect the jury's going to be out for a little while, at least 2 to 3 days. And one of the things you're going to want to look for is the jury will ask questions if they want to see a particular piece of evidence. Here's the other thing. In the old days, we used to use videotape, right? Fucking videotape. And you didn't send that room. And then the lawyers had to be there. The client had to be there. The prosecutor's got to be there. Tape anymore. So nowadays, they give them a laptop, a blank laptop, and usually with a thumb drive that's got all the exhibits on it. And so then they can do that in the jury room. But look for this. Look for news when a jury has a question, because the questions oftentimes are something that will give you an idea of, can you read back the testimony of so-and-so? Or they'll have questions about the instructions. That's especially instructive, because if they talk about the instructions, guess what? They're focusing on a particular piece of evidence related to those instructions. So when you look at this whole thing in its entirety, you've got the government presenting, all these witnesses. You got Cassie, you got her mom, you got assistants, you got hookers, male hookers. Who doesn't want somebody to fuck their girlfriend? No, sorry. I know some people are into that kind of stuff. Not me. It is just their cases, like 96 or 7% of their cases. Stat is really high. And why do they do that? Well, number one, they have the power of the FBI. They have the power of justice. They've got really unlimited. The judge will read the verdict, right? And when the judge reads the verdict, oh my God, even if you're not involved, your palms are sweaty, your heart is pounding. It's a very stressful time. If he's found guilty, there's so many aggravating factors. The torture, the physical assaults, the extended period of time over which this happened, and so I haven't actually calculated his guidelines, but I think they're going to be like 30 to life, if I'm not mistaken. The sex trafficking charges alone might carry a 15-year mandatory minimum. The stakes are really, 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 really high for the dealer.
If he was white, he would have been free already.
Damn, he's facing a lot of time, bro. And this guy sounds like they got him dead to right.
Man, I think he's gonna be there, bro. Didn't they drop a bunch of charges?
No, they didn't drop charges. What they did was they said we don't need all of these. I think they call them predicate charges to convict him. You can only look at the ones we know we proved, so you won't have room for appeal if you convict him on those predicate charges that are dubious for appeal.
Yo, Stanley mad as hell swinging at the air.
I don't think Stanley cares about this.
He should, man. That's a brother. That's a whole brother, Stanley. Yo, John, how you been, bro? Where you been?
No, I've been here, man. I've been up on the stream.
I ain't seen you pop up in a hot minute.
Man, we gotta get on YouTube about that.
You said what?
We got to get on YouTube about that because I've been up here quite a bit.
Man, bro, I thought you was on vacation or something, bro. No,
yeah, I don't go on vacation, man. I keep it going.
Man, I was thinking, man, the Suns must be keeping you busy. I thought, Joe.
The Suns must be keeping you busy or something, John.
One of them stole my bike, bro.
Man, how you know he was black?
Yeah,
right?
well, no. Tell him about the son you raised. Is it SON or SUN? Which one did you mean, Wicked?
S-U-N.
Okay, motherfucker, you can't spell. Which did you mean, John?
S-U-N.
In Wicked,
I said John. See, you can't hear either.
in Wicked's parlance, it would be son. That's what we were speaking of.
Yeah, well, Wicked can't speak English.
Yo, so they took your bike, bro?
Man,
the boy, he knew the. Well, you tell the story. It was someone you actually kind of fostered, and I neglected to bring this up. You didn't teach him well enough, John.
It wasn't Johnny Boy, was it?
Teach him how to steal, not steal from someone you know.
It wasn't Johnny Boy, was it?
Okay, dude, I'm not talking to you, Wicked. How about what's Mexican for shut your
John,
mouth?
it wasn't Johnny
What is
Boy, was it?
Mexican for shut your mouth?
Come on, Shannon. Come on, Shannon.
No. I go in on idiots.
No, but do that on your stream.
So,
I like
John,
this stuff.
you had a major influence on this boy as a young man, and he stole from someone who had a major influence.
No, he didn't
I
steal.
neglected to bring. You said he stole your bike, right?
I didn't say he. I said he got my bike stolen, or he allowed it to be stolen.
Oh. So you raised him. Well, no, not as a son, but you had major influence. So how? This is the thing that I'm. What do you? How was your mentoring? You didn't teach that young man anything you knew, right?
I guess not enough.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's what happens when you're not practiced.
Well, Stanley, I mean, you can't domesticate
Okay,
a
dude,
hyena,
I'm
bro.
not talking to you, Wicked. What you need to do, stay muted until I address you, son. So there we go, John.
Go ahead, Wicked. Let me hear what you got there. All right,
hey, you as a wise old black anti-black could not prevent crime.
Right, correct. Okay, can we get?
Oh, I know I'm correct, John. I'm just pointing it out. Don't leave it out.
What you got for me, Wicked? Wicked, you're on mute.
Wicked has to stay on mute. He needs to practice his English.
What the fuck is at my door? Give me 1 minute. Wicked never came off mute. All right, well, fuck. Let me make a phone call real quick. Is that Dick and Dave? Is that Dick and Dave?
What up?
Yeah, it is. It's Dave.
Hey, let me make a phone call real quick, guys.
Hold on, let me switch up. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. I'm making a phone call.
And I'll be right back.
Shit.
2025.
All right, what's up, Dick and Dave?
Man, I'm chilling. What talking crazy to Wicked, man? Always treating people bad.
I don't know. We can see you here, though.
Hey, Wicked, why you let him tell you to shut up? You shut up. You waiting on him to leave the talk?
Is Wicked on mute?
Oh, yeah. You might have just lost his connection at the right time. What's good, John?
One day at a time, man. What about you?
Surviving, scrabbling and surviving.
Yo, did I see you up on Truism the other night?
I kept up on EV man. My phone ain't not compatible. I'm sick of trying to like EV Mux. StreamYard.
Maybe a free zone losing.
Yeah, Luby up there. That's the homie.
Yeah. All y'all kind of sound like you, SKC, and free zone Lou. Y'all voices similar.
Oh,
I had to buy another bike, man. Wayne stole my bike.
They can't keep you down.
And they didn't steal it from me, man. They stole it from the little young boy, Johnny boy. And I was like, man, I can't train him to be responsible at that level. Some shit you just gotta know. You know what I mean? If you're in the hood, man, you can't leave a damn.
Well, John, can you tell us exactly what the excuse was, like how he lost it? And maybe you said it and I missed it. It could be I missed it.
It was just carelessness.
Well, no. What did he say when he got Johnny Boy? What did he say when he got back?
Damn, somebody hopped on the bike and took off. I was on the phone with him. He ain't selling. He ain't smart enough to sell it. He went to the store. He like dyslexic or whatever, folks. So I want to make sure he got to the store. If he was smart, he would have put the bike in the store. He would walk in the store with the fucking bike. That's what everybody does. He walked up, park it out front, and go in the store. It takes a nigga 5 seconds to hop on the bike and go. You can't catch him because shit's electric. It's like the criminals prey on people like that. The careless, and not so intelligent, whatever.
Yeah, John, let me ask you a question, though, because I'm kind of inclined to think J-Dub has a point. But who was dumber? Who actually had the worst judgment? You or Johnny Boy?
Yeah, I blame myself. I blame myself because
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You don't need to say more.
I wasn't mad at him. I can say what I want.
Yeah, well, I mean, were you expecting it? Did you? You didn't bait a trap, did you?
Well, I did. I did expect him to be able to go to the store and come back with this bike being sold, but I was not.
So you expected it. So you set the brother up.
But the bar was low in there. If he went and got the bike sold, that wouldn't have surprised me. That would have been down on the
okay, John.
Let me get hold on. So what I would have probably that would have been something down on the list. What I probably would have expected. He ran into a pothole, broke the rim on the bike.
You do realize that you've given about 3 different versions, and I want to come back to the one version that you knew him as a boy. I think the boy, Johnny Boy is his name. I'm not so sure that he is the problem here.
I never said it was a problem. I'm just saying.
Well, no, I never said you said he was a problem. I'm pointing out the obvious.
Okay, so I thank you for that point out. So what I'm saying is,
you should. I like
show?
clarity. I'm a clarity guy.
Right, but you have to get some clarity on your own show. Have me come up on your panel,
motherfucker. Is clarity show specific?
6 hours, man. I get out of here. I've been gone for a long time about it.
Well, do you want to end this and I start a show? We can do that. We can change shifts. Oh, so fragile.
Man, you gonna learn how to stop picking on people like that, man. What the hell's wrong with you, Stanley?
Motherfucker, I pick on the stupid. Stupid arguments just simply amuse me. Motherfucker, you know what? Look, you know what? He is right. I should just go ahead and fucking start up a stream. This
Why are you so
motherfucking
mean?
motherfucker, because I'm black and I am not a black man. I am not, dude. I am not a black man who fucking takes this anti-black or any stupidity, dude. It takes me about 2 seconds to have a stupid detector argument, motherfucker, dude. I watched John Galt. I watched a show or two of his, dude. It was a fucking circus, and then you want to send $1,000 bike off with a motherfucker. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's pretty much irresponsible. And then you want to do a show about your bike getting stolen? You fucking knew it was going to get stolen. And I think J Dub, he made a point earlier. J Dub, you are 100% right. That shit didn't get stolen, it got sold. And I'm not even from the hood and I know this shit. So, I see Deacon David's gone. I'm not, the truth is not bullying, humble president. The truth will set you free. And you know what? Yes, sir.
None of these streaming services like me. Shit kicked me out.
I'm 60 motherfucking years old. I know stupidity when I see it. And I'm just not shy about pointing it out. Now, I'm never 100% right. Sometimes I'm stupid. I know. You know, when you point out stupidity, you always run a risk of being the stupid one. I understand that. But I have to say I'm at least 60% right. You know, I'm a 60-40. You know, 40% wrong, 60%. I recognize stupidity, and I do not like bad arguments, stupid arguments, or people who waste their time worrying about things they A, don't understand, and B, can't control. Control what the fuck you can control. And the first thing you don't do is send your fucking $1,000 tool, bike, whatever it is, out with someone you didn't think was responsible in the first place. You run that risk. So why the fuck is it your place to whine about your mistake? If you send $1,000 out with someone who's not responsible, why get on the YouTube show and just go, well, he's not this, he's not that? That is so motherfucking low.
He was trying to be a blessing.
He made the mistake, not Johnny Boy.
He was being a blessing. He's still a holy man.
No, the motherfucker is just
Look at the cup half full, not empty.
Hey, that motherfucker's a manipulator. That's what he is.
Man, somebody out there got a bike, $1,000 bike. That's a blessing.
You know what? Somebody paid Johnny Boy about half that price to get it, or maybe even 100. That motherfucker got like a 90. That motherfucker paid $100 for that $1,000 bike.
Man,
motherfucker, he got how much of a discount is that? Like a 90%.
Damn. Well, that's the positive side of it. I mean,
motherfucker, you know what? John asked me to come up, so he's gonna get what he gets. I was perfectly happy chopping potatoes in my kitchen for dinner. John asked me to come up.
Damn. Yeah. Oh, wait.
Stop asking me to come up, motherfucker.
He lost his connection, or he rage quit.
No, he's pissed. He's pissed off at me.
He might be mad about that bike. Cost me $1,000.
Now here's the deal. There's one reason or another that John went out and bought a new fucking bike.
No
Oh, you
sweat.
missed that part, did you not?
Yeah, I missed all of it. I didn't even know his bike
Oh,
got stolen.
motherfucker, John went right out. Not only did he buy the bike, he had the shit delivered to his house. That motherfucker doesn't care. That's why dude, you think I'm making the point that I'm making? Dude went out and just bought another bike.
Damn.
Had it delivered, no doubt.
Well, at least he got a new bike.
No. See, you don't understand my point, which is, motherfucker, John just manipulated the whole situation. And if it wasn't intentional, look, you don't send out an expensive piece of equipment with someone you don't particularly trust.
Well, you scratched that off the list of things Johnny Boy can do with your shit.
You know
Can't
what?
use my bike.
You know
No.
what? You've known Johnny Boy since he was an actual boy, and all of a sudden you're experimenting now. Manipulation. That's what motherfucker's been doing the whole time. Well, let's see if Johnny Boy can do a job. Motherfucker, you didn't notice? I don't like that kind of shit, to be honest. That's not what a holy man does. John is a holy man to horrible people like Be Brave and others who I will not mention right now. I don't get motherfucker, black men can actually be good people. And they don't have to manipulate motherfuckers to make a joke or do a show. So take from that what you will.
What's on the docket for today, Stanley? You're taking over the show?
I was invited up. I'm just kind of like, he asked me to come up and I've said what I said.
So the Diddy trial didn't
and be
interest you?
done with it. No. It was interesting way before I got here. John's shows are always interesting. They get less interesting once I come up here and start asking questions. You chuckle, but you know what? I don't give a fuck if I make money from YouTube or not. Dude, I just don't like stupidity. And I think the people that are least, black people, if I must say black people as a group from coast to coast, we are the least, we shouldn't be deliberately stupid. Okay, if you're gonna be pro-black, and I hear John and these folks go, well, yeah, Stanley, you're the anti-black motherfucker, you're the racist. Dude, I don't think it's racist to point out the obvious.
And it's
What's
not
up, Republic? How you
anti-black
doing?
either to do that. You think it's anti-black to point out the obvious.
No. When the minute you go, if you're a black person, a legacy black person, and I've told you I'm coining the whole phrase, legacy black
FBA?
Oh, fuck FBA. Legacy Black America, which mean American, which means you have deep roots in American history. You are an American, maybe not a good American, maybe not a bad American, but you are American. And I think the legacy Black Americans are the worst demographic to just be willfully stupid or willfully malicious. Okay, we know America well enough to be like, dude, we need to be the best we can be. And I just don't think that a lot of this blackosphere, this anti-black blackosphere, and that's going to be a new phrase too that I'm going to start using. The anti-black blackosphere is horrible.
Oh my God, that's a horrible name.
Motherfucker, I'm just going to use it. I will refine it if need be.
I'll give you time.
But you know what? Don't be against your own people. And you know what? improving quote black culture starts within your four walls. And I'm not going to go farther. I think I'm right. And and I'm going to be upfront. I think the John Galts of the world are wrong. So
Completely
fuck
wrong.
you.
A little bit wrong about.
I want arguments to defeat my argument, but I really think being a good person is the best defense. Be the best you can be and don't be. Oh, look who popped into the chat.
What you got?
Well, apparently, there is. Well, you'll see who's in the chat.
Oh, it's your buddy.
Yeah, my
Your
buddy.
buddy.
Hey,
But
he's
you guys are
hey.
never on the panel, but your buddies.
Well, you know what? I'm my favorite panel host. much like Be Brave is.
I wonder how many people in the chat remember back when y'all used to get along. Seems like so many moons ago. Gotta rekindle that yeah, you gotta rekindle that friendship you guys got there.
Hold on one sec, Dave.
Yeah, man, they was doing pop the balloon shows together. That was just the best of friends yucking it up on a panel. Now they don't even speak. Crazy.
That wasn't until Brave crushed Stanley, right?
What'd you say, Wicked?
Sorry about that.
So that was before Brave crushed Stanley.
Brave did
Oh
what?
yeah, in that debate.
So he crushed.
Wait, Wicked, did you say Brave crushed me?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you actually think?
To put
You
it to
telling
put
the
it
truth?
to put it lightly. Yeah, to put it lightly.
Yeah, well,
Bad.
everything
I
you
remember it like it was
when
yesterday.
your brain does nothing serious, it's all lightly.
It was reminiscent of the Germans
I
invading Poland.
literally take when I come up on a panel with you, Wicked, I treat you lightly because you are of no substance.
Yeah. Hey Dave, it was worse than when the Germans invaded Poland.
Yeah, look at this motherfucker. He wants to talk to Dave about what I just said. Dude, you're an intellectual lightweight. You are lightly.
Hey Dave, did you hear something?
Oh, look at that poor boy Dave. Dude, you are a lightweight. And John's not here to defend your dumb ass.
Dave, my ears ringing.
Dude, you are so sad. So let's see if there's anything serious that I should consider. Anti-black, let's see. Be Brave says anti-black blackosphere that is fitting for what? Can you elaborate on that? Be brave and think. So anyway, apparently John's not coming back, and I will have to move on. Dave, you still there?
Yeah, I was
And
conducting some
Republic.
business.
Yeah, well, public room. Yeah, I used to do a lot of pop the balloon, but I haven't done it. I haven't done a pop the balloon in how many months? Probably 3 or 4. So these pop the balloon is harder to do. And well, I guess it's me and you, Wicked. Where did the sane man go? Well, hit the link, Republic. Or well, that's really nice of you. Apparently you have sponsored apparently you have sponsored a show that I will start up, and I don't know. I started boiling potatoes. John asked me to come up, and of course I'm gonna be me. So I am sorry. Well, good. You want to do a show, Republic? I'll need about half an hour. You can come up and co-host. Let me know. Say yes, let's do a show. Republic. And Wicked, what you up to? Wicked. Wicked. All right, well, I'll need about half an hour, folks. With I guess it'll be Stanley and Republic versus the world. Or Stanley versus Republic. We shall see. So I'm gonna end this show. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you're new. Urban Landlord Clips. Everyone needs to do it. If you would, Stanley versus the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000, all one word. And I'm going to end it here, and then I am going to start up. Could be as late as 45 minutes, but it should be half an hour. We'll just go from there. Dan you're just hoping Solid Snake turns up. So y'all take it easy. I'll be back in about half an hour or so. Yeah, please do, Republic. Rewind it, and we go from there. Wicked. I hope you'll come up to the panel in half an hour too. You and I can go back and forth with each other, but I like your meek lion act. Remember the Wizard of Oz? When I see Wicked World and that little avatar that's a lion, I think Cowardly Lion. You are a cowardly lion, Wicked World. And I'm saying this right up on a panel. See you later, Cowardly Lion.
This nigga has a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga, John Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, and living dreams. Now they sold out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, John Galt. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, John Galt.